Chapter 3303. 300 million power of faith was transferred into a God of Faith card, and he casually threw it in front of Lin Fei. Thank you. Lin Fei grabbed the God of Faith card and threw it into the system space. He then released Elder Qing Xian. You're in luck. 300 million power of faith. I welcome you to take revenge. Qing Xian managed to escape and subconsciously rolled his eyes. Revenge? To think that you could even think of it. Elder Qing Xian didn't even have the guts to think about it. He would rather be abused. To think that he had the nerve to say that. Brother Lin, come sit with us. After the transaction was completed, Mo Wuhua waved at Lin Fei. The guys from the Darkness Temple are the best at scheming. Our body refining school is better. Tian Lei Lai also greeted enthusiastically. Let's talk about body refining. Although they didn't fight, Lin Fei's personality made the eyes of the forces present light up. Two country bumpkins, what's there to go? At this moment, a cold and disdainful snort was heard. Our Li family welcomes talents like you. As long as you join our Li family, when our Li family leaves, we can take you away from this place. When you reach the Star River Prefecture, you will know how wonderful the outside world is. A Li family disciple shouted. In a Li family's opinion, whether it was the Darkness Temple or the Radiance Temple, they were all the same. Even the Heavenly Martial Sect was useless. In a small world, fighting to the death was a very boring thing. Outside, it would be a completely different story. The Star River Prefecture was a place where experts moved freely. Li Yunhao was interested in defeating the 10-winged Angel Elder with pure physical strength. With a little polishing, he would become a powerful expert. Where else could he find such a good thing? Li Yunhao believed that the other party knew how to choose. As long as he wasn't an idiot, he would go to the Star River Prefecture. That was a martial artist's paradise. I'm sorry, a country bumpkin like me can't go to such a high-end place. Forget about the Li family. Lin Fei rejected immediately. The other party kept calling him a country bumpkin, which made him very uncomfortable. Join the Li family? What a joke. That was no different from being a lackey. Lin Fei wasn't interested in going to the Star River Mansion. That place wasn't something he could go to for the time being. His accumulation wasn't deep enough. Just the Radiance Temple alone had the corpse of a universe-grade powerhouse. Who knew what kind of powerful existence the Star River Mansion had? How can you say that? The Li family disciple was displeased. Our Li family thinks highly of you. That's why we let you become our Li family's consecrator. How many people can only dream of this opportunity? You actually said that you don't want it. The Li family was a noble family of the Star River Prefecture. Many people wanted to become a consecrator. As long as they spread the news, countless people would line up. However, they had been rejected by a kid. This was looking down on the Li family. What, are you threatening me? Lin Fei laughed. If you don't want to join, then don't join. If you have the ability, come and catch me. Believe it or not, I will kill you with one punch. The Li family disciple's face darkened even more, and his gaze became filled with resentment. Brother Yunhao, does your Li family really like to force people? Mo Wuhua's big mouth started to move again. You want to drag anyone you see to become a consecrator. You really have a way. Li Yunhao had a faint smile on his face. You misunderstood. I cherish a genius like Lin Fei very much. Becoming a consecrator of the Li family will allow his strength to increase by a few steps. Since you don't want to, then forget it. However, the Li family's gate welcomes you at any time. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. This Li Yunhao had killing intent towards him. His emotions contributed to his killing intent. The Li family's gate is too high. I think I'll pass. Lin Fei laughed. That's really a pity, Li Yunhao said with a face full of regret. It was as if he really felt that it was a pity. In fact, he had killing intent towards Lin Fei. If such a person wasn't used by the Li family, then there was no need for him to stay. Li Yunhao was vicious and merciless. It was fine if he listened to the Li family, but if he didn't, he would kill a martial Dao hierarch with good potential without any pity. Some people were happy about Lin Fei's appearance, while others were angry. The Temple of Light was naturally one of the angry ones. After Elder Qing Xian returned, He told the divine son of light what had happened under the palace, including the divine weapon of faith in detail. Divine son, that kid's strength is as strong as a mountain. It's not a good thing to keep him here. Elder Qing Xin said. He had set up a soundproof array outside them. If that guy is on the side of the Temple of Darkness or the Heavenly Martial Sect, it'll be quite troublesome. Elder Qing Xian had seen how powerful Lin Fei was. Their physical bodies were basically unable to withstand his attacks. Until now, Elder Qing Xian still didn't know what his opponent's limit was. As the name suggested, he hadn't been able to find out his specific strength. That was the most frightening part of it all. There's no need to worry about this. In the Forbidden Soul area, everyone has a goal. Once he leaves, I'll personally suppress him. The Divine Son of Light said, his body is very good and is very suitable to become a light warrior of the Temple of Light. It's not that easy to obtain 300 million power of faith. Elder Qing Xian subconsciously shivered. Lin Fei's strength was what Mo Wuhua was most happy to see. Brother Lin, you've taken 300 million power of faith from the Temple of Light. You're really bold. However, do you know who the Divine Son of Light is? He's an extremely narrow-minded guy. Back then, in order to become the only divine son of this generation of the Temple of Light, he killed all the other candidates. Mo Wuhua glanced at the Divine Son of Light in the distance and chuckled. Lin Fei didn't care about this. Although their expressions didn't change, the numbers didn't lie. He could distinguish good and bad people at a glance. If he wants to kill me, he'll have to see if he has the ability to do so. Lin Fei smiled and said, maybe I'll kill him then. I think it'll be very interesting if the Temple of Light loses a divine son. Ha ha. Brother Lin is really an interesting person. Mo Wuhua liked Lin Fei more and more. Actually, I wanted to kill the Divine Son of Light for a long time, but I couldn't handle the 3 guardians behind him. Lin Fei didn't say anything. The 3 guardians were indeed very strong, and it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. What he was worried about was whether or not they had some powerful means of self-defense. The word Tao Protector was not that simple. If they couldn't even protect one person, what was the point of having guardians? This was the most important thing. The Divine Son of Light was also more powerful than he had imagined. There was a dangerous aura on his body. Once it broke out, even Yi Futian's universe-level body would suffer. This was the most important thing that Lin Fei discovered. This guy from the Temple of Light was indeed ridiculously strong, and he even had a trump card. Such a situation was not limited to the Divine Son of Light, but almost all the other young masters. They threatened each other and didn't dare to act rashly. Brother Lin, it won't be so easy for the Divine Son of Light to kill you. If you don't mind, when the Forbidden Soul area's great restriction is weakened, you can go in with us, Mo Wuhua invited. There's a place that needs an expert like Brother Lin. The Forbidden Soul area was full of large formations. The presence of a martial Tao divinity gave them a huge advantage. Mo Wuhua naturally wanted a rope in Lin Fei. Once we find any treasures, such as divine weapons of faith, Brother Lin, you can choose 3 of them. How about it? My sincerity isn't bad. There were no martial path divine masters in the Temple of Darkness, and there were only a few in the Myriad God continent. It would be a real pity if they didn't seize such a good opportunity. Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the situation in the Forbidden Soul area. It wasn't that he couldn't go with the Temple of Darkness, but there would be more or less restrictions, and he wouldn't be able to act as he pleased. Lin Fei had heard Zhao Tian's words very clearly. The Eternal Church was suppressing the universe experts, either to recruit them or to suppress them. Once they knew that he had a universe-level body, they would definitely come to capture him. Lin Fei didn't want to expose himself so early. It wasn't easy to find an alternative way to increase his prestige, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity. He needed to accumulate more. Brother Mo, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lin Fei said politely, I plan to go alone. Anyway, many ancient existences are dead, so my luck won't be that bad. Mo Wuhua was very surprised. The Forbidden Soul area wasn't a place anyone could go. Although many ancient existences had died of old age, some had survived in special ways, and they were definitely terrifying existences. That's true. Your body is so strong. If your luck isn't too bad, you can really avoid danger. Mo Wuhua was quite disappointed, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. If you really encounter danger, you can contact me. Mo Wuhua took out a token with the word Mo on the front and the word darkness on the back. Thank you. Lin Fei put away the token. Mo Wuhua told him some things about the Forbidden Soul area. Although Lin Fei knew a lot, it was all forced out by Elder Qing Xian, so he had more or less concealed some information. Now that he said it, Lin Fei finally understood the situation. The people from the Temple of Light are really bad. It turned out that the Forbidden Soul area was almost no different from the outside, but there were small spaces everywhere, and the ancient existences were imprisoned in these small spaces. If anyone accidentally broke in, they would most likely die. Lin Fei decided that the next time he met Elder Qing Xian, he would beat him to death. Elder Qing Xian dared to trick him, and he almost fell for it. Even if he had a strong body, he might not be able to withstand it. If he ran in and fell into those small spaces, Lin Fei would be so depressed that he didn't know what to say. Outside the Forbidden Soul area, time passed day by day. There weren't many people in the rubble. It could be seen that not everyone could come to this place. Everyone was resting with their eyes closed, and Lin Fei was one of them. He had already transformed 300 million power of faith into prestige, which exceeded his expectations. 300 million prestige was exchanged for 200 billion prestige. It was just enough to release a small skill. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. The power of faith was a currency, and as long as he wanted to obtain it, there were still various ways. For example, the exchange of treasures. This was the most common. Chapter 3304. It's open. The experts, sitting cross-legged on the boulders, all opened their eyes, as if they had a telepathic connection. The black fog shrouding the Forbidden Soul area seemed to be suppressed by an inexplicable force. Its power began to weaken, and the towering trees on the mountain could be vaguely seen. Before this, the things in the Forbidden Soul area could not be seen. People from the Temple of Light, follow me. The divine Son of Light moved. He summoned a huge phantom and blasted it toward the Forbidden Soul area. A passage was blasted open, and the experts of the Temple of Light quickly rushed in. Although the restriction of the Forbidden Soul area seemed to have weakened, it was not. Whoever dared to go in foolishly would definitely suffer a lot. Brother Lin, are you sure you don't want to go in with us? Mo Wuhua of the Temple of Darkness asked again. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Mo, Lin Fei said with a smile. I'll contact you if there's any danger. Mo Wuhua nodded and took out a treasure. It was a divine dark pagoda, and a phantom was also summoned. It struck across the air and blasted open the passage. The people of the Temple of Darkness followed him in. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. The phantom they summoned should be a universe-level expert when he was alive. Only they can have such power to break through the weakness of the seal. Lin Fei squinted and watched. The blasted passage did not last long. In 10 breaths at most, the passage would be swallowed up and disintegrated by the power of the seal, thus disappearing. If ordinary forces really came to the Forbidden Soul area, they could only watch helplessly. The power of the Forbidden Soul area could only be torn apart by a universe-level attack. The Divine Lord could only stand aside. Of course, this was under the condition that the power of the seal was weakened. The experts, sitting cross-legged on the boulders, used various treasures to tear open the seal and successfully entered the Forbidden Soul area. It seems that they're not interested in dealing with a little guy like me. Lin Fei stood up and shook his head. I thought I could get some power of faith. I'm ready to make a move. In front of treasures, I'm nothing. Until the last force entered the Forbidden Soul area. After making sure that there was no one around, Lin Fei walked up to the Forbidden Soul area and punched out. His physical strength exploded, and the power of the universe rushed out, blasting the sealing power apart. Compared to the previous methods that blasted open the passageway, Lin Fei's punch was more powerful and violent. There's always a difference in the strength of a dead universe level fighter. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and rushed into the tunnel, disappearing into it. The ceiling power is indeed powerful. My punch is even more powerful than theirs, but it still couldn't withstand the power of the ceiling power. Lin Fei could feel the power in the tunnel disintegrating. He didn't care when the channel collapsed. Mo had told him a few things about the Forbidden Soul Zone. For example, the Forbidden Soul Zone's ceiling power had weakened, and it would last for a year. Once the time was up, if you didn't come out, you wouldn't be able to leave. Not even universe-level experts could break the ceiling power. He had to leave the Forbidden Soul area within a year. Lin Fei stood on the grass, unable to sense the aura of Mo Wuhua and the others, as if they had disappeared into thin air. They all came here for a purpose. They are all in a mini-space now. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and sized up his surroundings. It was nothing but ordinary. If it weren't for the name Forbidden Soul Area, no one could imagine that ancient beings were imprisoned here. They would think it was an ordinary place, so they wouldn't pay attention to it. With Mo Wuhua's reminder, Lin Fei didn't have the nerve to wander around. If he ran into an old Beastris starred, he would be doomed. Let me see what skills I can use to help. Lin Fei certainly had to cherish this 1 year's time. From the looks of the Divine Son of Light and others, Lin Fei could tell they cared a lot about the things in the Forbidden Soul area. They were very important, and they could enhance their strength. After searching for a while, Lin Fei did find a suitable auxiliary skill. Searching for 10,000 miles. It was a skill of little value. But for Yi Xian, this skill was good enough. Even the Divine Son of Light and others didn't know how many spaces there were in the small Forbidden Soul area, let alone Lin Fei. The spaces they had found were probably left by the predecessors. Ding! 10 billion prestige points are consumed. Search across 10,000 miles. Lin Fei turned it into a space and limited its range. It happened to be within the range of the Forbidden Soul area. A huge field of vision showed up in Lin Fei's head, like a flat map. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 1 danger. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 1 danger. Ding! Found a space. Identification. Level 2 danger. The skill search across 10,000 miles worked better than Lin Fei had imagined. That's great. 10 billion prestige points are worth it. And the danger level is shown when I enter. On the flat map in his head, one after another space prompts popped up. At the same time, the danger level was marked clearly. I can't believe there's a space about 100 feet in front of me. Lin Fei looked at the nearest space. It was a level 1 danger space. He couldn't help but jump in fright. This was too close. If he were to recklessly charge in and encounter a level 5 or a level 6 danger space, he would really cry. There's so many spaces. There are 869 in total. Among them, 4 out of 10 are level 1 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 2 to level 3 dangers, 2 out of 10 are level 4 to level 6 dangers, 1 out of 10 are level 7 and level 8 dangers, and 1 out of 10 are level 9 and level 10 dangers. Lin Fei's eyes lit up after a slight calculation. There are 3 level 9 dangers and 1 level 10 danger. Looking at the marks on the map, Lin Fei took a deep breath. He was confident in his strength, but once he went to level 9 or level 10, he wouldn't be able to come out in one piece no matter how brave he was. Lin Fei was not a greedy person. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for me to go below level 5. I still have to explore slowly. My goal is to find something valuable that can be exchanged for the power of faith. Lin Fei set a goal for himself. The dangers that others would encounter were nothing to Lin Fei. As long as he didn't go to those level 70, 80, and 90 dangers, he would be fine. But it was different for them. I'll go to the first space in front to take a look. It was a level 1 space. Lin Fei didn't encounter any danger and rushed into the space. Inside the space, there weren't mountains and rivers like he had imagined. Instead, it was a cold secret room that exuded an oppressive aura. The entire secret room was empty. It can't be, right? There's nothing here. After checking, there was nothing in the secret room. Someone must have ransacked it. Chapter 3305. The second space was also a level 1 space. As soon as he entered the space, it was also a secret room with gusts of chilly wind that cut like a knife. At the same time, black energy seeped over and tried to invade Lin Fei's body. This should be a heretical expert. The power in the black mist has a corrosive effect. Even a top-level ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. It's a pity that it met me. Lin Fei punched out, and a tornado was formed, sweeping across the area. After the whistling sound, the space became quiet. The chilly wind was no longer, and the black mist was also gone. If this is the level 1 danger, it's safer than I thought. Lin Fei thought to himself as his eyes fell on the skeleton. Let me see what good stuff is left behind. If Lin Fei's words were heard by others, they would probably bang their heads against the wall. They were not like Lin Fei, who had a cosmic body. The skeleton was golden with ancient runes attached to it. It seemed to be a problem of time, as the runes had become dull and colorless, as if they were about to collapse. Lin Fei slammed his palm on the skeleton, and a ray of light appeared as if it wanted to block the palm attack. However, as soon as the light met, it was immediately broken and the skeleton was also smashed. What a pity! Lin Fei shook his head and buried himself in the examination. After a quick inspection, he was disappointed. Apart from the bones, there was nothing else. There was a weapon, but it had long since turned into scrap metal. He broke into 10 level 1 danger spaces in a row. Lin Fei practically didn't reap a single grain. This result was somewhat unexpected and unexpected. Therefore, he began to enter the level 2 space, followed by the level 3 space. There was not much difference between the level 2 and level 3 danger spaces. It was just the strength of the residual power. It was not worth mentioning in front of Lin Fei. After breaking into more than 50 spaces, Lin Fei obtained a divine weapon of faith. It was quite damaged and only had about 30% of its power. This was the first harvest. In Lin Fei's opinion, it should be worth a bit of money. There was a space mark. Lin Fei's journey was unimpeded. Level 3, Level 4, and Level 5. They didn't encounter any danger. From the Level 5 danger space onwards, there would be a certain amount of the opponent's spirit sense within, with decent battle power, but none of them had a universe-level power. Lin Fei's harvest also increased from 1 faith god weapon to 8, and its power also varied from 30% to 80%. This also proved one thing. Almost all of the ancient existences suppressed here used divine weapons of faith. Lin Fei rushed into another space. This space was a level 7 dangerous space. The moment he entered, it was not a secret room, but a landscape of mountains and rivers. Yuan Shun's secret realm. Lin Fei secretly rejoiced. He had not researched it previously. Along the way, he especially wanted to find a Yuan Shun secret realm space. Perhaps he could research some secrets. Lin Fei was also very interested in those remnant divine abilities. There are people here. If you don't want to die, get out of here. 2 beams of sword light slashed over like dragons, one from the front and one from the back. There were guards here. It wasn't easy to find a Yuan Shun secret realm. How could Lin Fei just turn around and leave? That would be a joke. Just because you told me to get out, I'll get out. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, and the 2 sword dragons shattered. No one can stop me from going where I want to go. The one who attacked, Lin Fei remembered that it was a force called the Sword Sect. They were most proficient in Sword Dao. Lin Fei was disdainful. With his current physique, mere Sword Dao couldn't break through his defenses and threaten him. It's in front. Lin Fei sensed the ripples. He ignored the 2 brats and headed straight for the core of the Yuan Shun secret realm. Stop him! Don't let him in! Along the way, there were a total of 3 groups of people. Each group was stronger than the last. Their sword techniques and Sword Dao were unparalleled. Anyone who encountered them would have a headache. Lin Fei countered them with a punch. He didn't care what kind of skill it was, he just punched out. At the core, the people of Sword Sect surrounded an ancient expert formed by skill. Even though the ancient expert was dead, the skill he left behind was still incredibly strong. This thing is mine. As for the intruders, The elders of Swords Gate and the headmaster of Swords Gate didn't pay much attention to them as they focused on dealing with the intruders. A huge hand descended from the sky. It was as huge as a mountain, and its 5 fingers were as thick as stone pillars. The headmaster and elders of Swords sect tried their best, but they still couldn't withstand the power of the finger. They were all sent flying away, and they didn't dare to face it anymore. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Fei. He clawed through the air and sent the experts of Swords sect flying away, suppressing the skill. I heard from Mo Wuhua that the first thing in the Yuan Shin secret realm is the skill itself. As long as the consciousness of the skill is wiped away, it will become a pure skill. The later generations only need to refine it to master the skill. Lin Fei held the skill in his hand, and he silently recalled Mo Wuhua's words. This skill should be the strongest. The person formed by the skill struggled and attacked in Lin Fei's palm, but it couldn't withstand the thick skin of Lin Fei's palm. It couldn't even break through the outermost layer of defense. Seal. Lin Fei used a method to seal the skill domineeringly, condensing it into a small ball-like state. After ascertaining that there would be no problems, Lin Fei kept the mystic art ball and continued to search for a second mystic art. This time, all the mystic arts in the lower Yuan Shin secret realm were activated. The mystic arts came in all directions, some strong and some weak. Lin Fei searched along the way, and he barely found 2 more skills. One was a fist art, and the other was a leg art. They were quite powerful. Open. The Yuan Shin secret realm was completely destroyed by Lin Fei's punch. Once the secret realm disappeared, he returned to the secret chamber. A corpse lay in the cold chamber. It was a corpse, just like the skeleton from before. Could this be a universe-class corpse? Lin Fei was about to take a look, but the corpse automatically collapsed, leaving behind only a skeleton. In the end, the skeleton also disappeared. It really disappeared completely. It can't be right. This is messing with me. Lin Fei was really looking forward to the corpse of a universe-class expert. In a level 7 dangerous space, Lin Fei was even more confident in his judgment. If he wanted to find something good, he had to explore the higher-level dangerous spaces. Just going to those lower-level dangerous spaces was purely a matter of luck. There definitely wouldn't be anything good. He consecutively went through more than 10 level 7 spaces, and he met people along the way, but he was directly chased out by Lin Fei. He collected more than 20 skills, and all of them were quite powerful. So far, he hadn't found anything good. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He still had a lot of time in the sacred region. Level 8 dangerous space. Lin Fei changed his target again. I hope this can give me some excitement, or even something good. Chapter 3306. As soon as the dozens of attacks locked onto Lin Fei, they formed a huge formation with a shadow sitting cross-legged in the middle of the formation. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly as it slammed its palm toward Lin Fei. The attack method was very unconventional and could really catch people off guard. The shadow's palm slammed down, and the void behind Lin Fei collapsed on the spot. A powerful force like a millstone strangled Lin Fei's body. What a powerful attack! With just one palm, Lin Fei could feel the power of that move. There was a slight fluctuation in the blood essence in his body. Although it was not very obvious, Lin Fei still noticed it. That was all there was to the palm. If it were someone else, they might have been able to stop it. However, for Lin Fei, that palm attack only surprised him. The shadow on the formation dissipated, and the scene returned to normal. No one could tell that there was a formation attack in that place. It really caught people off guard. To be able to set up such a big killer move, even a peak ultimate god would die. I wonder which force is in there. There must be something good inside. It was to keep people out. Lin Fei was suddenly interested when he thought it was a space that no one could enter. A formation attack won't be able to stop me. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he punched the space. The attacks of the formation outside the space had only just appeared when Lin Fei's powerful attacks forcibly destroyed them. Lin Fei didn't really care about the attack of an uncontrolled formation. He plunged into the level 8 danger zone head-on. The level 8 dangerous space is not formed by the Yuan Shun's secret realm. As soon as Lin Fei entered the space, he was faced with a mountain of flesh that occupied a huge secret chamber, leaving very little empty space. He thought it was a place for dead people, but it seemed that it was not the case. There were people who survived. Old thing, if you don't want to turn into ashes, hand over your treasures, and I can spare your life. On that mountain of flesh, there was something like a demon revealing mirror that tightly restrained the mountain of flesh below. Insignificant ant, if this old man wasn't being suppressed, I would have blown you to death with a single breath. Beneath the mountain of flesh was an old man who was cursing loudly. You want this old man to hand over the item? Don't even think about it. Kill this old man if you can. It seemed like the old man was being suppressed, but for some reason, Lin Fei saw a disapproving look in the old man's eyes. That's right, the old man must be determined to defeat them. Even if he has a treasure to suppress them, he must be able to use it continuously. That old man is planning to suppress them with silence. Lin Fei saw it. The person activating the treasure might not be able to activate it for long. Once they were unable to suppress it, these people would definitely not have a good ending. Country Bumpkin, you actually managed to pass through the formation. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, the people besieging the old man noticed him. Their faces flickered, and when they saw Lin Fei's appearance, their expressions flickered. The people besieging the old man were none other than the Li clan from the Star River Prefecture. They were a group of arrogant fellows who treated everyone like country bumpkins. Your formation is too trashy. I didn't come in. Looks like the items in your hands aren't that great after all. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now that he knew who the other party was, he might start killing them. When he was outside, he had rejected the invitation, and the other party had the intention to kill him. It could only be said that they were unlucky to meet him here. Brother Lin, we're really fated. The person activating the mirror treasure was Li Yunhao. He was a little shocked when he found out that Jian Wushuang had passed through the formation. Others might not know, but Li Yunhao knew that the formation could kill a peak ultimate god below the 5-star level. Suddenly, it could kill a peak ultimate god at the 7-star level. Such a formation diagram could be set up without anyone noticing. Who knew how many people had suffered greatly from it? Their heads separated from their bodies, and they died with remaining grievances. Li Yunhao was quite surprised that Lin Fei was able to pass through. This martial ultimate god strength was really quite good. Actually, I didn't want to meet you. Lin Fei shook his head. Why? Li Yunhao smiled. Do you really want to know? Lin Fei smiled. I'm quite interested. Li Yunhao said, in my opinion, it's fate that we met here. I can give you a chance to join our Li clan and become a high official. In the future, you'll definitely have a meteoric rise and set foot on a higher realm. You rejected me last time. I think you've thought it through. At such a time and place, Lin Fei's intrusion was a great help to Li Yunhao, especially since he was a martial ultimate god. Forget about becoming a high official. Lin Fei shook his head, because when I saw you, I knew you wanted to kill me. Now you're trying to trick me. Do you think I'm that stupid? The old man who was being suppressed saw a person barging in. His pair of turbid eyes seemed to be looking at something incredible. Kid, don't believe this guy's words. As long as you help this old man get rid of them, this old man can give you great wealth, a reputation that shakes the world. I can let you become a real person above others. Conquering the world is not a problem. Li Yunhao really didn't know how the other party guessed it. Brother Lin, you must be joking. You're a divinity of the martial Tao, and you've just passed the attack of the array diagram. Your future potential is limitless. Why would I kill you? There must be a misunderstanding. Li Yunhao explained. No need to explain. Lin Fei said in a serious tone. So, if we meet, it's not a good thing, because you'll be killed by me. Li Yunhao's face darkened. You're just a country bumpkin. You dare say you'll kill us? You're overestimating yourself. Let me... Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei appeared in front of the nearest ultimate god and punched him, instantly plundering a huge amount of life energy. The plunder skill was also activated. Nice! Lin Fei killed a bi-star level ultimate god with one punch. shocking the Li family's elders and experts. What do you think? Who can block this punch of mine? Lin Fei disappeared again and punched again, killing another ultimate god expert. Lin Fei used all his strength to prevent the news from leaking out. Bang, bang, bang. Country bumpkin. You're the country bumpkin. Lin Fei punched again, killing an ultimate god. The old man below was relieved, his eyes fixed on Lin Fei, his eyes shining. Good kill, such a strong physical body. It's too tempting. Get out of the formation. Trap that kid. Li Yunhao was also angry, but he was even more shocked. His physical body was so strong that he could kill an ultimate god expert with ease. Set up the formation. There's no chance. How could Lin Fei give them the chance to set up the formation? The formation outside was enough. If it was any stronger, his physical body might be injured. He would not give them such a chance. Die. Chapter 3307. His encounter with the Star River Prefecture's Leaf family had been predestined. The roar produced by the cosmic level body and the power of his blood chi spread out like a boundless ocean, crashing into the bodies of those present. Their bodies were badly mutilated by the roar. Other than the cosmic level body, no other body could withstand it. The treasures were sent flying, and the armors were dented and cracked. They had completely lost their defense and became useless. Even Li Yunhao himself was sent flying by the power of the roar. The mirror treasure in the air lost its function. The old man under the mountain of flesh snickered and snatched the mirror treasure. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't expect you to be stronger than I thought. Li Yunhao steadied himself, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Most of his people were dead, and the remaining ones were badly injured. They had less than 20% of their combat power. The result was beyond his expectations. How could Lin Fei be so strong? Even in the Star River Prefecture, there were very few geniuses with such combat power. How'd he meet one here? If I wasn't strong, how would I dare to come in alone? Lin Fei's only target was Li Yunhao. The shield in front of Li Yunhao was hit by a storm of attacks. Li Yunhao was so fast that he could no longer be seen. The only thing he could see were the fists raining down on the shield from all directions. This defensive shield was something that Li Yunhao had spent a lot of money to buy. However, at this moment, it was unable to withstand this kind of devastation and was covered in cracks. You forced me to do this. Li Yunhao knew that the mysterious Lin Fei was stronger than he had imagined. The ultimate gods he had brought along were all experts, but they were like ants in front of Lin Fei. Die! Li Yunhao used his killer move. The opponent's pure experience had crushed the shield in front of him. Li Yunhao had to use his killer move since there was a certain gap in their strength. He pulled with both hands, and a Jingguang was pulled out. Traceless. The Jingguang was pulled out from Li Yunhao's hand, lighting up the whole Yuan Shun's secret realms. Kid, be careful. This is a move that contains the will of a universe-level warrior. The old man below the meat mountain warned. Li Yunhao also revealed a sinister smile. You're strong, really strong. Unfortunately, you can't be used by me, so I can only kill you. Jingguang is not very long. It instantly gave Lin Fei a sense of danger, but it was only a sense of danger. Jingguang slashed forward. As Jingguang slashed down, an illusory figure appeared. Only a silhouette was left, and its features could not be seen clearly. It was as if it did not exist, as if it could break at any moment. As soon as the phantom appeared, the space Lin Fei was in was directly suppressed. Country bumpkin, you will never understand the power of a universe-level fighter. Li Yunhao said proudly. Every time this move is used, someone will die. To be able to kill such a powerful martial path god venerable, Li Yunhao was also satisfied. This was Lin Fei's first time seeing the power of a universe-level fighter. Although it could not truly reach the level of a universe-level fighter, at least there was a hint of charm in it. Suppressing space, making people unable to move, this is a form of deterrence. Lin Fei was not anxious at all. He wanted to experience the power of a universe-level fighter. As the space was suppressed, the saber light slashed in front of him. The barrier formed by Lin Fei's body was cut inch by the saber light, leaving behind blood spots on his skin like needles, left behind by the will. The power is average, enough to deal with a god venerable. Lin Fei shook his head. In front of Li Yunhao, he reached out a hand and casually grabbed the Jingguang. An endless amount of power exploded, as if it was trying to break Lin Fei's palm. Ha ha ha! A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin, a universe-level attack. You can block it with your body. As soon as the voice fell, Li Yunhao's face stiffened. With a bang, the Jingguang was completely crushed by the country bumpkin Lin Fei. Countless Jingguang power burst out. The poor Li Yunhao was hit on the spot. A large bloody hole was left on his body. Your body can actually withstand a universe-level attack. Your body is a universe level. Li Yunhao coughed out blood, but his eyes were full of horror. You know too much. Lin Fei slapped out with his palm, blotting out the sky. Ha ha, Lin Fei, you are dead. Not a universe level, but you have a universe level body. You can wait for the whole world to hunt you down. Li Yunhao went crazy. With a slap, Li Yunhao was smashed into a meat patty. The defensive treasure on his body burst like bubbles, and he was no longer breathing. Fool, you really think you can spread the news? Lin Fei snorted coldly. If he had not prepared, he would not have dared to use his full strength. It was a pity that the Li family experts from the Star River Prefecture could not force Lin Fei to use his peak combat power. Not even a warm-up. It was really disappointing. With Li Yunhao dead, the experts he brought did not have a good ending. They were all killed by Lin Fei. Kid, I want this body of yours. The mountain of flesh, which had been suppressed, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Lin Fei in one gulp. Within a mountain of flesh, there was a space. In the space, the old man was no longer in a sorry state. He was sitting high up on a throne in a huge palace, playing with a treasure in his hand. It was the mirror-like treasure. When Lin Fei landed in the palace inside the mountain of flesh, his entire body was suppressed. He could not use a trace of energy in his body. It was as if he did not belong here. Welcome to my cosmos world. On the throne, the old man's eyes were shining brightly. He kept staring at Lin Fei. In my cosmos world, I am God. I am an invincible existence. Cosmos world. Lin Fei felt that it was inconceivable. He had been to many spaces, even if it was dangerous. It was just pressure. However, in this space, it was not the same as he imagined it to be. In this place, it was as if he had lost control of his energy. It no longer belonged to him. How would a junior like you know the power of the cosmos world? The old man laughed. Back then, there was no cosmos world, it was just dust. You can cultivate your body to the level of cosmos world. It is indeed not simple. It is a pity that this body is very useful to me. Now hand over your body. A Class 8 dangerous space. It was indeed dangerous. Lin Fei felt that his entire consciousness was about to leave his body. A feeling of floating appeared in his body. Danger. A true danger. The old man was originally prepared to play with the Li family kid, but in the end, a guy with an unbelievably strong body came in, causing him to be quite shocked. Thus, he chose to wait and see. Along the way, the more he looked, the more he liked it. A truly perfect body. If you were outside, I might be afraid of you, but now that you are in my cosmos world, you have no chance to struggle. The old man stood up from the throne and walked in front of Lin Fei, looking down at him. Chapter 33:08. The old man was an ancient being named He Yuan. He had been suppressed in the Forbidden Soul Zone for a full 2 million years. Compared to those ancient beings who had died, He Yuan had been suppressed for the shortest period of time. His forte was not in attacking, but in preserving his life. Hence, while those ancient beings had died of exhaustion, he had always been alive. This time, He Yuan saw a chance to escape. As long as he could possess this body, he would definitely be able to leave this damn place. He was already sick of this place. Now that a body comparable to a universe-level body had been delivered to him, his strength would not be affected too much. He would be able to regain his strength very quickly. He Yuan would laugh, even in his dreams, if he encountered such a good opportunity. Hence, he did not stop the other party from killing the Li family members. Compared to them, this was what made He Yuan's eyes shine. Kill. Just as He Yuan landed in front of Lin Fei and was about to possess him, a ball of light exploded in front of He Yuan. Layers of protection appeared in front of He Yuan, but the protection continued to crumble, one layer after another. The protection crumbled. He Yuan retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his throne. During this period, he had suffered countless attacks. A drop of blood flowed from between his eyebrows. You actually injured this old man. How many years has it been? I've almost forgotten the feeling of pain. The blood flowed down and floated in front of He Yuan. Unknowingly, a hole had appeared in between his eyebrows. The existence being suppressed is really powerful. My sword attack only left a drop of blood. Lin Fei finally understood why this place was classified as a level 8 dangerous space. If not for the system's assistance, that move just now would have caused him to lose his body and watch helplessly as his body was forcibly taken over. You actually have a treasure on you that can withstand the universe world. He Yuan had underestimated this fellow and was pleasantly surprised. That's good too. The stronger you are, the faster I will recover. Old man, if you don't want to die, surrender obediently and I will spare your life. It would be a pity for an expert like you to die. Lin Fei maintained his previous posture. You want to kill me? He Yuan sneered. In my universe world, no one has ever been able to kill me. Back then, they couldn't kill me, and neither can you. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei's palace collapsed without warning. A powerful force pressed down on him. Just this pressure alone was at the universe level. Lin Fei had lost the ability to control his physical body. This should be the suppression of the universe. In this world, he was an invincible existence. That old man definitely won't be able to maintain such a powerful attack for long. Lin Fei exchanged absolute space for himself. He wanted to test his opponent's strength. Once the absolute space was formed, Lin Fei immediately regained his freedom. The power in his body filled his entire body, and that feeling of powerlessness completely disappeared. With a single push, the place where Lin Fei was standing was flattened. A powerful force slammed into absolute space, tyrannically wreaking havoc. However, it was unable to tear through absolute space's defenses. Wave after wave, Lin Fei could be seen floating in the air. Old man, this place is not bad. You could be a local tyrant. Lin Fei followed the flow of energy in the face of the storm of attacks. This method consumed very little of his prestige, but it also allowed him to experience the old man's attack methods. Within He Yuan's universe world, waves of powerful energy that could kill an ultimate god countless times had no effect on Lin Fei's body at that moment. His opponent was like the wind, following the flow of energy. He Yuan, who had been watching from afar, looked worse and worse. That kid, what treasure does he have? It's impossible for him to keep blocking my attacks. The old man looked at his opponent's leisurely manner and gritted his teeth. He Yuan doesn't believe that his treasure can last that long. Since things had come to this, the old man would not stop until he took down his opponent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 6 days, 10 days, 20 days. He Yuan used all kinds of methods. Why can't I open that layer? He Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He was so close. In 20 days, he had used up 80% of the universe world's power. Unable to take down that area, He Yuan was full of bitterness. He was good at staying alive. If he had the strength he had back then, he would not be in such a passive position. Over the years, it was not easy for He Yuan to maintain his universe world and his universe-level strength. Old man, hurry up. Lin Fei urged the other party again. Since 5 days ago, the power attacking him had started to weaken. Every day, it would weaken to a certain extent. This change was within Lin Fei's expectations. In these 20 days, Lin Fei relied on absolute space and used up less than 300 billion reputation. It was a very conservative move. Kid, who are you to be able to withstand my attacks for 20 days? You're definitely not an ordinary person. Are you the reincarnation of a universe warrior? I might even know you. He Yuan did not dare to approach the other party. He Yuan had not forgotten the wound between his eyebrows. He did not know how the other party had attacked. In any case, he had been injured. It was fortunate that they were in the universe world. If they had been outside, he would have been seriously injured. Now, He Yuan was in a difficult position. It was almost impossible to take down the other party. This kid exuded a strange aura. He did not look old, but he had many life-saving treasures on him. He had even mastered such a strange and powerful attack. Troublesome, not just any ordinary kind of troublesome. Looks like you're at your wit's end. Lin Fei knew that it was his turn to attack. If I were at my peak, I would not be your match. But now, you're definitely not my match. After 20 days of attacks, I'm guessing you've used up almost all the energy in this universe. Let's see how you can withstand it. He Yuan's heart went cold. This guy knew all along and was purposely exhausting the old man's universe energy. Kill! Lin Fei pointed 2 fingers and slashed across the air. The speed of the sword exceeded He Yuan's reaction time. Although He Yuan was prepared, he was still a step too slow. Shields appeared in front of him. Based on the previous time, he believed that he would be able to withstand it. However, this time, Lin Fei's energy consumption was 3 times that of the previous time. He Yuan was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss. The sword pierced through his eyebrows and penetrated his entire brain. He Yuan's energy was greatly depleted, and a palace reappeared. It fell from above and landed on the throne. You're really treacherous. You can restrain the power of the same move to such an extent. He Yuan did not dare to imagine that the other party could control his power to such an extent. He had been caught off guard and had been seriously injured with a single sword strike. He had failed miserably at such an easy task. Lin Fei was also shocked as he stood in the palace. I used a killing technique with 3 times the prestige output, but I couldn't kill the other party. The life force of a universe warrior is terrifyingly dense. I wonder if I can add plunder skills in the future. Chapter 3309. He Yuan just stared at the other party. As one of the most famous powerhouses in the universe, he had almost forgotten his own name. However, on this day, he was helpless against a junior. It was truly a terrible thing. He Yuan even dared to say that the fellow survivors of the Forbidden Soul Zone might not be able to take this guy down. Anyone who heard that someone who was not a universe-grade powerhouse could use a move that could injure a universe-grade powerhouse would find it inconceivable. The other party did not have the aura of the universe. This was a heaven-defying pace. The old man knew that he would not be able to block the next sword. He dared not guarantee how many more secrets the other party was hiding. At the very least, he could not see through this person. There were secrets all over him. He Yuan was not confident that he could take down the other party, and he even had to consider his own life. You win. He Yuan did not want to die now. After living for so long, he had nothing more to look forward to. If he died, there would be nothing left to look forward to. However, it's not a problem if you want my things. He Yuan said darkly. However, you have to help me do something. If you don't agree, I will destroy those treasures immediately. I believe you won't be able to stop me. If you are willing to give it a try. Lin Fei was very interested in the old man's collection. This was a good thing to exchange for the power of faith. If this guy also had the power of faith, it would be the best thing for him. However, the other party's words made Lin Fei feel helpless. This old man was really good at divination. Just as he said, this place did not look big. Even after 20 days, Lin Fei had not fully understood it. The problem was, how big was this place? The universe that the old man mentioned was not just for show. Naturally, it had its own advantages. If the old man really wanted to destroy the treasures, Lin Fei would not be able to stop him. Although the old man could not do anything to him, it would not be easy for Lin Fei to obtain the items. Lin Fei could not bear to kill the other party. Crafty old fox. There was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. The power of the previous sword was enough to make the other party afraid, unless he really wanted to die. You first, Lin Fei said. If I can, I will definitely help you. But if I can't, then I won't promise you. If I can't get what I want, then I'll kill you. Lin Fei's interest was piqued. If he really couldn't get his hands on the old man's collection, then he wouldn't mind killing him. No matter how strong the old man was, he would just need another 3 to 5 sword strikes. As for using absolute space to imprison the other party, Lin Fei wasn't confident. He could control the power of this world. For example, if Lin Fei wanted to make a move now, he would have to rely on the system, and he would even have to open an absolute space to protect himself. This old man is tired of living here. He Yuan took a deep breath and revealed a look of yearning. However, coupled with his pale face, he felt very strange. I want you to take me out of this place. As long as you take me out, not only will I give you the treasures, but I can even take you to a space in the Forbidden Soul Zone. There's a body-refining technique left behind by a supreme, universe-level expert. It's very suitable for you. Lin Fei chuckled. You think too highly of me. Even you can't escape from this place. What can a junior like me do? It seems like I have no choice but to kill you. Who asked me to have never killed a universe-level senior in my entire life? Another sword strike, not giving the old man a chance to speak. This sword strike left only a sword light, which was particularly dazzling in the palace. He Yuan organized his defense and gathered the energy of the universe in front of him to block the sword strike. However, the sword still pierced through his body. On the other hand, the throne behind him was incomparably sturdy and was actually unscathed. Senior, you're still strong despite your age. It seems like you can withstand at least 3 to 5 more sword strikes. Lin Fei pretended to attack. He Yuan suffered another sword strike, and his injuries worsened. He thought to himself, this little bastard doesn't know how to respect the old and cherish the young. My old bones, one more sword strike, and I'm really done for. Wait, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. In the face of his life, the old man chose to lower his head. Although he was now a universe-level expert, his strength was really very weak. He couldn't even deal with a junior and had even exhausted his energy. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have tried to take over the body. The loss was too great. Wouldn't it have been better if you had cried out earlier? Lin Fei laughed, but he didn't dare to underestimate the other party. This fellow was not honest and was quite cunning. If not for the system, he would probably be at a disadvantage, especially after entering the other party's universe. That would mean a completely different thing. Here you go. A storage ring was taken from the old man's hand and unbound. It floated in front of Lin Fei. My things are all inside. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of the other party playing any tricks. If he didn't behave, he would beat him to death. He scanned the storage ring with his divine sense. There were only a few things inside. Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. Senior, do you know that you're so poor? He Yuan couldn't keep his face any longer. Brat, this old man was a tycoon back in the day. If not for this place being isolated from all the heaven and earth spiritual chi, all my treasures would have been refined. Otherwise, I have so many things that you'd be scared to death. Being able to survive until now was naturally a testament to his ability. This was something that Lin Fei really admired. Swish, swish, swish. All the items in the storage ring fell out. There were 6 items in total. There isn't even the power of faith. Lin Fei glanced over the items and found that there were 4 that he couldn't recognize. He muttered to himself. He Yuan's face darkened again. Power of faith. Humph. These 6 items can be exchanged for at least 2 to 3 billion power of faith. This is good stuff. 2 to 3 billion power of faith. Due to the abundance of power of faith, it could be exchanged for a huge number of prestige points. It was hard for Lin Fei not to be shocked. Are you sure? No matter how he looked at these 6 items, Lin Fei couldn't see anything special about them. Listen up. He Yuan was furious. He was really going to be angered to death by this brat today. How could he not recognize such good stuff when it was right in front of him? He must be blind to say that they weren't valuable. What a bastard. The one in front is the long saber. It's a grade 9 cosmic divine weapon. Just this cosmic divine weapon alone costs 1 billion power of faith. Furthermore, someone has to sell it. Look at the mirror. The treasure that the Lee kid brought out is also a cosmic divine weapon. It's a grade 9 cosmic divine weapon. It won't be a problem to sell it for 300 million power of faith. After listening to the old man's explanation, Lin Fei finally understood the value of these 6 items. According to the old man, all the elixirs and treasures had been refined. Only these few items were left, and they could be considered the old man's most valuable items. Chapter 33:10. Lin Fei quickly ascertained the value of the items he had plundered from the old man. As for the old man, He Yuan, who looked like he was about to die, Lin Fei chose to ignore him. If not for his strength, he would have been possessed long ago. I'm out. I'm really out. He Yuan was shrouded in a space as he stood behind Lin Fei. He was already outside the small space, inside the Forbidden Soul Zone, a grown man with tears streaming down his face. After being suppressed for 2 million years, He Yuan had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He had never imagined that he would be released under such circumstances. Even though the fellow before him had beaten him half to death and plundered his treasures, he had at least brought him out. He Yuan had very complicated feelings toward this young man. Now that I brought you out, aren't you going to fulfill your promise? For example, Lin Fei grinned at He Yuan. I'll lead the way immediately. He Yuan suppressed the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. He was no match for him now. The trump cards at the other party had seemed to be beyond his imagination. It was just as he had said. He Yuan seemed to be very familiar with this. Lin Fei believed He Yuan's words. He checked the map of the Forbidden Soul Zone and realized that the other party had brought him to a level 9 dangerous space. This level 9 dangerous space was one of the few spaces present. This old man isn't being honest. He wants me to trick him into a level 9 space. Lin Fei followed behind him without batting an eyelid. That's good too. With this local bully leading me in, at least he won't attack me immediately. I can also severely injure him and snatch his items. These thoughts flashed through Lin Fei's mind. He Yuan was grateful to the other party, but this gratitude did not last long. As an expert from 2 million years ago, how could he admit defeat so easily? That was impossible. Once we're inside, no matter how powerful you are, you'll still fall for my tricks. We're here. He Yuan pointed at a towering tree and grabbed it with his palm. The barrier in front of him was torn apart, revealing an entrance. There used to be an all-powerful body refinement expert in the universe suppressed here. Those fellows couldn't kill him. He was truly indestructible. Your Excellency has learned his body refinement attacks, and even a powerful visualization technique. Your Excellency's strength will definitely increase greatly. He Yuan said. Looking at the time, he should be at his last gasp, or even dying of old age. A universe body refiner. I like this. Lead the way. Lin Fei smiled. He Yuan nodded and entered the space. Lin Fei followed behind him. Ha ha ha. Immortal Gene, you're finally dead. So what if your attack power is strong? You still can't beat me. He Yuan entered the secret chamber. A corpse was sitting cross-legged. There was no trace of life, as if he was really dead. Kill. After Lin Fei saw the corpse, 2 Jingguang beams shot out from his eyes and pierced through He Yuan's body. The power of the Jingguang beams did not change, but 2 fist-sized bloody holes appeared on the corpse. Bastard, how did you find out? The lifeless corpse instantly came alive. It was a burly man. He clutched the bloody hole in his chest and looked at the young man in shock. His ambush had failed, and he had been seriously injured instead. I'm a cautious person. Even if it's a corpse, I'll still stab it twice even if it's dead. Lin Fei said with a smile. Who knew you weren't dead? Immortal Gene, this kid is troublesome. Finish him quickly. He Yuan vomited blood and fell to the ground, looking depressed. He had clearly plotted against the other party, but he had been stabbed twice. What the hell? Just who was he plotting against? Stinking brat, you're too cunning and shameless. The burly man was 6 feet tall and had a strong physique. The muscles on his naked upper body bulged, and at this moment, the 2 wounds were extremely glaring. Kid, you've angered me. Immortal Jin's voice was like a great bell, causing the space to constantly tremble. Trap. A huge cage instantly fell on Immortal Jin's body. You want to trap me with such a small thing? Immortal Jin's face was full of disdain. He punched the sky, but the cage didn't move at all. His face sank. You have some ability, but that's it. Immortal Jin's Jingguang body was like a golden man. The sky full of afterimages fell on the cage, causing it to constantly shake. But it still didn't break. Continue. I'll wait for you to come out and kill me. Lin Fei came in front of He Tu and kicked him. With a loud sound, He Yuan vomited blood and his entire body twisted like a fried dough twist. Misunderstanding. It's definitely a misunderstanding. He Yuan's injuries were already severe. After being stabbed twice, his injuries became even more serious. Plotting against me? You're really daring. Who told you to plot against me? Lin Fei rushed over and lifted He Yuan up again. Without waiting for He Yuan to fall to the ground, Lin Fei came behind him and punched him again. If I had known, you wouldn't have been my teacher. Lin Fei stepped on He Yuan. He Yuan smashed into the ground, but the ground was very hard. With just one step, He Yuan was on the verge of death. Don't hit me anymore. Spare me. I won't dare to do it again. He Yuan came up to hug Lin Fei's thigh. He didn't care about his reputation as an expert anymore. I'm obsessed. Don't hit me anymore. My body can't take it anymore. He Yuan cried bitterly. Those few kicks didn't seem to be very powerful. But to He Yuan, each kick almost made him explode. One kick was already unbearable, not to mention the second and third kicks. Despair and pain followed. He Yuan was indeed bewitched. He thought that he knew Jin Immortal Jin and could join forces to attack him. Who knew that Jin Immortal Jin was too cautious and caught him off guard? It was really terrible. The trapped Jin Bummy, who had the power to kill an ultimate god with one punch, encountered an unbelievable scene at that moment. The thin layer of the cage's defense was unbelievably strong. After a few hundred punches, the cage showed no signs of collapsing. Instead, it was unbelievably strong. What kind of treasure is this? How can it withstand my fierce attacks? No, this is absolutely impossible. Jin Bummy punched the cage again and again. When he saw Lin Fei beating up He Yuan, his pupils shrank. What the hell, universe-level power? And it comes from a flesh body. Just what kind of person is this? He Yuan was lying on the ground on the verge of death. I don't believe it. Gold Imperishable attacked like a storm. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, but the cage didn't budge at all. Most of the energy within his body had been consumed. Ew. What kind of treasure is this? Jin Undying gasped for breath. After 3 days, he was exhausted. You don't have a right to know. Lin Fei laughed. Hand over all your valuables, and you can continue living. Maybe I'll capture you and sell you to a universe-level warrior for a huge sum of money. You dare? Jin Bummy glared. You're already a prisoner. What do you think? Lin Fei said. I wonder how many attacks your universe space can withstand. Voila! A terrifying sword beam shot out from Lin Fei's body and slashed at the space. Chapter 33:11. When Jin Immortal's universe was affected, he had no choice but to bow his head and admit defeat. He had lost a lot of face this time. That kid was more powerful than he had imagined. He Yuan's loss was not unjustified. What Lin Fei didn't expect was that this Jin Immortal was even poorer than He Tuesday. He didn't have a single treasure left behind, which made him almost vomit blood. Wouldn't this be a waste of effort? Seeing that Lin Fei was about to kill, Jin Immortal couldn't remain calm. Even now, he couldn't figure out his opponent's background. After secretly communicating with He Yuan, he realized how terrifying this person was. He could actually bring someone out of the suppressed space. This method was heaven-defying. Jin Immortal had wanted to leave this place for many years, but the seal of the small space was boundlessly powerful. Those ancient existences had all died in the small space. I can give you a powerful visualization technique that was passed down by an almighty. It's because I learned this technique that my combat power is amazing. Jin Immortal hurriedly said. He was really afraid. This seemingly harmless guy definitely had the strength to kill him. He wasn't at the universe level, but he had the strength of a universe level. He might even be hiding a terrifying trump card. That was the most terrifying thing. Tell me about it. Lin Fei would be very dissatisfied if he did all this for nothing. Jin Immortal didn't dare to hide anything. He told He Yuan about the infinite eternity he had cultivated not daring to hide anything. As for He Yuan, he simply shut off his divine sense and pretended to be deaf and mute. He knew of this infinite eternity, and it was a very powerful visualization technique. Back then, Gene Immortal had dominated the world because of the infinite eternity visualization technique. Unfortunately, he had encountered an even more powerful sect and was directly suppressed. He Yuan wouldn't dare to eavesdrop on this powerful visualization technique, even if he had 100 guts. The young man in front of him wasn't easy to deal with. If he angered him, he would definitely be the unlucky one when he slashed at him. There was no other possibility. Lin Fei listened very carefully. This visualization technique was very mysterious. From the information he had gathered, Lin Fei knew one thing. In the previous civilization, almost everyone used visualization techniques to increase their combat power. Every single one of the strongest practitioners practiced a powerful visualization technique. After mastering it, they would be able to transform into a visualization existence, an existence that everyone feared. Even though this visualization technique of mine can't compare to those top-rate visualization techniques, it's still a quasi-top-rate existence. It's boundless and eternal, and it's a special existence that runs through the present and the future. Once it's visualized, then I'll be able to draw an unending stream of vitality from it. Whoosh! Gene Indestructible began to visualize. In an instant, a vast and boundless celestial river appeared behind him. When he appeared, even Lin Fei felt incomparably small. This is the boundless, eternal Milky Way. Lin Fei could feel the terrifying might of the heavenly river behind Gene Imperishable. Even with the existence of the system, he still felt invincible. Strong. No, this is the boundless, eternal Milky Way. Since ancient times, very few people have been able to visualize this visualization technique. Gene Imperishable bitterly smiled. Unfortunately, my boundless, eternal Milky Way has been sealed. This was the feeling of powerlessness that Gene Imperishable felt. Once you visualize the boundless, eternal Milky Way, you can learn the infinite divine fist. This is a fist technique with no upper limit. The stronger the body, the more powerful the fist technique. Lin Fei slightly frowned. It sounds very high and mighty, but when you use it, I don't feel that way. Gene Imperishable was rebuked. I've been sealed. This place is isolated from everything. Gene Imperishable lowered his head. This was the most shameful thing. It's understandable. Lin Fei didn't try to visualize it. Moreover, it wasn't the right time. I'll teach you the infinite divine fist now. Soon, Lin Fei copied the infinite divine fist technique. I have no way of knowing whether it's good or bad. Lin Fei smiled. It just so happens that I'm lacking a few cannon fodder. Your strength isn't bad. You could be cannon fodder. Cannon fodder? Gene Imperishable's gaze turned cold. Lin Fei didn't care. If you're willing to continue staying here, I have no objections. But as long as you become my cannon fodder for 1,000 years, I'll return your freedom. Ever since he had heard about the power of the visualization technique, Lin Fei had been eyeing it. It would be a great loss if he didn't have such a powerful fighter. You'll take me out? Gene Imperishable actually wanted to mention it, but he didn't dare to. His strongest strength couldn't even break a single move from the other party. What confidence did he have? I'm willing to be cannon fodder. He Yuan was the first to pounce and hug Lin Fei's thigh. Take me out. Previously, he had plotted against Lin Fei, but failed. He Yuan was like an ant on a hot pan. If he were to abandon him here, he would really be done for. Cannon fodder? 1,000 years? He Yuan didn't hesitate to hug Lin Fei's thigh. At such a young age, he was shrouded in a layer of mystery, and his methods were unimaginable. If He Yuan didn't hug Lin Fei's thigh, when would he? Gene Imperishable was still considering when he saw He Yuan's actions. He cursed this bastard in his heart. Back then you were so high and mighty. Now, for the sake of freedom, you become so shameless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. I'm willing. Whether it was He Yuan or Gene Imperishable, they both wanted to leave this place. Unfortunately, They couldn't do it. Now their chance had come. Being cannon fodder for 1,000 years was just a blink of an eye. For the sake of freedom, they were willing to do anything. Since they couldn't beat Lin Fei, they could only obediently be cannon fodder. Lin Fei now had his eyes on the level 10 danger zone. With these powerful cannon fodder around, he might be able to reap some benefits. It would be a pity if he didn't go. Who knew if he would still be in the Forbidden Soul Zone the next time he came? Lin Fei spent some prestige to exchange for a sealing technique that could seal people. At the same time, this seal would absorb energy until it reached its limit. If the seal wasn't removed, the other party would undoubtedly die. It was a very simple item. Hei Yuan and Jean Imperishable had no other choice. They could either die of old age here, and they didn't have many years left to live. If they didn't leave now, when would they be able to? They were unwilling. They decisively let Lin Fei set up the sealing technique. When the sealing technique was set up, they actually couldn't feel the existence of the seal. However, a voice in the unseen world told them that they had indeed been struck by a terrifying sealing technique. When they looked at Lin Fei again, their hearts couldn't calm down. "I'll bring you out now." Lin Fei took out a large cage, and the two's auras instantly disappeared. He brought them out of the small space. The spatial power that had been obstructing them now ignored them and allowed them to be brought out. Chapter 33:12 Boundless World Mountain, Forbidden Soul Zone. In one of the level 8 danger zones. Under the joint attack of Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy, Lin Fei and the other two easily took over the space and plundered all the treasures within. Awesome. With the help of 2 cannon fodder, Lin Fei saved a lot of prestige. There was almost no danger in the level 7 or 8 space. He wanted to find a few more cannon fodder, but unfortunately, these people were not so lucky. They all became Yuan Shen's secret realms, which disappointed Lin Fei for a while. Level 9 Danger Zone. This was one of the few danger zones. A year was not a long time. Lin Fei did not want to waste time, so he emptied the level 9 danger zone first. There's someone. This level 9 space was in a very hidden location. But at this time, there were people attacking in the level 9 space, releasing energy auras. It seems like the aura of light. Hei Yuan said, "I also feel the aura of light." After Jean Bummy left the small space, he recovered a lot of his strength. With a visualization technique, energy continuously flowed into his body. Lin Fei smiled. "My luck is not bad. I met an old friend." Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy looked at each other, knowing that this old friend was in trouble. Ever since they became cannon fodder, Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy could see that this person looked harmless normally, but when he fought, he would definitely kill. In the Yuan Shen's secret realm, the people from the Radiant Temple were attacking a semi-solid figure. The power of light enveloped the Yuan Shen's secret realm. Majestic, a divine aura covered the sky. The experts from the Radiant Temple, including the Tao Protector, were attacking this figure. Under the semi-solid state, the figure was extremely powerful and was not at a disadvantage at all. "It's the shadow scar from back then." Hei Yuan recognized it and said in shock. To think that he still couldn't stop the great enemy of time, and became a Yuan Shen's secret realm after death. Jean Bummy sighed. Lin Fei was not interested to know who it was. "You guys go up and have fun with the people from the Radiant Temple," Lin Fei said with a smile. Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy accepted the order and went up. Radiant Temple fell a die. Black Yuan wasn't adept at attacking. As a universe level, his normal attacks were extremely lethal. Gold Indestructible was even simpler. He punched out with his infinite divine fist. The mighty fist wind swept over, and the light was torn apart. The divine light temple's formation was activated, and a huge defensive barrier appeared. Waves of ripples appeared, and brilliant light shone. "Who are you?" The divine son of light unleashed his primordial spirit to fight, a true 12-winged angel. The formation he laid down began to shake violently. Cracks appeared one after another. "Damn you!" Jean Imperishable didn't have a good temper. He attacked once more, his fist imprints majestically smashing into the formation saving diagram. Hei Yuan assisted from his side. For a moment, The huge barrier was like a lonely boat in the middle of the ocean, swaying nonstop. It's a universe warrior. The expressions of the two Tao protectors changed. Impossible, the experts of the hopeless boundary mountain cosmos can't enter. They must have escaped from the Forbidden Soul area. As Tao protectors, their combat power was also at the universe level, but they weren't real universe warriors. In front of these two, they had no chance of winning. The Divine Son of Light's mind was disturbed. Caught off guard, he was injured by the Shadow's attack, and he grunted. Oh no, it's going to break. Hei Yuan and Gold, Indestructible, were extremely powerful. How could a mere formation block their attack? It didn't last long before the barrier collapsed. You two, we are from the Divine Light Temple. Is there a misunderstanding? The Tao Protector stood in front of the Divine Son of Light and said. Gold Indestructible moved his fist, and a storm of attacks rolled over. Bang, bang, bang. In just one exchange, the experts and elders of the Divine Light Temple were all blown to pieces. In the blink of an eye, only the Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector were left. The two Tao Protectors joined forces to block the attack, but their expressions changed drastically. The opponent wasn't in a weakened state. He was a true universe warrior. If there was only one person, they might have been able to contend with him. But now that there were two universe warriors, it was different. You can block my punch. Not bad, not bad. Gold Indestructible's strength hadn't fully recovered, but there were no restrictions on using universe-level attacks. The two Tao Protectors were having a hard time blocking. They were at most pseudo-universe warriors. Compared to real ones, they were obviously a whole level lower. We don't want the Yuanshan secret realm anymore. The Divine Son of Light was also decisive. We will leave this place immediately. Please let us go. Hei Yuan chuckled. Wrong. We were only ordered to kill you. Letting you go is not up to me. The Divine Son of Light and the Tao Protector's expressions changed. They thought they had offended a universe warrior, but they had offended a big shot as well. This puzzled them no matter how they thought about it. They didn't seem to have offended anyone in Boundless World Mountain. How could they be targeted by a universe warrior? This was completely impossible. Hei Yuan threw out this sentence and attacked the Tao Protectors. He slapped them with a palm that covered the sky. One palm, and the three of them vomited blood. Gold Indestructible used another infinite divine fist to beat the three of them to the brink of death. They couldn't be compared to a real universe warrior. Divine Son of Light, we meet again. Lin Fei didn't let Gold Indestructible kill them. It's you. The Divine Son of Light's face was pale, and he vomited blood. His battle essence soul was about to be broken. He stared at the person coming over, his mind blank. The guy he saw as an ant actually had two universe warriors on his side. This was beyond his imagination. How is it? Are you surprised? Lin Fei smiled. I knew you wanted to kill me. Now I'm right in front of you. The Tao Protector was also shocked when he saw Lin Fei. How did this kid have such a powerful background? Back then, they didn't even look at each other. The Divine Son of Light suffered a big blow. It's a misunderstanding. How would I dare attack you? It was all my fault. He raised his hand and slapped himself, followed by a second slap. Lin Fei had underestimated this Divine Son of Light. He slapped himself again and again, as if he knew what was going to happen. However, to Lin Fei, this Divine Son of Light was not simple. He could act as he pleased. However, his killing intent could not be hidden. He kept contributing to Lin Fei's prestige. Sir, as long as you don't kill us, we are willing to pay any price, anything. One of the Tao Protectors said. If they had known that this person had a powerful background, they wouldn't have looked down on him even if they were beaten to death. But now, they had offended such a powerful warrior in Boundless World Mountain. They were really unlucky. Chapter 33:13. The Radiant God's son and his protector left pathetically. All the treasures on his body had been completely taken away. Not a single one was left. Apart from that, Lin Fei also made the Radiant God's son sign an IOU for 2 billion power of faith. As for whether or not he would give it to him, he was not worried at all. Oh right, when a universe expert dies, can't he leave behind a universe crystal chip? Lin Fei asked curiously. Hei Yuan laughed bitterly. Although universe experts can have a universe crystal chip, it's not just any ordinary universe expert. It has to be at the pinnacle of the universe level. When a universe in their body starts to become complete, they can condense a universe crystal chip to break through to the next level. Lin Fei shook his head. A universe crystal chip was indeed not that simple. It had to be at the pinnacle of the universe level. This joke was too big. Let's go to the next space. Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy were shocked by Lin Fei's ability along the way. Those spaces did not need them to lead the way. He could find them one by one, and their locations were better prepared than theirs. It was truly an incredible thing. In a few of the level 8 spaces, Lin Fei met any external forces and wiped them out without holding back. He did not meet Mo Wu Hua from the Black God Temple or Sky Lei Lai from the Celestial Martial Sect. The level 8 space was wiped out. The level 9 space was wiped out. Only the level 10 space was left. In the entire Forbidden Soul region, Lin Fei did not meet a third living ancient existence. They were basically all dead, leaving behind their powerful Yuan Shen secret realms. The last level 9 danger space, in particular, tormented Lin Fei and the other two quite a bit. The Yuan Shen secret realm formed after its death was still unbelievably powerful. Fortunately, there were 3 of them. 2 of them held the opponent back, and Lin Fei used his prestige killer move to injure the opponent. They successfully killed the opponent, and the rewards were bountiful. The last level 10 danger space, Lin Fei was really looking forward to it. Let's go in. The last level 10 danger space. Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy entered first, and Lin Fei followed closely behind. He activated his prestige killer move, ready to go all out at any time. No Yuan Shen's secret realm. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei saw a small empty space. Where are the corpses? Hei Yuan and Jean Indestructible looked around, but couldn't find any corpses. Their complexions changed. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. This situation didn't seem right. It's been scanned. It's classified as a level 10 dangerous space. How could there be no one here? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt a sense of foreboding. A hand struck his body, and a violent force jolted Lin Fei, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His entire body slammed into the small dimension. Hei Yuan and Gold Imperishable were the same. They had fallen to the ground, barely breathing, their eyes filled with horror. Jia, it's not easy. 3 of you came at once. No silhouette appeared, only the echoes of the voice. Black Yuan, Gold Imperishable, you two have quite a long life. You actually managed to live until now, but you're too timid. You were actually caught by a human boy. You've really lost face. In front of this voice, Hei Yuan and Jean Bummy's faces turned white, snow white without a trace of blood. It was as if they had never seen the sun for an entire year. You are that void cosmos god. Hei Yuan hesitated before saying. The moment this name came out, Gold Imperishable's expression changed once again. Clearly, he could discern the identity of the other party, and it was a terrifying identity. Who would have thought that someone could remember my name? Jia, the gloomy voice continued reverberating. Lin Fei, who was bleeding from the mysterious palm, felt his heart jolt. A terrifying energy was wreaking havoc in his body. It was crazily destroying his body. This was the first time someone had broken through his defense and injured himself. Level 10, dangerous space. It's indeed true. He was injured with a single palm. This person's strength was frighteningly strong. His fleshy body is good. Chi and blood is one. Even if he isn't a cosmos expert, he would have a cosmos fleshy body. This is truly a perfect body to possess. Voila! Lin Fei felt his head hurting. Someone had barged in. The other party was formless and colorless. It was fitting of a name Void Cosmos God. In the consciousness, Lin Fei saw a black figure. Stop struggling. I'm not Hei Yuan or Gold Imperishable. Even if I suppress you, I still have the strength of a peak cosmos god. The black figure extended his hand. Lin Fei felt his consciousness dissipating. The other party was so strong that he could easily kill others. Kill. Lin Fei's consciousness dissipated. He immediately exchanged for a survival technique, stabilizing his consciousness. At the same time, he used a prestige support technique. A huge lump of light spread out in Lin Fei's consciousness. After the light appeared, that black figure screamed continuously. What is this attack? How could you execute it? I am a peak cosmos god, and it is impossible for me to be injured. The white light landed on the black figure. The black figure struggled and attempted to escape. It's just that when the white light spread out, it covered the entire consciousness. When the white light landed on the black figure began emitting black smoke until it disappeared. Wave after wave of black fog dissipated. The black figure did not last for more than 10 breaths of time before it disappeared. Lin Fei fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, "Master, you are awake." He Yuan and Gold Imperishable stood by the side of Lin Fei. At this moment, they finally let out a sigh of relief. Ever since Lin Fei fell unconscious, the two of them had been on tenterhooks. They were afraid that the Void Cosmos God would succeed in his possession. By then, they would be doomed. This protection lasted for 5 days and 5 nights. "I'm fine now." Lin Fei glanced at the two and said. Only he understood that he had nearly failed miserably. A peak cosmos god was so powerful that he could nearly kill him with a thought. Lin Fei stood up. His body was not affected at all. He then saw a corpse not far away. This was a ball-like object. It could be considered a corpse for the moment. This is the true body of the Void Cosmos God. He is a unique life form that became a Cosmos God. He specialized in soul attacks, and no one could defend against him. He could change between the illusory and the real. He was born as a fish in the void, and was born as one with the void. He is an undying existence. He Yuan explained, but it is still Master who is amazing. He easily killed this fellow. He Yuan and Gold Imperishable were extremely shocked. He could even kill Void Cosmos gods, and was unfathomably powerful. That was a fellow who could injure them with a thought. So ugly. Lin Fei chuckled. His heart was dripping blood. Just a moment ago, he checked through. The move that killed the Void Cosmos God had cost him a total of 900 billion prestige points. Master, the Void Cosmos God is ugly, but this is a good item. Perhaps there might be Cosmos crystals left behind. He Yuan brought out a piece of good news. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. Cosmos crystals? This item was good. Chapter 33:14. Such a dangerous existence had consumed close to half of Lin Fei's prestige. What concept was this? It would frighten others to death if they heard about it. Jean Undying went to dig up the corpse of this fear. Jean Undying did not dare to imagine that the other party could kill a peak Cosmos God expert. They who similarly had Cosmos realm strength could not resist the other party at all. Jean Undying happily dug up the corpse. Master, our luck is really good. This fellow really has a Cosmos crystal piece. Jean Undying dug out a Cosmos crystal piece that emitted Cosmos aura. Haha, my luck is not bad. Lin Fei guffawed. He grabbed the Cosmos crystal piece. This thing had the same aura as the one he collected. It was genuine. Worth it. 10 Cosmos crystal pieces could fuse into a Cosmos crystal. Lin Fei felt heartache over the prestige he had to pay. But now, he was 100% satisfied. This thing was not easy to find. The Eternal Church was also searching for it. Other than the Cosmos crystal piece, there were no other good things. He did not even have a single Cosmos God weapon. He was so poor. Void Cosmos God. Where did he come from? Lin Fei curiously asked Jean Undying. Even though his strength had fallen to the peak Cosmos God level, he had broken through to the Cosmos God level before this. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Jean Undying did not know much. Hence, he told Shui in everything he knew. After listening, Lin Fei was startled by how powerful the other party was. The system's assessment of the rank 10 dangerous space was not just for show. Without the support of prestige, he would have died many times. Master, we discovered a good item. He Yuan brought over an item. It was a scepter. Its entire body was pitch black, and it looked extraordinary at first glance. Cosmos God Weapon. Lin Fei had used a Cosmos God Weapon before. It was powerful and could withstand the strength of his fleshy body. He was relatively satisfied with it. If he could discover another Cosmos God Weapon, it would be not bad. No, it is something better than a Cosmos God Weapon. He Yuan became excited as he spoke. This is the Sect Master Scepter of the Nine Spectres sect. According to legends, whoever takes this scepter will become the new sect master. Lin Fei's eyes widened. It can't be. The leader of the Nine Serene sect. What kind of background does he have? That's what the rumors said back then. If Master leaves this world and goes to the big mansion outside, you should know. He Yuan said, this Nine Nether Scepter is rumored to be able to summon a Nine Netherworld monster. Countless people have suffered greatly from it in the past. Lin Fei took the Nine Nether Scepter. It was ice cold and felt very special. Initially, he had thought that it was just an ordinary Cosmos Divine weapon. However, after hearing Zhang Xian's words, he realized that this item was a symbol of status. I wonder how much I can sell it for. I believe many people will be interested in it. Lin Fei did not have much interest in becoming the sect leader. Exchanging this Cosmos Divine weapon for the power of faith would be the best deal. If he could auction it, that would be the best thing. He had just exited the level 10 dangerous space. Lin Fei felt that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. In the future, I must not casually enter the unique space. After experiencing this, Lin Fei dared not act recklessly. A peak Cosmos God expert had caused him to suffer greatly, and he was nearly possessed by the other party. If that was the power of a Cosmos God, Lin Fei did not dare to imagine it. This is another spatial location within the Forbidden Soul region. You guys go over and collect all the good stuff. After coming out, Lin Fei was no longer interested in the remaining space. It would be too much of a pity to leave it there. Instead, he could let He Yuan and Jean Undying go over. There was still a year's time left. In the remaining time, Lin Fei was waiting for He Yuan and Jean Undying to collect the harvest. He himself visualized the infinite eternal celestial river, this formidable visualization technique. With the system, Lin Fei could easily grasp it. This visualization technique, infinite eternal celestial river, startled Lin Fei greatly. The moment he visualized it, he would be able to pour a vast amount of energy into it, as if it was endless. Frightening. Truly frightening. Lin Fei's fleshy body was at the Cosmos God realm. Once he visualized it and borrowed the energy from the infinite eternal celestial river, the power he could unleash was even stronger than Jean Undying. It was utterly tyrannical. This was the only thought in Lin Fei's mind. In the future, there is no longer a need for the Forbidden Soul region to exist. There are no more things inside. Lin Fei left the Forbidden Soul region. This time, he had collected a total of 13 Cosmos God weapons. They were not of low grade. There were a total of 6 visualization techniques. Compared to Jean Undying's infinite eternal celestial river, they were not on the same level. But if he released it, it would still drive many crazy. To Lin Fei, all of these things were equivalent to the power of faith. Brother Lin, it's great to see you again. Outside the Forbidden Soul region, several people came over. They were none other than Mo Wuhua from the Black God Temple. They were greatly startled when they saw Lin Fei. This time, they had suffered a huge loss inside. When they saw Lin Fei and the 2 people beside him, they were also startled. We were lucky, Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that you have had a good harvest. Mo Wuhua really couldn't see through Lin Fei. We have suffered a great loss. Just saying it makes me cry. At this time, another familiar person came out. The leader was Tian Leilai from the Heavenly Martial Sect. He didn't look too good. When he saw Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei, he was also slightly surprised. What a coincidence! Mo Wuhua and Lin Fei both smiled. Yeah. The protectors of the Black God Temple and the Heavenly Martial Sect looked at the 2 people standing behind Lin Fei, their expressions changing. These 2 people gave them a terrible feeling. They couldn't figure out what Lin Fei had obtained inside. Could it be that he was also a protector of some force? If it was true, the other party's background was even greater than they had imagined. Since we have met, why don't we go together? And Mo Wuhua took the initiative to propose. There are several places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. If we go together, we might have a good harvest. I think it's okay. What do you think, Brother Lin? Tian Leilai asked. I have no problem with that. There are many good places in the Boundless Realm Mountain. On the other hand, Lin Fei was on his own. If he stayed with them, he would be able to learn more about the situation. This could be considered a pretty good method. This trip had yielded 2 cannon fodder, a universe crystal chip, and a powerful visualization technique. He was very satisfied. Lin Fei really didn't want the things left in the Boundless Realm Mountain. The 3 forces joined forces and began to sweep the Boundless Realm Mountain. Lin Fei deliberately restrained his strength, as did He Yuan and Jean Indestructible, so they didn't notice anything. Along the way, the 3 of them became close friends who could talk about anything. It's strange. I don't know where the Divine Son of Light went. Mo Wuhua suddenly said when they came out of another place. I don't think I saw the Leaf family. Tian Leilai followed. In the Boundless Realm Mountain, they met some people, but they really didn't see anyone from the Divine Temple of Light or the Leaf family of the Star River Prefecture. He might have left. Once he's unlucky, anything can happen to him, Lin Fei said with a laugh. Mo Wuhua and Tian Leilai subconsciously felt that it made sense. In the Boundless Realm Mountain, if they didn't have protectors, they didn't know how miserable they would be. Wait, let's change directions. Chapter 33:15. In a forest in Boundless World Mountain, Long Wuhan felt that she was really miserable. Originally, he was exploring Boundless World Mountain with Shun Yuan from the Tian Shao Divine clan, but ended up encountering trouble. Experts from the Star River Prefecture wanted to rob them of their belongings. Both sides started fighting. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. They ran all the way and were finally trapped in a small forest. Run. Continue running if you can. In the forest, more than 20 ultimate god experts surrounded Long Wuhan and Shun Yuan. All of them were seriously injured. I think you'd better leave. If my lord comes, you'll all die here. Long Wuhan tried hard to stabilize himself and said to them, Sun Ling had come to Star Sect, a first-rate force in the Star River Prefecture. In Boundless World Mountain, those who were not from the Star River Prefecture did not care as they plundered resources to their heart's content. The Tian Shao Divine clan was surrounded by Sun Ling, who wanted to force them to hand over their belongings. Who would have expected them to be so daring as to resist? Hence, Sun Ling wanted to annihilate them. If they dared to disobey, they would all be annihilated. Sun Ling's killing intent was very strong. In the Star River Prefecture, the Star Sect did not have a good reputation as they liked to secretly kill and plunder. Fortunately, they were very secretive and no one could do anything to them without concrete evidence. Ha, are you threatening me? Sun Ling did not make a move as he watched quietly. Your lord? What a joke. In front of the Star Sect, even your lord has to bow his head obediently. Long Wuhan could only hope that Lin Fei would come. Although those people were powerful, they were no match for Lin Fei in Long Wuhan's eyes. He would kill as many as he came. You'll regret this. In the blink of an eye, Long Wuhan was hit a few more times without any ability to struggle. The other party's strength was tyrannical as an array formation restricted their range of movement. Regret? I've never known it before. Sun Ling laughed. Kill them all and leave no one alive. Who do they think they are? It was not the first time he had done such a thing. He did not care about regret. Apart from those from the Star River Prefecture, Sun Ling, a top-tier 8-star ultimate god, did not take it seriously at all. Wuhan, can fellow Taoist Lin Fei come? Shun Yuan's entire body was covered in blood, and he could only rely on Lin Fei. In Boundless World Mountain, he really couldn't find anyone who could help him. The experts of the Star River Prefecture were even more frightening than they had imagined. The Sky Roar celestial race was not weak, but they did not have the ability to put up a fight in front of the other party. A single array diagram had caused them to suffer greatly. I don't know either, Long Wuhan said with a wry smile. Sigh, then we can only resign ourselves to fate. Shun Yuan's eyes dimmed quite a bit. The people that Shun Yuan brought along died one by one. Under the encirclement of the array, They weren't a match for the Heavenly Star sect at all. It was a completely one-sided situation. Dragon Wuhin and the others were soon like arrows at the end of their flight, unable to resist at all. Send them on their way, Sun Ling said cruelly. After getting rid of them, they could continue to encircle and annihilate the ultimate gods in Hopeless World Mountain. It was much safer than personally exploring the mountain. It was also the principle that Sky Starry sect had always followed. Hence, the current Heavenly Star sect was living comfortably. The people from the Heavenly Star sect surrounded them and prepared to send them on their way. Long Wuhin and the others no longer had the strength to struggle. Their eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. Clang, clang, clang. When they attacked, a huge shield appeared in front of them and protected the remaining people. Their weapons were all blocked by the shield. Fellow cultivator Lin, Long Wuhan was in despair. However, when the shield appeared, he shouted without hesitation. At that moment, almost no one except him would come to save him. Kill them. Sun Ling released his divine senses and did not find anyone. It could only mean that they hadn't arrived yet. He was not afraid of anything. He would kill them all first. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Those people attacked again. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? After a series of voices, those who wanted to attack Long Wuhin were all turned into a pool of flesh and blood. The bright red blood was especially dazzling. Long Wuhin finally saw Lin Fei and was so happy that he cried tears of joy. We're saved. The remaining 4 people had a new lease of life. Good brat, you dare to kill people from our Heavenly Star sect. Sun Ling's expression was ashen. He had lost several subordinates in a single exchange. He could no longer keep his face. Sorry, I've never heard of the Heavenly Star sect. Lin Fei laughed. The people from the Star River Prefecture are all very arrogant. Sun Ling waved his hand. Kill them all. Let them know how powerful our Heavenly Star sect is. More than 10 experts behind him rushed forward. On the side of Lin Fei, there was no need for him to speak. Jin Undying descended like a demonic god. He punched out with his infinite god fist. More than 10 experts were smashed into pieces. Too weak, Jin Undying took a step to the side of Sun Ling. He extended his hand and grabbed. Sun Ling's technique was broken, and his neck was grabbed by someone. Like a dead dog, he was casually thrown in front of Lin Fei. Hee, Heavenly Star sect. Lin Fei laughed condescendingly. What plaything! With 2 cosmos gods as cannon fodder, any Heavenly Star sect would turn to dust. Who exactly are you? Sun Ling's mind was blank. He brought more than 20 experts, yet they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. This was an outcome he could not accept. Do you know regret? I believe you do not. Send him on his way. Jin Undying seriously executed the order. No, Sun Ling was killed by a punch from Jin Undying. As he died, his eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance. All right, we are safe now. Lin Fei turned back and said to Long Wuhin and Shun Yuan. Long Wuhin blinked. This person who nearly killed them was so weak in front of Lin Fei. No, from start to end, Lin Fei did not act at all. Dao friend Lin, why did you kill someone from the Star River Prefecture? Heaven Thunder Split and Mo Wuhua, who came from behind, were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Those were people from the Star River Prefecture, and they were born a level higher than them. The Star River Prefecture was a colossal existence. They had never thought that Lin Fei would be so daring to kill someone from the Star River Prefecture. Furthermore, it was the narrow-minded Heavenly Star sect. That was a notorious sect. Even though the Great Continent was sealed, there were still some channels in the Myriad God Great Continent and the Sky Martial Great Continent that knew of this matter. There's nothing to worry about. So what if they're killed? They can still come and take revenge on me. Lin Fei said with disdain. Mo Wuhua was truly convinced by Lin Fei. Don't you know about the Eternal Guards? That's right, the Eternal Guards. They're responsible for arresting and killing criminals. Those who are targeted by them, none will survive. Heaven Thunder Split added. Eternal Guards? What the hell? Lin Fei blinked. He had never heard of it before. It sounds amazing. Mo Wuhua and Heaven Thunder Split were convinced by Lin Fei. You are in big trouble. We are in the Broken World land, and they are different. All registered sects will be protected. Now that you have killed them, and the news spreads, you will be in big trouble. Chapter 33:16. Mo Wu Hua and Sky Thunder Split guaranteed that this news would not spread. Along the way, they knew how formidable Lin Fei was, especially the two Dao protectors behind him. They were incredibly powerful. After seeing Lin Fei's subordinates killing those from the Sky Star sect as if they were ants, they were even more shocked at how daring Lin Fei was. He even dared to kill a sect from the Star River Prefecture. Even if they were given 100 guts, they would not dare to leak this secret. At least not now. The remaining matters were simple. Lin Fei swept through the place. He had to say that the Sky Star sect was indeed a force in this line. They had a bountiful harvest. For instance, they had quite a few Cosmos God weapons. Their quality could not be compared with his, and it was not a problem to sell them for a few tens of millions of faith energy. We are finally back. 1,000 Victories Empire. Lin Fei and Long Wuhan returned to the 1,000 Victories Empire. A total of 10 years had passed. In their eyes, it was just a flick of a finger. That's right, Lin Fei chuckled. During these 10 years, he had practically swept through the entire Boundless World Mountain. All good things had been collected, and he was just short of selling them off. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to casually sell them, but Mo Wu Hua and Sky Thunder Split reminded him that it was best to sell Cosmos God weapons to the merchant associations in the Star River Prefecture. The price offered there was high. As for the merchant associations in the Broken World, they did not have much wealth, and it was not worth it. Before leaving, Mo Wu Hua and Sky Thunder Split gave him a map that led to the Star River Prefecture. After looking at the map, Lin Fei realized that this Saint Spirit Great World in the past and the current Broken World were actually interconnected. For instance, the 1,000 Victories Empire, Myriad God Great Continent, and Sky Marshal Great Continent were actually interconnected. This secret was limited to the circle of the apex superpowers. The three great continents were interconnected, and there were channels to enter the Star River Prefecture outside. It's just that there were dangers within, and it was not easy to enter. To Lin Fei, these were not huge problems. This trip to Boundless World Mountain gave Lin Fei a huge harvest. Just Black Yuan and Jean Undying, these two Cosmos gods, could suppress the experts from the three great continents. Brother Lin, it is all thanks to you this time. Without you, I do not know what would have happened. Long Wuhan was very grateful to Lin Fei. Even if Long Wuhan was given another chance, he wouldn't dare to go to Boundless World Mountain. There was only danger. You brought me in, and I helped you. We're helping each other, so there's no need to thank me. Lin Fei shook his head. I'm going back too. Have a safe journey. Long Wuhan nodded. Back at the Sacred Body Mountain. In these 10 years, the Saint Spirit Continent and the Divine Beast Continent hadn't changed much. This made Lin Fei heave a sigh of relief. He was worried that something might happen in the next 10 years. Even if he had made some preparations, he would only be able to watch helplessly if chaos were to break out. After listening to the events of the Sacred Body Mountain for the past 10 years, Lin Fei sent them away. In the secret chamber, boundless, eternal Milky Way, Lin Fei visualized the infinite, eternal Milky Way. Compared to the time when he was at Boundless World Mountain, there were no restrictions this time. He arrived at a surging river, and a vast amount of energy flowed into his body. That fellow, Jean Imperishable, where did he get this visualization technique from? Is there such a place in this world? Lin Fei only felt that it was full of mysteries. Master, this is a higher level universe. Little Devil, who hadn't spoken for a long time, finally spoke. Another universe? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. Standing on the infinite, eternal Milky Way, the entire Milky Way was boundless, and one couldn't see the end. On it, Lin Fei was like an ant. In such a place, he could communicate with it just by visualizing it. This was very strange. After hearing Little Devil's words, Lin Fei suddenly understood. This visualization technique came from another higher level universe. That's really, Lin Fei couldn't find the right words to describe it. It's definitely another higher level universe. Little Devil's tone was very certain. Master, you have to properly improve your strength. All right. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What was this? This visualization technique was more mysterious than he had imagined. After returning to Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei didn't go out. Other than visualizing the infinite eternal Milky Way, he was researching the path to the Star River Prefecture. If not for the fact that he had obtained a universe chip in the Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei would have really coveted the Broken World's universe chip. However, to Lin Fei now it was dispensable. The Broken Worlds area had probably been targeted long ago. If Lin Fei really made a move, he would inevitably alert the enemy. It wasn't worth it at all. With the map to the Star River Prefecture, Lin Fei had a different idea. He might as well go to the Star River Prefecture to take a look. According to Mo Wuhua and the others, the road to the Star River Prefecture wasn't smooth sailing. There weren't many dangers in the Myriad God Continent and the Sky Marshal Continent, but outside the Sky Marshal Continent, there was a region that was the most dangerous. Countless people wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, but after entering the Land of Exile, there was basically no news of them. It was extremely dangerous. The last region was called the Land of Exile. That place was formed for special reasons. No matter who wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture, they had to pass through the Land of Exile. The Land of Exile was filled with vicious people, and not everyone could barge in. Master, the people from the Yuan Fu are here. Hearing the subordinate's report, Lin Fei frowned. During the trip to Boundless World Mountain, Lin Fei also learned one thing. The Yuan Fu was more tyrannical than he had imagined. They were the eyes of the Star River Prefecture. The Broken World was almost entirely in the hands of the Yuan Fu. Of course, that was a long time ago. Ever since it was split into 5 continents, the Yuan Fu's ability to rule had deteriorated. For example, the Myriad God Continent and the Sky Marshal Continent weren't simple. Therefore, all these years, the Yuan Fu hadn't been able to conquer them. There's no harm in meeting them. In the palace on the highest level of the Sage Body Mountain, Lin Fei met the person from the previous time. It was the guy called Luo Xian. However, this time, he was alone. Congratulations, Taoist Lin. You must have gained a lot from this trip to Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian chuckled. Lin Fei shook his head. Sigh, don't mention it. Boundless World Mountain is really dangerous. If not for my good luck, I would have probably died in there. Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't have gone. Luo Xian smiled at Lin Fei. Is that so? Lin Fei roughly knew what the other party wanted to do. He was here to extort him. No, he was here to ask for benefits. Even a fool could see that cheeky smile on his face. Lin Fei hadn't decided on how to deal with this Yuan Fu. However, he knew that he couldn't fall out with the Yuan Fu now. They had a legitimate identity and weren't just some random force. Taoist Luo, what do you mean by this? Lin Fei frowned. Could it be that you think this Lin is lying to you? Luo Xian had come this time to fish for benefits. All those who could come out of Boundless World Mountain had brought something with them. This Lin Fei was even more foolish than they had imagined. Even after so many things had happened, he still could not tell. How in the world did he manage to cultivate up to this level? Chapter 33:17. Luo Xian left. Luo Xian did not treat a small native from the Broken World as a big deal. Hearing that Lin Fei had gone to the Boundless World Mountain and came back alive, Luo Xian naturally had some thoughts on the other party. He came to reap some benefits. He could not understand how a small native could come back alive from the Boundless World Mountain. Luo Xian said. Lin Fei took out a portion of the items with a heartache as a gift to Luo Xian. Hence, Luo Xian left happily. Master, are we going to let them leave just like that? After Luo Xian left, Black Yuan and Jean Undying appeared. Lin Fei did not care much about the items he extorted. Instead, it was the words spoken before he left that made him pay attention. Who would have thought that the words of Mo Wuhua and Sky Thunder Rend really happened? The Eternal Guards actually contacted the Yuan Fu to investigate the matter at the Boundless World Mountain. Who knows, the Li clan might be involved in this. In the Forbidden Soul region, he had killed everyone from the Li clan. After that, it was the unlucky Sky Star sect. No matter how they investigate, they can forget about finding me. Lin Fei remembered the Li clan and the Eternal Guards. The two of you follow that Luo Xian. Wait until he leaves the great continent before acting in the dark and plucking everything from his body. Lin Fei ordered Black Yuan and Jean undying. Remember, don't leave any traces behind. It was not an easy matter to take anything from him. Two cosmos gods acting was akin to using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. It's a pity that only the two of them by Lin Fei's side could capture Luo Xian, and it was a suppression method. When Luo Xian entered the depths of the Primal Destruction City, he met a mysterious person. In front of the two, he was like an ant. He could not withstand a single move and was knocked unconscious. Everything on his body was stripped off before being thrown into the Primal Destruction Great City. He was a person from the Yuan Fu, yet he was thrown onto the streets of a great city. Who did he offend? After Luo Xian woke up, he felt ashamed. When he returned to the Yuan Fu office, he immediately arranged for people to investigate, but in the end, they found nothing. The person who did it did not leave any trace. It only proved that the other party was very strong and was at least an 8 or 9 stars pinnacle ultimate god. Luo Xian suspected that it was Lin Fei, but after thinking about it, it was impossible. In the entire Sage Body Mountain, only Lin Fei was powerful. But this time, there were two people, and it was a one-sided suppression. Luo Xian could only give up in the end, as he secretly cursed the culprit. This trip was really for nothing. The most frustrating thing was that he had no idea who had attacked him. He had even become a laughingstock. Helpless, Luo Xian could only go into seclusion. Master, these were all found on Luo Xian's body. If I didn't search him, I wouldn't have known that he was quite wealthy. He Yuan took out a storage ring. Luo Xian's things were all in the storage ring. Lin Fei casually scanned through the items. He was indeed quite wealthy. Not to mention other things, just the power of faith alone was 10 million, 3 divine weapons of faith, and some visualization techniques. Lin Fei found something in the storage ring. After taking out the item, he saw that it was a seal. Lin Fei easily opened it without much effort. It's actually an information token. The information token was made of a special material that could transmit messages. Each information token could only be used once and would be useless after that. He had opened the information token and used his divine senses to penetrate it. There's such a thing. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Even heavens are helping me. Lin Fei had never imagined that he would be able to get his hands on something like this. Master, is it good news? He Yuan asked. Of course it's good news. Lin Fei passed the information card to them. See for yourself. He Yuan and Jean Bummy could not help but laugh after seeing it. It's really good news. I think Master can go. With Master's strength, who can stop Master? There was not much information in the information card, but it was very important. In 100 years, the Xinghe Prefecture would elect a new prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. Was it important? Of course it was. At least for Lin Fei, it was definitely good news. As for why Luo Xian had it, Lin Fei was not interested for the time being. He was thinking about the position of prefecture master of the Yuan Fu. If he became the prefecture master of the Yuan Fu and the two continents merged in the future, he might really be able to get a universe chip under his nose. Of the 10 universe chips, there were still 8 left. Lin Fei was very tempted by the one under his nose. It was just that for some reason, he had to consider it. Now he felt that there was room for maneuver. Lin Fei was excited just thinking about it. Fellow Taoist Lin, save me. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about how to do it, Long Wuhan sent a distress message to Lin Fei. What's going on? Lin Fei was speechless. Go to the border of the continents and bring that brat Long Wuhan back. Lin Fei shouted for Black Yuan. That brat was very fast. Remember, don't let others see you. In reality, Black Yuan, who was a cosmos god, was not someone anyone could see. With Black Yuan acting, he could easily find Long Wuhan. This brat was in a sorry state, and his aura was weak. He was on the verge of death. With a cosmos god acting, he could easily sweep through these people and bring Long Wuhan back. What did you do? Lin Fei was speechless. Long Wuhan laughed bitterly. It's a long story. Why is it a long story? Tell me. Don't worry, It's very safe here. Long Wuhan explained the matter. That's it. Lin Fei was impressed by Long Wuhan's brothers. Amazing. You colluded with experts from the myriad God-great continent. No wonder you were caught unprepared. Yeah, I know. Long Wuhan did not expect his sweet dreams to be destroyed by outsiders. Then what do you plan to do now? Lin Fei had a relatively good impression of Long Wuhan. Long Wuhan stood up. I wish to invite Dao friend Lin. As long as you help me take back my things, I'll follow your lead in the future. If not for him knowing Lin Fei, Long Wuhan dared to guarantee that he would have died. Since I'm free, 1,000 victories, Empire. That old emperor had been killed by someone. The one who became the new emperor was an unknown son, Long Wumi. He did not have any background or power, yet he colluded with outsiders to obtain the highest position in the empire. What failure! They're all dead. Long Wumi was just like his name. The aura he emitted was extremely cold. This coldness was frightening. He was like a poisonous snake. The entire army has been wiped out. Long Wuhan's whereabouts are unknown. Long Wumi had planned for this day for a long time. Who would have thought that Long Wuhan would escape? Your people aren't that great. They're all dead. Long Wumi looked at the white-robed man in the dark. Chapter 33:18. 1,000 Victory Great Continent, 1,000 Victory Empire. Outside the imperial capital, Long Wuhan and Lin Fei came to the vicinity of the imperial capital. At this moment, the internal turmoil of the 1,000 Victory Empire was the most dangerous to Long Wuhan. But for Lin Fei, the current victorious 1,000 Empire couldn't pose any threat to him. Ignoring everything else, just He Yuan and Jin Bumi could easily flatten the victorious 1,000 Empire. This time, he only brought He Yuan with him. Jin Immortal remained at the Sacred Body Mountain. With a cosmos god protecting the Empire, Lin Fei could be at ease. Dao friend Lin, that little brother of mine, has grasped the entire power of the imperial capital. Long Wuhan looked at the imperial capital. He suppressed the anger in his heart, replaced his subordinates both inside and outside. Actually, Long Wuhan wanted to ask what to do next. At this moment, Long Wuhan could only count on Lin Fei. So what if we replace him? We will enter through the city gates. Lin Fei squinted. It was time to increase his prestige. He had spent 800 billion prestige in one go to deal with a peak cosmos god in the Boundless World Mountain. Even now, his heart was aching. It was rare for him to come here. How could he not increase his prestige? Enter through the city gates? Long Wuhan shrunk his neck. He was afraid of being chased. Of course, Lin Fei and He Yuan flew towards the city gates. Wait for me. Long Wuhan gritted his teeth and followed. I found your highness Long Wuhan. Everyone, let's take down Long Wuhan. When Long Wuhan appeared, he was recognized by the guards at the city gates. You are a prince, yet these guards dare to act against you. Can you swallow this anger? Lin Fei chuckled. Today, I am here to help you vent your anger. Let's kill our way in. Long Wuhan had never been looked down upon by others. A few guards also wanted to take him down. What a joke. Kill. Long Wuhan was already holding back his anger. How could he not understand Lin Fei's intention? He took out his weapon and killed his way over. The guards at the city gates could not withstand Long Wuhan's attack. Within a moment, the city gates were filled with blood and corpses were everywhere. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to act. As long as there were no ultimate gods who could threaten Long Wuhan, he did not intend to make a move. He was there to build up his reputation. Kill, kill, kill. In the 1,000 Victories Empire, Long Wuhan had never been chased so miserably before. He was on the verge of exploding, so he raised his saber and slashed wildly. Imperial capital, Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, that dragon Wuhan has charged in. In front of this temperamental emperor, no one dared to address Long Wuhan as Her Highness, even using her full name. Long Wumi was dressed in imperial robes, with a crown on his head. He didn't exude the domineering aura of an emperor, only a sinister and cold aura. Of the victorious 1,000 Empire's princes, almost all of them had been killed by Long Wuhan. The remaining ones were nothing to be afraid of. Long Wuhan was an exception. He's got guts. He actually dared to come back. Long Wumi stood up. Right now, the Thousand Victories Empire is mine. Even if you find reinforcements, they won't be able to stop me. Long Wumi rose to his feet and left. As long as he got rid of this elder brother, no one in the entire Thousand Victories Empire would be able to shake his position. All those words that he had said could go to hell. Cut the weeds and pull out the roots. I'm a prince of the empire. Get out of the way. Long Wuhin killed like a madman. With his treasures and his own strength, Long Wuhin killed his way through the streets and finally arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. At this time, the victorious Thousand Army was standing guard at the entrance of the imperial palace. There were at least 10,000 of them. This was the force that protected the imperial palace. Long Wuhin's combat strength was formidable, but when faced with the empire's most powerful army, he was in imminent danger. Wave after wave of attacks tore through his armor. "Master, I think that kid can't hold on for much longer," He Yuan said in a low voice. "Should we make a move? Otherwise, he'll die." Lin Fei had not allowed He Yuan to make a move. Wait a little longer. With them around, Long Wuhin wouldn't die. "My good brother, why didn't you find a place to hide? Why did you come back?" On the walls of the imperial palace, the victorious Thousand Army was kneeling on one knee to welcome Long Wumi. Long Wumi landed on the walls of the imperial palace, looking down at his big brother, Long Wuhin, a cruel smile in his eyes. "Wumi, you plotted against Imperial Father. As Imperial Father's son, I must avenge him," Long Wuhin said in a low voice. "Today, no matter what, I will kill you." "Ha, with just you." Long Wumi laughed. "Even if 100 more came, it would be useless. Originally, if you had hidden yourself, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to you. But since you want to die, I don't mind helping you out." Long Wumi sneered. "Kill him." The victorious Thousand Army moved. The 1,000-man squad unleashed a joint attack, their power converging together. With a single move, Rainbow pierces the sun, they sealed off all of Long Wuhin's escape routes. The victorious Thousand Army was famous precisely because of their terrifying joint attacks. No one was willing to exchange blows with the victorious Thousand Army. The slightest mistake could result in death. Long Wumi shook his head. "My good brother, do you see that? Just a small squad of the victorious Thousand Army can kill you. What qualifications do you have to fight me?" Now that he controlled the Empire's power, no faction could withstand a single blow from Long Wumi. Not even his brother. Long Wuhin's strength was not weak, but in front of the victorious Thousand Army, especially after using their joint attack technique, he could not resist at all and was beaten to a pulp. "Xiao He, go and help him," Lin Fei said to He Yuan. The victorious Thousand Army's joint attack technique was very powerful. Its power was almost at the level of the peak ultimate god level 5-star, or even peak ultimate god level, which naturally put a lot of pressure on Long Wuhin. The victorious Thousand Army's second attack had arrived. One person stood in front of Long Wuhin, and the victorious Thousand Army's attack was automatically nullified by that person. It was as if the area around him had become a vacuum. "How dare you hurt my master's friend?" He Yuan snorted coldly and raised his hand to slap them. The victorious Thousand Army's perfect team collapsed on the spot as one by one vomited blood and fell to the ground. "Who are you? How dare you make an enemy out of me and the victorious Thousand Empire?" Long Wumi was also shocked by the person in front of him, as he had defeated his victorious Thousand Army with a single slap. He was at least an 8-star ultimate god level expert. Long Wuhin finally felt relieved. "Wumi, as long as you surrender now, I can spare your life." "Ha ha ha, do you think I'm afraid?" Even though the person who came was mysterious, Long Wumi was not alone. Victorious Thousand Army, kill them. The victorious Thousand Army moved. 10 small teams attacked from all directions. He Yuan had the strength of a cosmos god. Even if more ultimate gods came, they would not be a threat to him. A huge world enveloped them. He Yuan unleashed his primordial spirit, turning it into a huge world that trapped the victorious Thousand Army. What about now? In just a moment, Long Wumi's important support was destroyed. Chapter 33:19. Long Wumi did not treat this stray dog who was being hunted down as a big brother. But in the blink of an eye, Victorious Army was trapped by the other party. He could not unleash his combat power at all. This power startled Long Wummy. How did his big brother find such an expert? Being a cosmos god, Black Yuan suppressed a mere 10,000 Victorious Army with his primordial spirit. In his eyes, suppressing them was as easy as lifting his hand. After suppressing Victorious Army, Black Yuan's primordial combat spirit moved once again. Target, Long Wummy. Open the array diagram for me. Just as Black Yuan was about to grab the other party, an array diagram appeared on Long Wummy's body. 5 enormous light pillars shot into the sky, and one of them smashed down with immense power. Black Yuan laughed. Interesting. Retracting his palm, he flicked the light pillar 3 times. The first time, the light pillar slowed down. The second time, the light pillar cracked. The third time, the light pillar shattered inch by inch. How could he break the array diagram attack? Long Wummy's expression changed. He controlled the second light pillar to attack. This array diagram was something he bought from the Light God Temple with a huge price, yet it was destroyed in a single move. He truly wanted to cry. The second and third light pillars were all destroyed. Long Wummy was startled by the strength of this person who could shake his array diagram. But that was it. After all, he was within the royal palace. Sir, you are very strong, but you shouldn't have helped that big brother of mine. No matter who you are, since you are here, you can forget about leaving. Long Wummy laughed savagely. Sky Thunder Kill. Hong Long. A violet sky thunder descended from the sky above Black Yuan. This was Long Wummy manipulating the array energy of the royal palace. The royal palace of any empire had always been the strongest place. It was filled with powerful array energy that could allow a person's strength to skyrocket. Long Wummy was naturally in control of the array energy since he resided in the royal palace, allowing his strength to soar. In the royal capital, Long Wummy was the undisputed #1 expert. He could control the array energy and was unparalleled. Sir, you should be proud of yourself for forcing me to use the array energy to deal with you. Long Wummy was extremely confident in controlling the array energy. He was unparalleled in the royal capital. My good brother, you really sent a good gift. Unfortunately, it's useless. When Dragon Wuhan saw the heavenly lightning crashing down, his mind went blank. How could he have forgotten about this? The power of the Imperial Palace's array formation. This is bad. Being a prince of the Thousand Victories Empire, nobody understood how frightening the array formation of the royal palace was. It had the power of a cosmos god. Long Wuhan was worried that the people that Lin Fei had brought with him might not be able to hold them off. His face was also filled with worry. If something were to happen, he did not know how to explain himself. Who was Black Yuan? He was a cosmos god. Even if his realm had fallen, he was still a genuine cosmos god. He Yuan's battle primordial spirit soared into the sky as a bolt of purple lightning struck down. He raised his hand and slammed it heavily against the purple lightning. The clouds in the sky were destroyed by the explosive power of the lightning, and a black hole appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. Just an empty shell. He Yuan wasn't going to play anymore. He raised his hand again and struck out with his palm, striking the formation of the palace. The rainbow-colored light illuminated the entire imperial capital. Long Wummy, who was above the royal palace, shook. That palm of the other party had caused many slight changes to the array formation of the royal palace. He actually withstood it. Long Wummy had never treated Dragon Wuhan as a big deal. But the other party smacked away the heavenly lightning formed by the array formation with a single palm, shocking Long Wummy. Before Long Wummy could regain his senses, the other party had sent a second palm over. Long Wummy shook again, causing many structures within the royal palace to crack. His strength has actually penetrated through the array formation. The third palm. The huge royal palace was emitting cracking sounds. The outermost structures were collapsing one after another, turning into ruins with dust flying all over the place. The array formation has been damaged. I can no longer utilize all of the array formation's energy. Long Wummy was dumbfounded. The array formation, which had always shocked everyone, had lost its effect in his hands. A hand stretched out. Long Wumi was greatly startled. He immediately activated the remaining array formation energy to form many barriers. But the other party's hand was still approaching him. I'm doomed. Long Wumi's neck tightened, and he was dragged away like a dead dog. Save me. Long Wumi's face turned pale as he screamed. Victory Empire, in one of the palaces within the royal palace. A person opened his eyes. His gaze was pure and holy as his expression suddenly changed. He's actually outstanding. Half of the palace has been destroyed. That person was dressed in silver armor. He frowned slightly as he left the palace and appeared in the sky above the royal palace. A beam of light slashed over. Your Majesty, don't grab him. Just as the beam of light was about to land on He Yuan's body, a radiant giant appeared and slapped his head. He chanted in Sanskrit, Lotus Flower Battle, Radiant World. If He Yuan was an ordinary ultimate god, he would have been severely injured or even killed by that attack. Unfortunately, he had encountered He Yuan this time. Scram! With a roar, the radiant giant was shattered. So, it's a Birdman. He Yuan sneered as he sealed Long Wumi and casually threw him to the side. His battle primordial spirit activated and a huge world descended upon the silver-armored Birdman. It was a loud bang. The world formed by the battle primordial spirit suppressed the silver-armored Birdman. He could no longer withstand it and fell down on the spot, crushing a part of the royal palace. Birdman, you've got guts. He Yuan stepped on the body of the silver-armored Birdman. With a tearing sound, his divine wings were ruthlessly torn off. If you want to kill me, you can wait another 100,000 years. The silver-armored Birdman did not expect that he would be defeated so quickly. Who are you? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. He Yuan carried the silver-armored Birdman and Long Wumi over to Lin Fei. Master, the mission is completed. He Yuan clapped his hands as if he had done a small matter. The silver-armored Birdman and Long Wumi looked at this young man with a look of surprise. They were actually defeated, and it was by a subordinate of the other party. Sullen, do you know who I am? I am an elder of the Light God Temple. We have a cosmos god protecting us. The silver-armored Birdman coldly said, You better let us go and hand over Long Wumi. Lin Fei kicked the body of the silver-armored Birdman. What is the Light God Temple? Long Wumi widened his eyes. He was startled and furious. You are actually working together with the Light God Temple? How dare you? The Thousand Victories Empire and the Light God Temple had always been enemies. Who would have thought that a prince would work together with an enemy? He could not help but be furious. Chapter 33:20. The Thousand Victories Empire changed its master once again. Now that the victorious army had been suppressed and Long Wumi had been taken down, the empire naturally had a new master. Long Wuhan became the new emperor. Lin Fei did not act from the start to the end. The power of the array in the imperial capital royal palace was merely used to frighten ordinary deities. If he met a cosmos god expert, he could easily break through it. Long Wuhan took over the position and immediately took control of Thousand Victories' army. He repaired the array of the imperial capital royal palace. It took a total of half a month. During this half a month, Lin Fei stayed in a palace. Senior Lin, the matter has been investigated clearly. Long Wuhan was wearing a dragon robe. He sat in front of Lin Fei and said respectfully. From that day onwards, Long Wuhan treated Lin Fei as a true senior, not daring to treat him as an equal. What a joke. Even the power of the imperial capital's array formation could not withstand the power of that subordinate's three palm strikes. Long Wuhan still had this bit of foresight. What was wrong with lowering his head? Furthermore, knowing a senior like Lin Fei made Long Wuhan smile even in his dreams. It could be said that without Lin Fei, there would not be the current him. This was something he was very clear about. Lin Fei was not interested in this. He did not say anything and let Long Wuhan speak. The current situation was as if Long Wuhan was reporting to Lin Fei. It seems that the Light Temple is very ambitious. They want to intervene in the Thousand Victories' great continent and plan ahead. Lin Fei heard the word ambitious. If not for Senior Lin's help, I'm afraid the Thousand Victories Empire would be controlled by the Light Temple. Long Wuhin sighed. Other than that, they want to build temples in the Thousand Victories Great Continent to collect faith energy. This did not surprise Lin Fei at all. The Myriad Gods Great Continent was a place to play with faith energy. If not for Lin Fei knowing about faith energy and allowing the system to convert it, he might also be staring at the Thousand Victories Great Continent, comparable to the Light Temple. Thus, I am willing to attach the entire empire to Senior Lin Fei, and thus obtain Senior's protection. Long Wuhin stood up and extended a sincere invitation. Ever since Long Wuhin found out about the insider news, he had not been able to calm down. The neighboring Myriad Gods continent was not something the Thousand Victories continent could compare to. This neighbor was ridiculously strong. This time, he had the help of Senior Lin Fei. But what if Senior Lin Fei wasn't here? Long Wuhin was not confident that she could repel the enemy. He would be the strongest existence in this area of the Imperial Palace. Once the distance between them increased, there would be nothing he could do. Relying on Lin Fei was something that Long Wuhin had considered for a long time. Rely on me? Lin Fei laughed. Dragon Wuhin's approach was quite agreeable. Although faith power could be converted into prestige, Lin Fei still had some thoughts about the Thousand Victories Empire. Why would he give up on an empire that could generate prestige? Long Wuhin's method was very much to Lin Fei's liking. This was a talent. Long Wuhin was on tenterhooks. Although he was an emperor, he knew that if he didn't rely on a powerful master now, his future would definitely not be any better. You are quite open-minded. Don't you regret it? Long Wuhin replied, I don't regret it. Without Senior Lin Fei's help, I am nothing now. These words were very sincere. I have the Thousand Victories Empire under my protection. Lin Fei laughed. Lin Fei would be a fool if he didn't accept the prestige that was offered to him on his own initiative. The overall strength of the Thousand Victories Empire wasn't weak. It could be used as a barrier. I won't care about the matters of the empire, Lin Fei said, but you have to help me do something. Lin Fei stayed in the Thousand Victories Empire for a total of 3 months. 3 months wasn't a long time. The royal family of the Thousand Victories Empire had a large collection of ancient books. Lin Fei wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He didn't go out for 3 months and spent all his time reading the ancient book collection left behind by the royal family. He learned more and more secrets, and his understanding of this broken world deepened. Back then, the Saint Spirit Great World was destroyed by the cosmos gods, forming the current broken world. The people in this broken world were like ants in the eyes of those from the great prefectures. People from that side rarely came to the broken world. As for this broken world, it was almost hard for them to pass through that region and enter the Star River Prefecture. Even if they could enter, they wouldn't have an easy time. Let's go. Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left the Thousand Victories Empire. The stone steels for collecting prestige were all set up. What was left was to spread the news. Lin Fei believed that Long Wuhin wouldn't disappoint him. Thousand Victories Great Continent, the southernmost part of an ice-sealed world. Lin Fei and Black Yuan arrived at the ice-sealed world. The temperature here was very low. If a hierarch came here without a treasure that could resist the cold, it would be hard for him to move an inch. This place is indeed filled with danger. This is the tomb of a hierarch. Lin Fei killed an ice attribute beast that came out of the ice with a palm. It specialized in spitting out cold fog that could freeze one's chi and blood. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Hierarchs who aren't 9 stars basically don't have to come here. Black Yuan nodded. Most people can't pass through even if they know the route. This ice-sealed world is 50,000 kilometers long, and it isn't that easy to pass through. Lin Fei and Black Yuan were not ordinary people. The 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world could not stop their footsteps at all. It had to be said that the ice-sealed world was extremely dangerous. There were spatial fissures everywhere, and the Yuan destruction energy was erupting everywhere. A moment of carelessness would result in death. Lin Fei and Black Yuan spent 5 days to pass through the 50,000 kilometers of the ice-sealed world. When they reached the final 5,000 kilometers, the cold air could form frost on Lin Fei's body. This was something that could not be done previously. The passage is here. Black Yuan found the passage beneath an ice mountain. It was unknown who opened this passage. It was about the size of a human, and it traversed a huge mountain range. Lin Fei was quite looking forward to the myriad god great continent. There were more experts there than the Thousand Victories Empire. They cultivated the combat primordial spirit and were abnormally powerful. For this trip, Lin Fei had a very simple mission: to wreak havoc in the myriad god great continent and plunder large amounts of faith energy. The Cosmos God weapons obtained from the Forbidden Soul region of the Hopeless World Mountain could not be sold for a good price in the Broken World. Lin Fei naturally wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. Without sufficient prestige, he would not dare to go there easily. After all, he had killed someone from the Li clan. Lin Fei was not worried about wreaking havoc in the Broken World. He still had 3 trillion prestige in the system. Even if a peak Cosmos God came, he would be killed with a single blade. In the Broken World, it was still unknown if such a powerhouse existed. Lin Fei remained calm. He was not worried about any danger. For instance, he could go to the Light God Temple to collect a debt after going to the Myriad God Great Continent. They owed him a huge amount of faith energy. Lin Fei felt happy just thinking about it. Chapter 33:21. Myriad God Continent. The Myriad God Mountain Range was the most influential mountain range in the continent. It ran through the entire Myriad God Continent. This mountain range was removed from the list because there were countless primordial soul mystic realms on the Myriad God Mountain Range. As long as one was lucky, one would have a chance of obtaining an inheritance. Even though countless experts died on the Myriad God Mountain Range every year, it did not dampen the enthusiasm of everyone. Experts who did not go to the Myriad God Mountain Range were all labeled as cowards. We're finally here, in a swampy area full of moisture. Lin Fei and He Yuan arrived at this great continent world, their bodies covered in frost. That's right. I never expected the temperature in the passageway to be so low. Even I nearly failed miserably. He Yuan laughed bitterly. Who would have thought that the temperature in the passageway would be so low? Fortunately, we made it. Lin Fei stood on the damp ground as the frost on his body rapidly melted. I think we've arrived at a swamp. In front of them was a swamp. The stench of decay constantly wafted over. They could vaguely see corpses floating on the blackened surface of the swamp. Clearly, this was not a good place. Let's leave this swamp first. Lin Fei was the first to fly out. He Yuan followed closely behind. Just as he flew up into the sky, an illusory world appeared. The palace was like the clouds, and a huge hand stretched out, pressing down on the sky above Lin Fei. A terrifying force pressed down. Damn, there's such a thing. Lin Fei punched out, landing a heavy blow on the palm. Thick power surged. The second palm followed closely. This palm was even bigger and enveloped the entire region. Master, this is a restriction seal. You can't use force. He Yuan warned loudly. The stronger the resistance, the stronger the attack. Lin Fei could indeed sense that the second palm was more powerful. Damn it! Lin Fei cursed inwardly as he quickly retreated. The sky above the swamp had been reduced to ruins by the palm. Lin Fei and He Yuan appeared in another place. Don't tell me we've arrived at a forbidden area? Lin Fei raised his head. The illusionary world and the palace had all disappeared. However, Lin Fei had personally experienced the changes in the swamp below. That palm strike had practically turned the swamp into ruins, leaving behind only sludge filled with a rotten smell. Hard to say. He Yuan looked around. However, one thing is for sure. We won't be able to fly in the sky for the time being. We have to leave by land. Lin Fei experienced the power of his attack just now. He hadn't reached his limit yet. If he hadn't taken the initiative to withdraw his power just now, perhaps an even stronger wave of attacks would have befallen him. Lin Fei really did not dare to make a move to break the great restriction in the sky. He only had 3 trillion reputation points left, and that was his final trump card. It was best not to use it in a place like this. Let's go off on the ground and observe along the way. Let's see where we are. The swamp was huge. The previous attack had only destroyed a small part of it, not even the tip of the iceberg. Lin Fei and He Yuan carefully flew above the swamp at a low altitude. Here it comes again. A divine power struck the surface of the lake in front of them. Long, winding rivers surged violently. This was not the first time they had encountered an attack. He Yuan easily dispelled the river's attack. I might have guessed where we are, He Yuan said after defeating the river with a palm strike. Lin Fei had never seen such a place before and mistook it for an essence soul mystic realm. These divine power attacks could be seen everywhere and were impossible to guard against. Even he was starting to get annoyed. What place is this? The myriad God mountain range of yesteryear, He Yuan said in a deep voice. I was fortunate to have heard of this place before. The myriad God mountain range is a place where many experts perished. After their deaths, their thoughts did not dissipate. They either became divine powers or formed essence soul mystic realms. We have really entered the myriad God mountain range. Lin Fei really did not know about the myriad God mountain range. Thinking about the 1,000 victories continent's icy world, even a top-notch ultimate god might not be able to withstand it. There was a natural barrier blocking the way, and no one could pass through it to reach the myriad god continent. It was only normal for the myriad god continent's entrance to be in the myriad god mountain range. Without a map or a guide, one might not be able to find the entrance even after walking for 1,000 years. It would be even more difficult to persevere for 1,000 years. We're going to be tired again. After finding out about the myriad god mountain range, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. A few days later, He Yuan captured a team and obtained the information he wanted. This was really the myriad god mountain range. It was vast, and they seemed to be in the depths. After confirming that they were in the myriad god mountain range, Lin Fei subsequently obtained a detailed map. Even though Mo Wuhua had provided him with a route, Lin Fei still had to study it again. Fortunately, Mo Wuhua's route was correct and did not hide anything. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this. After comparing the map, Lin Fei and He Yuan sped up and left the myriad god mountain range. As for the more dangerous regions of the myriad god mountain range, they used their reputation to exchange for the danger detection skill, which allowed them to easily avoid the dangerous regions. Lin Fei finally witnessed the power of the myriad god mountain range. It was a place that was completely like a special space. In addition to the divine powers and essence soul mystic realms, the ferocious beasts that lived in the mountain range were also augmented by divine powers. All of them had a great increase in strength and were incredibly powerful. Lin Fei and He Yuan encountered countless such ferocious beasts along the way. We're almost at the periphery. Standing on a high slope and looking down, they could vaguely see a huge city in the periphery of the mountain range. Above the city was a huge turtle that alternated between real and illusory. It was exceptionally eye-catching. This myriad god continent is different from what I imagined. Lin Fei looked at the big city. Let's not talk about anything else. Just that big city alone is much more difficult to break through than the 1,000 victories empire. He Yuan nodded. That should be the totem protection. There was basically no danger in the periphery. They thought that they could leave at will. But when they reached the edge, a problem arose. What a trap. They had thought that they could enter and leave at will, but Lin Fei encountered a restriction that prevented him from doing so. There should be an exit nearby, He Yuan said. Lin Fei tried several times to no avail. He wanted to break through the restriction with brute force, but the restriction seemed more domineering than he had imagined. As such, he did not dare to break through it. It was not worth it. After searching for half a day, they finally found an exit. Stop right there. There was a building at the exit that looked like a small town. When Lin Fei and He Yuan walked into the town, they were immediately stopped. What are you doing? He Yuan asked expressionlessly. It could be considered a small town. A dozen ultimate gods rushed out from the entrance. When they appeared, Lin Fei frowned. Chapter 33:22. The divine venerable ones who rushed out were not very strong. Their abilities were between Tier 7 and Tier 8 divine venerable ones. They were more than enough to threaten ordinary people. However, it was not enough for Yi Xian and He Yuan. Many people in the town were standing far away. Another 2 rookies. They don't know that they have to pay a third of their loot after entering the 10,000 God Mountain range. There's a first time for everyone here. The people of Brightness Town were used to this. The 10,000 God Mountain range was the most special place in the 10,000 Gods continent. It had always been divided up by the major forces of the 10,000 Gods continent. They had all opened entrances and exits to the 10,000 God Mountain range. These entrances and exits were all controlled by them. It was easy to enter, but one had to pay a certain fee to leave. Were Lin Fei and He Yuan rookies? They were not rookies at all. Hand over a third of your belongings. Of course, you can choose not to. We'll have to do it ourselves. The divine venerable, standing in front of them, laughed. He did not seem to care about the 2 at all. Ha! They laughed out loud. Does this Brightness Town belong to the Temple of Light? Lin Fei suddenly asked them. The leader of the divine venerable ones said proudly, since you know about the Temple of Light, hand over your belongings. Here, even the Emperor of Heaven can't do anything unless you're willing to offend the Temple of Light. In the 10,000 Gods continent, the Temple of Light was extremely influential. No one was willing to offend them. Ha! Lin Fei laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The divine venerable ones who spoke turned cold. They did not understand why he dared to laugh at the Temple of Light. Nothing. I just feel like I have some fate with the Temple of Light. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I can't believe we met in a place like this. Therefore, I officially announce that we're robbing you. The tables had turned too quickly. Just when everyone thought that the rookie was scared stiff, Lin Fei's words changed the nature of the situation. Robbery? Everyone present was collectively dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? He actually dared to rob the Radiance Temple? Was he still dreaming? The Radiance Temple was an overlord-class force. In the Myriad Gods continent, a power that could cause an earthquake with a stomp of their feet actually dared to look down on them. There's something wrong with their brains. That was what everyone thought. How dare you rob us? The ultimate gods from Guangming Town laughed and looked at the 2 as if they were idiots. How dare he say something like that? Do it. Lin Fei smiled. Encountering a faction under the Radiant Temple had indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. His original intention for this trip was to plunder the power of faith in the Myriad Gods continent. The most direct target was the Light Temple. Since they had met, they might as well make a move. Once Black Yuan's combat primordial spirit was unleashed, the shadows of his fists were like mountains. With each mountain and punch, the godly venerable experts in front of him were all sent flying. When they landed on the ground, they created a huge crater and were completely dead. Using cosmos gods to deal with deities was like using an anti-aircraft cannon to kill a mosquito. The people of Brightness Town were all dumbfounded. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Why would they dare to act? That is an existence representing the Light Temple. In the Myriad Gods continent, no one dared to offend an overlord. But now, there were actually 2 rookies who dared to act against the Light Temple. Just thinking about it was hard to believe. Black Yuan killed the ultimate god in front of him with a single move. After that, he killed his way into Brightness Town alone. Anyone with a light aura was killed along the way. A grade 9 ultimate god overseeing the place was beaten to death the moment he showed his head. For a moment, the Brightness Town was quiet. Black Yuan soon returned. Master, this is the faith energy we have collected, as well as some divine abilities and other items. Black Yuan faithfully completed his mission, bringing back faith energy and some valuable treasures. Yi Xian casually swept through the items. Yi Xian glanced at them casually. The power of faith that he liked the most was worth more than 50 million. As for those treasures, they were all magic techniques that could be sold at a high price. I'll have to trouble everyone present to inform the Light Temple that the debt collectors are here. Hurry up and prepare. Lin Fei brought Black Yuan and left Brightness Town. The news of what happened in Brightness Town spread quickly. It can't be. Who did this? How dare they? Good kill. I wonder which side is the hero of this battle. This is the way to deal with the Light Temple. What? They're here to collect debts? Aren't they afraid of being destroyed by the Light Temple? Within the Myriad Gods mountain range, all the Overlord forces knew about the news. Other than shock, there was more shock. This was a direct provocation, and it was the Light Temple, the Overlord force. Hearing that the two had stayed behind to collect debts, no one believed that they would succeed. The Light Temple's counterattack was terrifying. No matter what force the two had behind them, once they were targeted by the Light Temple, they were destined to meet a terrible end. Soon, everyone stopped paying attention to them. The city closest to Brightness Town was the first to receive the news. It was a city controlled by the Light Temple. Light Town has been robbed. This city was called Wanshan City, and it belonged to the Light Temple. Brightness Town was responsible for Wanshan City. After City Lord Wan Yin received the news, he immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. His good mood immediately turned sour. To think that someone would come to cause trouble. They must be tired of living. They just left Brightness Town and are still in this area. Let's immediately arrange for people to capture them. A black-armored divine venerable said, "Let's spread the news that whoever captures them will be heavily rewarded by the Light Temple. I think everyone will be happy to capture them." In this area, the Light Temple had a great influence. No one in the surrounding cities dared to not give them face. Then let's do it. Wan Yin agreed with this method. We must keep them alive. I want to know which force ordered them to do this. From City Lord Wan Yin's point of view, not everyone had the guts to attack Brightness Town of the Myriad Gods mountain range. There must be someone behind this matter who was behind it. City Lord Wan Yin did not want to lose any clues and cause the higher-ups to have a bad impression of him. If that happened, it would be difficult for him to maintain his position. Although he was a city lord, the internal competition was also very fierce. Wan Yin had no choice but to be careful. If he was not careful, it could lead to big trouble. News spread from Myriad Mountain City. The surrounding cities also received the news immediately. The capture of two rookies began with a bang. Yi Xian and He Yuan did not hide their appearances at all. Therefore, images of the two quickly spread. Everyone could recognize them at a glance. Not long after they left, Yi Xian and He Yuan were surrounded. The Myriad Gods mountain range was a special place. The Overlord forces all built large cities here. This area was very lively. News of any disturbance would immediately spread. City Lord Wan Yin of Wanshan City spread the news, and people were immediately tempted. Chapter 33:23. So fast, not far away, they were surrounded by a group of godly venerables. The moment they arrived, they displayed their combat primordial spirit. With 3 heads and 6 arms, they attacked Black Yuan and Black Yuan mercilessly. He Yuan did not place these attacks in his eyes. He charged forward and started killing, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. At the same time, he left one alive and interrogated him for information. The influence of the Light God Temple is indeed huge. A single word from that city master made all these experts come. Lin Fei knew the reason. They were wanted by the Light God Temple. Their actions were so fast that they did not even require the Light God Temple to mobilize experts. Their influence in the Myriad God Great Continent was indeed extraordinary. Master, should we kill our way over? He Yuan did not care about these ants. He would kill as many of them as they came. That city master Wan Yin has released the news. It would be a pity if we don't meet him. Lin Fei really wanted to thank that city master for helping him spread the news. This was a way to gain prestige. He could also earn some money at the same time. Let's go to Myriad Mountain City. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The moment He Yuan heard this, he knew that City Master Wan Yin of Myriad Mountain City was unlucky. Having followed this Lin Fei for a period, He Yuan was clear that this master of his was someone who meant what he said. His personal strength was so tyrannical that even 10 of him would not be his opponent. Even peak cosmos gods were killed. Even now, He Yuan could not figure out what was going on with that mysterious technique. Lin Fei and He Yuan did not hide their whereabouts. The news spread extremely fast. It's them. Ha ha ha, we're rich. Two rookies dare to offend the Light God Temple. I wonder who gave you the guts. You can't escape. Just surrender. Groups of people surrounded them. Everyone wanted to capture these two so that they could leave a good impression on City Master Wan Yin. But they underestimated the strength of their opponents. Don't kill us. We're willing to hand over our faith energy. This is a misunderstanding. We'll give it to you. Here's our faith energy. We're only asking for our lives. We were lured by others. These people charged overexcitedly, yet they were suppressed the moment they met. Lin Fei suggested using the power of faith to atone for his sins. None of the defeated ultimate gods dared to say anything. They obediently took out their power of faith. As for those who disobeyed, they were directly turned into ashes. After a while, no one dared to resist. Those ultimate gods who handed over the power of faith could finally rest assured. One by one, they turned around and ran away, too ashamed to stay any longer. The people who came later naturally did not know about this. Those godly venerables who were forced to hand over the power of faith did not dare to say anything. If they were unlucky, they could not wait for others to be unlucky too. These people were innocently tricked and followed in their footsteps. Along the way, Lin Fei's face was always brimming with smiles. This kind of robbery is really efficient. Ever since he left the Myriad God Mountain Range, Lin Fei had obtained 70 million power of faith. If converted to reputation, it was a huge number. Keep it up. On the way to Wanshan City, Lin Fei had robbed countless people. At the beginning, there were waves and waves of people coming. There was almost no free time. However, the closer they got to Wanshan City, the fewer people who came to capture them. Among those who were robbed, there were always some good people. They spread the news. Those who were ready to take action were completely dumbfounded. After learning about it through their friends, they were all so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. City Lord Wan Yin is cheating us. That's the great Demon King. So many people went, but they were all robbed. What's his background? I'm not going. I'm definitely not going. The ultimate gods who received the news could not stop wiping their sweat. It was a huge trap. Whoever went would be unlucky. Among those ultimate gods who went to capture those two rookies, there were some who were quite wealthy. However, they were all penniless overnight. It's them. They don't look that old. How can they be so terrifying? Who knows? I guess we'll have to send a top-level ultimate god. On the way to Wanshan City, a group of people followed behind Lin Fei and He Yuan. Those people were there to watch the show. They did not dare to get too close. There were more than 500 people whose assets had been plundered by these two fellows. All of them were teams of a few people, and there were even teams of dozens of people. However, they were all defeated by those two without exception. They've learned to be smart. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was not willing to give up. Indirectly, he had also gained some prestige. Although it was not much at the moment, it was still better than nothing. More and more people came to watch. Behind them, there was a huge crowd. After knowing that those two did not do anything to them, they called their friends over to join the fun. From the current route, these people could guess one thing, and that was that the destination of the two seemed to be Myriad Mountain City, a large city controlled by the Light Temple. Are they crazy? So direct? Are you courting death? City Lord Wan Yin is a top-level ultimate god who can also summon totem power. No one was optimistic about those two. Of all people, they had to fight Wanshan City and the Divine Light Temple. No one in the Myriad Gods continent had the guts to do that. At the same time, in the City Lord's residence of Wanshan City, they're really bold. Do they really think they can attack our Wanshan City just by dealing with a few small fries? City Lord Wan Yin could not help but laugh sarcastically when he heard the news. City Lord, we'll take care of them when they come. Wanshan City can kill them in a matter of minutes. The higher-ups of Wanshan City did not care about that matter. Anyone who dared to challenge Wanshan City's status would have to pay a price. Lin Fei and He Yuan quickly approached Wanshan City with their speed. Behind them, there were more than a few thousand people who came to watch the show. Gradually, there were close to 10,000 people. As it was close to the Myriad God Mountain range, there was a large population. Everyone was excited when they heard that someone was going to provoke Wanshan City and did not want to miss such a good opportunity. That's Wanshan City. Wanshan City was located in another big mountain range. The mountains behind it were like a forest, grand and majestic. In the sky above Wanshan City, there was a faintly discernible angel. He was sacred and flawless, looking down on all living beings. Hee Birdman Totem. Lin Fei chuckled. The Divine Light Temple is indeed unique. Just this arrangement alone is enough to prevent non-cosmos gods from breaking through Wanshan City. He Yuan was disdainful. Chapter 33:24. The myriad God Continent cities were much stronger than 1,000 Victories Continent cities. For example, Myriad Mountain City in front of him. Lin Fei knew what was going on at a glance. The cities of the 1,000 Victories Continent could not be compared. They were not on the same level. I can definitely harvest a lot of faith power in such a big city. Looking at Myriad Mountain City, Lin Fei smiled in his heart. The stronger the cities of the Myriad God Continent were, the more Lin Fei liked them. He did not know who to attack, but the Divine Radiance Temple jumped out first. It could only be said that the Divine Radiance Temple was unlucky. If he did not bully them, who would he bully? Lin Fei had no qualms about making a move. Myriad Mountain City had long activated its array. That's them. Capture them. City Lord Wan Yin personally came out and stood on the city walls. A bounty could have settled the matter, but in the end, nothing was done. This made City Lord Wan Yin very uncomfortable. Just two fellows had caused such a ruckus. Myriad Mountain City had no place to put its face. For example, City Lord Wan Yin believed that many other city lords were watching this scene. If they could not stop the other party at their doorstep, they would really become a big joke. Knowing that the other party was heading for Myriad Mountain City, City Lord Wan Yin mobilized experts and waited. With a command, a team rushed out. A joint attack secret technique, raging waves, and several streams of light attacked. Their combat power instantly skyrocketed. The Myriad Mountain battle team is indeed powerful. Who said it wasn't? Any one of them can suppress an expert. Those two fellows are going to be in trouble. It's best to capture them. I've been robbed of one. 7 million faith power. Tycoon. The godly venerable experts who followed behind were all eager for those two fellows to be in trouble. They were all victims. He Yuan made his move. Without needing Lin Fei to say anything, He Yuan knew what to do. He activated his combat primordial spirit. He raised his hand, and a great world came crashing down. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the godly venerable experts fell and smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of mud. If you want to deal with my master, you'll have to get past me first. He Yuan killed the Myriad Mountain City team with one palm, and then slapped the sky above Myriad Mountain City. Impudent. City Lord Wan Yan's face darkened. The angelic shadow above Wanshan City automatically retaliated. Its wings were like blades as they sliced at He Yuan's palm. Who is that person? So powerful. How domineering. He actually dared to attack Wanshan City. He's very bold, but he forgot that Wanshan City has the angel totem. He's moving. He's moving. City Lord Wan Yin also thought that the other party was courting death. The angel totem, that was the reputation of the Temple of Light, and it always had an extremely high deterrent force. No matter who attacked Wanshan City, they would not be able to escape the counterattack of the angel totem. City Lord Wan Yin was very confident that no matter who it was, they would not be able to act presumptuously here. The attack from the angel totem was unable to blast He Yuan's palm away. There was a loud rumbling sound. A huge force seeped into Wanshan City. The ultimate gods, standing on the city wall, fell down one by one. Their faces were filled with horror. Damn it, how can he be so strong? Even the angel totem couldn't break his attack. At least 9 stars peak ultimate god. The ultimate gods in Wanshan City felt uneasy. He Yuan acted once again. This time, the force was stronger than before. A huge world pressed down on Wanshan City. The angel totem retaliated once again, slashing down on the world. How could the world of a cosmos god be broken so easily? A loud sound reverberated. The entire Myriad Mountain city shook. Many cracks appeared on the buildings. He Yuan took advantage of the moment a gap appeared in the array of Myriad Mountain City. With his soul, he charged into the city and sent another world crashing down. This time, City Lord Wan Yin and the others were dumbfounded. Pung pung pung. A world came crashing down. The huge Myriad Mountain City was instantly littered with corpses. A mere big city dares to act against my master? I shall give you the courage to do so. He Yuan was a cosmos god. With a sneer, he extended his hand and took out a cosmos god weapon before splitting the angel apart. Under the control of He Yuan's energy, the angel totem of Myriad Mountain City could not resist. The spectators outside were momentarily dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. Oh, I didn't see wrongly, right? That person has charged in. That's the Myriad Mountain City. In the past, more than a dozen apex gods and 7 or 8-star experts could not kill their way in. But now am I seeing things? The Myriad Mountain City Lord was beaten to the point of vomiting blood in a single move. The angel totem could not even withstand a single blade from the other party. This is a peak expert. Too frightening. Seeing this scene, everyone present inhaled a breath of cold air. They wiped their sweat continuously. Those who had any ideas immediately gave up on it. Fortunately, they did not go. This was the common thought of everyone. The Myriad Mountain City is doomed. That's right, it's really doomed. He did not even place the light temple in his eyes. He Yuan was like an unparalleled war god as he descended into the Myriad Mountain City. His act of sending the angel totem flying with a single blade had undoubtedly shocked everyone. Nobody dared to act. Those who kneel will not be killed. The moment He Yuan said this, the huge Myriad Mountain City was filled with people kneeling down. At this moment, as long as one was not a fool, they would know one thing. The person in front of them could easily split the angel totem. What could the entire Myriad Mountain City use to fight against him? He Yuan rushed all the way into the city lord's residence and took control of the formation. How could that little bit of defense withstand He Yuan's attack? He was invincible. Lin Fei landed on the Myriad Mountain City with a smile. Something big has happened. Myriad Mountain City has been taken over. 2 ruthless people have taken over Myriad Mountain City. Something big, something big. Myriad Mountain City has changed owners. Those who were observing the situation immediately spread the news after coming back to their senses. In an instant, the news was everywhere. The large cities near the Myriad Mountain range were also the first to know. When they heard about it, they were all dumbfounded and did not know what to say. How could Myriad Mountain City be breached? It was guarded by the angel totem. Very soon, the recording stones of the scene fell into the eyes of many people. They would not have known if they had not seen it, but when they saw it, they were shocked. Myriad Mountain City had been activated, but someone had easily broken into it. What kind of situation was this? Who could so easily break into a large formation with a totem? The most unbelievable thing was that his angel totem could not even withstand a single blade strike from that person and had been sent flying. Just how powerful was that? When the city lord saw this, they realized one thing. Something big was going to happen. How terrifying was a person who could easily break through the defenses of a large city? What if he came to their large city? They shuddered. Everyone began to investigate the origins of these 2 people. Chapter 33:25. Wanshan City. The entire city was in a state of panic. Lin Fei had taken control of Wanshan City, but he had not opened the array formation. Therefore, the people in the city could not leave and could only stay there obediently. I'm rich. The first big city that he had conquered was more than Lin Fei had expected. In the city lord's treasure vault, Lin Fei saw many god of faith cards, each of which contained 100 million power of faith. There were a total of 20 such cards, which was equivalent to 2 billion power of faith. He Yuan had turned the city lord's residence upside down and could not hide any hidden places. He was very dissatisfied with finding 2 billion power of faith. After city lord Wan Yin had been severely injured, He had been tossed aside like a piece of trash. Without needing He Yuan to say anything, City Lord Wan Yin confessed that there was not much power of faith here. Once it reached a certain amount, it would be sent out immediately. These 2 billion power of faith had been accumulated for a long time. Obviously, Lin Fei was not satisfied with this explanation. After all, it was a big city. It was unreasonable to have only 2 billion power of faith. Seems like you're useless. There's no point in keeping you alive. Lin Fei was prepared to deal with City Lord Wan Yin. Wait, don't kill me. I can help you get more power of faith. City Lord Wan Yin gave up his dignity in the face of death. He just wanted to live. You can do it. Lin Fei glanced at City Lord Wan Yin. I can do it. City Lord Wan Yin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although the City Lord's residence has no more power of faith, the forces in Wanshan City all have it. As long as I show up, they will not dare to refuse my request, even if they have 100 guts. Not bad, not bad. You will be in charge of this matter. If you do it well, you can live. Lin Fei quite liked this kind of petty person. He did not need to do anything himself, and he could do it well. Just as City Lord Wan Yin had said, he personally went to visit each of them, accompanied by He Yuan. The first thing he asked for was 90% of the power of faith. If they didn't give them the power of faith, they would be annihilated. In order to survive, City Lord Wan Yin was ready to risk everything. Even if these forces had a very high status in the Light Temple, or even had a big backer, he chose to ignore them all. Extortion, more extortion. There were many factions in Myriad Mountain City. In the beginning, there were a few who were unwilling to hand over the power of faith. In the end, City Lord Wan Yin took action and suppressed them. After that, they were all convinced. In just one day, the entire Wanshan City was filled with wailing. Everywhere City Lord Wan Yin went, he collected a large amount of faith power. Anyone with some wealth would be found, and if they didn't hand over their faith power, they would be killed. No one dared to voice their anger. Not to mention City Lord Wan Yin, just that fellow with a dark face could casually send the angel totem flying. Who would dare to be his enemy? Senior, this is the power of faith that they voluntarily handed over. City Lord Wan Yin took out a God faith card to flatter him. A total of 5 billion power of faith. Lin Fei smiled happily. He took the initiative to pat City Lord Wan Yin's shoulder. Good job, collecting 5 billion power of faith. To be honest, Lin Fei was very happy. The City Lord Palace had only found 2 billion power of faith, but the factions in the city had collected 5 billion power of faith. This number made Lin Fei smile in his heart. 7 billion power of faith could be exchanged for a huge amount of prestige. This is what I should do. City Lord Wan Yin secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he didn't need to die for the time being. This feeling of being alive was very good. Senior, if you want the power of faith, it's actually not that difficult. City Lord Wan Yin didn't know what the other party's personality was, but if he wanted to continue living, he had to show that he was working hard. For example, offering an idea. You have an idea? City Lord Wan Yin nodded. I know a few big cities nearby, and they have a lot of power of faith. If Senior personally goes there, you don't even need to go in. I believe they will take the initiative to hand it over. He had obtained 7 billion power of faith from Wanshan City. Such a huge number had already attracted the attention of the surrounding big cities. Since he was going to plunder a large amount of power of faith from Wanshan Continent, Lin Fei had to ensure that his strength would not be affected. This also required a huge amount of prestige as a foundation. Without City Lord Wan Yin's reminder, Lin Fei had already planned to do so. He would make a big fuss. In the end, it would spread. When the time came, Lin Fei didn't need to do anything. He believed that those people would be very happy to give him a huge amount of power of faith. This matter is not urgent. Lin Fei smiled. Tell me, if Wanshan City is attacked, what do you think the Temple of Light will do? City Lord Wan Yin thought for a while and said, Wanshan City is not a very big city in the Temple of Light, and its influence is not significant. When they find out, they will probably send a few 9 stars peak ultimate gods. Lin Fei was not worried about who they would send, as the result would be the same anyway. He would deal with as many as they came. ever since Wanshan City was attacked. The surrounding atmosphere had become oppressive. The two people who attacked Wanshan City had not come out of the city. The formation was still active, and no one knew what they were up to. However, it was not a good thing for the big cities in the surrounding areas because until now, no one had figured out the origins of those two people. It was as if they had appeared out of thin air. Mysterious, very mysterious. Therefore, no one could rest assured that such people did not leave. In particular, there was news recently that Wanshan City had been looted. The city lord's mansion was looted. The major forces in the city were also looted and suffered heavy losses. No one could remain calm when the news came out. Even though the other party did not want treasures and only wanted power of faith, 90% of their wealth would be lost if they were targeted. No one could sit still. In fact, there were even some powers who were pondering whether or not they should leave the big city. This place was too dangerous. If the heavenly killer were to come knocking on their doors, who could stop him? It seemed that no one could stop them. Until now, they had not figured out how the other party broke through the formation's defense. Senior, they are here. They have sent me a message. City Lord 1, Yin had been on tenterhooks these few days. He was afraid that he would be punched to death one day. When the other party sent the news, he immediately reported it. Not reporting? City Lord 1, Yin did not dare to do so. If the other party became angry, he would not know how he died. Such speed. Lin Fei chuckled. It had been 10 days since he occupied Wanshan City. During these 10 days, he had been understanding the situation of the myriad god great continent. After understanding it, he did not dare to underestimate the myriad god great continent. This great continent was more than 10 times stronger than the 1,000 victories great continent. It had cosmos god totems protecting it. As for whether there were any living cosmos gods protecting it, that was unknown. Chapter 33:26. In the direction of the myriad god mountain range, a group of people came from the Temple of Light. Their leader was a gray-robed elder. He was an elder of the Temple of Light, Shirpasan. When Shirpasan heard that Wanshan City had been taken over, especially by two people, Shirpasan cursed on the spot. How could City Lord Wan, Yin be the city lord? After that, the families and forces of Wanshan City were extorted by City Lord Wan Yin. Shirpasan had the intention to kill when he heard this. In Wanshan City, Shirpashan's family was in the city. When the news came back, as the head of the family, he hated City Lord Wan Yin and the other two guys. Shirpasan really wanted to ask City Lord Wan Yin, who gave him the courage to take the lead in extorting the clans in the city, and now the city was filled with complaints. Therefore, he personally came with his people. If this matter was not resolved, the Temple of Light would become a joke. Elder Shur, we are about to reach Wanshan City. There is news from inside that those two people are still in the City Lord's residence. City Lord Wan Yin has become their lackey and is constantly fawning on them. A confidant came to report. Shirpashan's killing intent was cold. When we take back Wanshan City, the first thing we will deal with is that bastard Wan Yin. As for those two guys, I will skin them alive. No matter who is behind them, they will not be able to withstand the anger of the Temple of Light. Is that so? A cold snort came from the sky. Immediately, a huge world came crashing down. Be careful. The voice suddenly stopped. A figure appeared. It was He Yuan, his eyes cold. Who do you think you are? You only brought a little more than 20 people. Do you really think you are something? A powerful elder from the Temple of Light came along with more than 100 subordinates. They were all elites of the Temple of Light. As soon as this force appeared, everyone knew. Everyone had been paying close attention. However, before this group of people could reach Wanshan City, they were suppressed by a huge world. More than 100 elites were directly annihilated. Gone. That Shirpasan is an elder. In the Temple of Light, he has the strength of a 9-stars top-level ultimate god, but he was killed in one move. Is there a peak ultimate god among those two guys? Peak ultimate god. What a terrifying method. Shirpasan is still an elder with quite a reputation, yet he has been utterly defeated. The City Lord level characters who were paying attention couldn't remain calm. This was not a good result. Wan Yin, you old thing, you dare betray the Light Temple? In the City Lord's mansion, Sure Pashan's power was sealed, and he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. When this person saw City Lord Wan Yin, his eyes turned red. He glared at him and scolded him. Sure Pasan didn't expect that he would become a prisoner before he even saw the person. This was different from what he had imagined. Governor Wan Yin had become thick-skinned in such a short period of time, further proving that he had foresight. That was a 9 stars peak ultimate god, yet he took him down without making any noise. This method was truly shocking. Sure Pasan, don't mention the Temple of Light. They let me be the city lord, but in this big city, who would take me seriously? It's all because of the will of your elders. City Lord Wan Yin also threw caution to the wind. At this point, there was no turning back. City Lord Wan Yin very honestly stood on Lin Fei's side. Lin Fei looked at Sure Pasan with a smile. Wan, I'll leave this person to you. I still need him in a few days. Don't kill him. If he dies, I'll kill you immediately. City Lord Wan Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. A small elder. Lin Fei didn't care. I'll leave him to you, but there's something I need you to do. I hope you won't let me down. Lin Fei said, Sir, please instruct me. City Lord Wan Yin cupped his hands. The last time I was wanted by you, I remember being chased by a lot of people. I'm a person who holds a grudge the most. Lin Fei looked at City Lord Wan Yin. I think you should know what to do. City Lord Wan Yin quivered and nodded. Sir, I understand. I promise to do it properly. However, I need Sir Black to accompany me. I'm a lowly person. I'm afraid they won't give me face. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. Black Rock City, the closest city to Myriad Mountain City. In the City Lord's mansion, the Black Rock City Lord was enjoying a song and dance. Recently, as a neighbor of Myriad Mountain City, the Black Rock City Lord was under a lot of pressure. He called someone to dance for him to relieve his worries. City Lord, something bad has happened. A subordinate hurriedly ran in, his forehead full of cold sweat. The Black Rock City Lord's face darkened. We'll let you in. City Lord, Myriad Mountain City's City Lord Wan Yin has brought experts here. He said that he's here to collect a debt. He said that if you don't go out, he'll attack the city. The higher-ups who were enjoying the song and dance could no longer sit still. They were panicking. Why are they here? This doesn't make sense. The Black Rock City Lord was completely stunned. That was a killing machine. Oh, they're out. Outside Black Rock City. City Lord Wan Yin felt extremely domineering. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past. Awe-inspiring, truly awe-inspiring. Brother Wan, what are you doing? The Black Rock City Lord hurriedly came out. Although there were only 2 people outside, the Black Rock City Lord did not have the slightest bit of confidence because the expressionless person standing next to him was the scariest. A peak hierarch expert. I didn't do anything. I just came with a password from Master. I hope Black Rock City Lord will listen to it. City Lord Evershine said in a businesslike manner. Password? The Black Rock City Lord's heart skipped a beat. The situation was not good. If it was possible, the Black Rock City Lord really did not want to see the other party. Brother Wan, speak. I'm listening. The Black Rock City Lord did not have any imposing manner of a city lord at all. My lord was chased by your Black Rock City previously, which made him very angry. City Lord Wan Yin said indifferently. So, he asked me to come and attack your Black Rock City. However, under my persuasion, Lord said that it's fine if you don't attack Black Rock City, but you have to hand over 6 billion faith energy within an hour. The Black Rock City Lord's heart sank. This was bad news falling from the sky. What to do? 6 billion faith energy in an hour. The higher-ups behind the Black Rock City Lord had a change of expression. The thing that they were most worried about had finally happened. Brother Wan, 6 billion faith energy is too much. The Black Rock City Lord cried. Can it be a little less? Attack? The Black Rock City Lord did not have that thought. City Lord Wan Yin said, I don't have a choice. Who in your city wants to kill my lord? This is the best choice. If you don't hand it over in 2 hours, Lord He will personally take action. He Yuan's expressionless face instantly gave them a huge pressure. Brother Wan, let's discuss this first. The Black Rock City Lord called for the higher-ups to discuss. Either they give the faith energy, or the city will be attacked. Chapter 33:27. Myriad God Mountain Range. Recently, there was a huge matter spreading in this region. Have you heard? The Crimson Star City has been targeted too. They have handed over 5 billion faith energy. That Myriad Yin City Master is a good-for-nothing. That's right. Who said otherwise? According to what I know, the nearby cities have all been robbed. According to hearsay, the faith energy involved exceeds 60 billion. That is too crazy. Doesn't that fellow know the consequences of doing so? In many restaurants, everyone was talking about this matter. The dozen cities included various deity race superpowers. It was fine if they robbed the Light God Temple, but why did they include everyone? Furthermore, no one could find a reason to refute that excuse. During this period, 2 cities tried to resist, yet they were destroyed by that Lord Black alone. The city masters were killed too, and their corpses were hung in the sky above the cities. After that, no one dared to say anything. They could only swallow their anger. Wasn't it just faith energy? They could just hand it over. Compared to death, this loss was nothing. They could earn it back. Lin Fei was in a good mood during the recent few days. City Lord Wan Yin was very good at doing things. He extorted all of the surrounding 13 cities for the same reason. Adding on the city lords who were not convinced. After a round of beating, everyone gave up and obediently handed over their faith energy. 72 billion power of faith. This was the faith energy that he collected. As for what those superpowers behind him would think, Lin Fei did not care at all. I'll first convert 50 billion of the faith energy. The remaining 100 billion might seem quite a lot, but to Lin Fei, it was not something he could guarantee. After converting 50 billion faith energy, his reputation began exploding. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 4 trillion. Every time his reputation broke through, Lin Fei would be grinning from ear to ear. 630 billion. The number of his reputation soon stopped. Faith energy is indeed better than just collecting the reputation. Lin Fei grinned. With this 600 billion, even if a peak cosmos god came, he would die within 3 blades. This is the source of my confidence. Originally, Lin Fei did not have much confidence in the bottom of his heart, but now it was different. The Myriad Gods continent was the best place the heavens had given him. My reputation has increased greatly. It's time for me to leave this place. Lin Fei was prepared to leave Myriad Mountain City to see the true Myriad God continent. Master, there are a lot of people outside. They should be from the forces behind us. He Yuan came in to report. Lin Fei had been immersed in his prestige and naturally did not notice the situation outside Wanshan City. With a sweep of his divine sense, there were indeed many people outside, all of them exuding a tyrannical aura. Among them, there was the aura of an old acquaintance of the Light Temple. He came just in time. Lin Fei was all smiles. Just now, with a glance, these people seemed to have great backgrounds. I just used up a large amount of power of faith. They really came at the right time. He Yuan observed a moment of silence for them. The people outside were going to be out of luck. Outside Wanshan City, wave after wave of people gathered together. These people were all celestial races from the Myriad Gods continent. Every celestial race had great influence, and at this moment, more than one celestial race had appeared. Wan Yin, open the array formation immediately. On top of the city wall, City Lord Wan Yin looked calm, ignoring the other party's words. I'm sorry, Lord won't open the array formation. If you want to come in, you can fight your way in. I believe you can do it. With such a powerful backer around, City Lord Wan Yin knew how to seize the opportunity. After extorting 13 cities, City Lord Wan Yin knew that once he lost his backer, he would definitely die. Moreover, it would be the kind of death that would result in him dying 100 times over. That was tens of billions of power of faith. City Lord Wan Yan's entire fortune had barely exceeded 100 million power of faith, and he had used all sorts of methods to obtain it. Outside the city wall, the 3 elders of the Light Temple were furious. Wan Yin, you traitor! One of the white-browed elders shouted. You should know the consequences of being a traitor. Open the array formation immediately, and I can spare your life. Everyone was very surprised to hear City Lord Wan Yin ignore the three elders of the Light Temple. Was that mysterious guy really that powerful? Was it worth it for City Lord Wan Yin to fall out with the Light Temple? This seemed too unwise. They can do whatever they want. We just want that guy to return our power of faith. That's right, our power of faith is not that easy to take. Do they really think we're fat sheep? Groups of 3 to 5 people stared at Myriad Mountain City. They're here, it's that guy. I heard that he's teaching Lord He. Right, that mysterious young man is their leader. City Lord Wan Yin really has a problem with his head. No matter how strong they are, how can they be a match for the Light Temple? Watch carefully, they're going to be in trouble soon. Once the elders of the Light Temple attack, not everyone can stop them. Lin Fei landed on top of the city wall with He Yuan. Young man, you're the one who occupied Myriad Mountain City and captured an elder of the Light Temple. Who gave you the courage to do this? The white-browed elder's eyes were cold, as if he was judging a dead man. He quickly searched his mind, but could not find any information about this person. Yes, it's me. Lin Fei smiled. It's your Light Temple's fault for offending me. Right, and you celestial clans, are you all here to cause trouble for me? Kid, you talk big. Hand over the power of faith you stole and break one of your arms, and we can pretend that nothing happened. No one can get away with robbing our celestial wolf, celestial clan. We're from the three-eyed celestial clan. Hand over the power of faith and come with us. Tell us the force behind you. It's not that simple to kill our city lord. The force behind you must pay the price in blood. One by one, the great celestial clan spoke. Their goal was simple. Either hand over the power of faith or accept punishment. If they did not do something after their power of faith was stolen by someone alone, they would become a complete joke. They had to hand over an explanation today. As for that Lord he was very strong. They had also brought experts with them, peak ultimate god experts. As a great celestial clan, it was not difficult for them to bring out 1 or 2 of them. Lin Fei said to City Lord Wan Yin, "Are they very famous?" City Lord Wan Yin immediately said, "The great celestial clans here are all very influential. Those who came today are all reputable people. There are also 13 peak ultimate god experts. No, it's 16. The 3 from the Light Temple are also peak ultimate gods." The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled into a smile. They're all big fish. I can probably exchange them for a lot of power of faith. He did not hide his words from everyone, so they heard him clearly. How dare you capture us? Kid, come out. Let me see what makes you think you can capture me. Chapter 33:28. Myriad Mountain City. A total of 13 major clans had come, and every single one of them had great influence. The famous Divine Light Temple was not one of them. When they saw the young man standing on the wall, the major clans present all had different expressions. Some were angry, some were curious, and some were in disbelief. The person who came seemed too young. Such a person had caused such a huge commotion near the Myriad God Mountain range of the Myriad God Continent, extorting tens of billions of prestige points from 13 major cities. No matter what, they could not take it lying down. When they heard what the other party said, they felt even more uncomfortable. He was completely looking down on them. The 13 major clans outside, together with the experts from the Divine Light Temple, numbered more than 100 people. Thick auras shot into the sky, and they looked menacing. You want to fight with me? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei said with a smile. He did not care about the people outside. City Lord Wan Yin knew that Lord Lin was very powerful, but none of the 13 major clans outside were easy to deal with. His heart skipped a beat. Only He Yuan looked indifferent, as though he was looking at a bunch of trash. Did he really come out? They were just saying it. With the protection of the city's array formation, no fool would rush out to fight with them. Even a peak, godly venerable would not be able to stop 100 people. He's really bold. He'll regret it later. No one has ever looked down on us. The people outside were already eager to try. As long as the other party came out, he would not be able to return to Myriad Mountain City. They all knew that the young man was the leader. Once they took him down, no matter what background he had, he would be in trouble. No one could steal something from them and still get away with it. Lin Fei passed through the array formation and arrived outside Myriad Mountain City. Kid, you're finally willing to come out. The moment Lin Fei left the array formation, a huge hand came down from the sky, not giving him a chance to escape. Huh! Lin Fei shot into the sky. With a puff, his hand was pierced and blood gushed out. In that charge, just now, Lin Fei had turned into a nail. The person who attacked was unlucky, and one of his hands was crippled. Who else? Let's continue. I'm pretty free these days anyway. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The one who attacked was an elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan. At this moment, this elder of the Heavenly Spirit God race had a pained look on his face. His palms were filled with cracks, as though they were on the verge of shattering. The scariest thing was that the cracks had spread up, covering a third of his body. Was it scary? Of course it was terrifying. Lin Fei easily broke apart the attack of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder. The fleshy body of a cosmos god was not something anyone could grasp. It was no different from smashing an egg against a rock. The Heavenly Spirit God race actually failed. Peak Ultimate God. He's definitely a peak Ultimate God. Take him down. We'll definitely be able to find out who's behind this. The elder of the Heavenly Spirit God clan gave up. The other party's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If they were to go all out, who would be able to block a single punch from that brat? No wonder he had the confidence to come out of Wanshan City. He really did not care about them. Many people? It was useless. The conjecture of the Heavenly Spirit God clan elder was indeed correct. Not enough. Not enough. I was punched out once. Didn't you all want to fight me, one-on-one? The 13 great god clans wrong. It was the 12 great god clans. The other party was simple. From start to end, it was just a single punch. A punch to the left, a punch to the right, breaking apart their attacks. The remaining elders of the 12 great god clans were all injured. The power of a single punch from Lin Fei had not only broken apart their attacks, it had also injured them. How could the strength of a cosmos god be so easily defended against? This was even with Lin Fei showing mercy. He was afraid that if he used too much strength, he might accidentally kill them. That would be a huge loss. It was not worth it. You all have really disappointed me. Lin Fei shook his head. He pointed at the Light Temple elder not far away. They can't do it. What about you all? Do you want to come up and give it a try? The 13 great god clans no longer had any thoughts. The power of a single punch caused them to feel unbearable pain. Their fleshy bodies, which they were usually proud of, were currently filled with many cracks as if they were about to shatter. Such control of strength was not something anyone could achieve. The current them could not do it. In other words, that person disdained from killing them. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to kill one of them with a single punch. They felt bitter in their hearts. They came with an overbearing aura, yet they were smashed by a single punch from the other party. There was no need to use any treasures or secret techniques. The other party's strength was unyielding. The expressions of the 3 elder experts of the Light Temple were no longer as calm. They were not fools. They had seen clearly what happened previously. The 13 experts from the 13 great god clans could not do anything to the other party. The other party dealt with them with a single punch every single time. That tyrannical strength made even them feel a lingering fear in their hearts. Right? They felt a lingering fear in their hearts. A junior had reached such a tyrannical degree of strength. It had completely changed their way of thinking. Their Light Temple was strong, but they did not have any chance of winning when fighting with the person in front of them. Why? You don't dare anymore. Lin Fei chuckled. Then take a punch from me. His punch was the best in the world. The 3 elders of the Light Temple were already wary of the other party. When the other party's punch came, their battle primordial spirits rushed out from behind them. However, they had underestimated the power of Lin Fei's punch. The power of the punch swept over with the weight of Mount Tai. The battle primordial spirits of the 3 elders of the Light Temple, the Birdman Angel, instantly exploded. As for the 3 elders themselves, they swayed and struggled to hold on, as though they would fall from the sky if they were the slightest bit careless. Just one punch had shattered all their thoughts. That young man was ridiculously strong. When did the myriad god continent have such a great expert? How could they not know of him? They suddenly felt like they had gone blind. Hundreds of people could not fight against one person. If this was spread out, they would be laughed at. Which one of the people present was not famous? You've already fought, but unfortunately, you're all useless. Lin Fei said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you? It's because you still have some value. If you want to live, obediently hand over everything on you, and then obediently go to Myriad Mountain City." Lin Fei looked like he had them in the bag. The 13 great divine clans, including the Light Temple, all had ugly expressions. They were being held captive. Your Excellency is indeed very strong, but if we want to leave, you can't stop us. The 3 divine venerable experts, through these words, turned into shadows and left. Handing over everything on them? What kind of joke was that? They had a group of people. Even if they could not win, couldn't they run away? This was also the thought of the majority of the people present. Lin Fei snorted. "Did I allow you to leave?" Bang, bang, bang. The divine venerable experts who fled in 3 directions exploded like fireworks. Chapter 33:29. Without any warning, the 3 divine masters had all fled tens of thousands of miles away and were easily killed by this young man. More importantly, they did not even see the other party make a move. His means were terrifying. The 13 great divine clans were actually watching. Once the 3 divine masters could escape, it proved that the young man had the ability to hunt them down. Captives? At that time, it would actually be a joke. But the scene at this time scared them out of their wits. Several guys kept wiping their sweat. The 3 who boasted shamelessly about leaving were from this divine clan. "Senior, it has nothing to do with us if they want to leave. Don't kill us. We will immediately hand over everything. Yes, yes, we will immediately hand over everything." With the previous example, who would dare to leave? Lin Fei smiled faintly. "If anyone wants to try, feel free to go. I promise to fulfill your wish." His gaze swept across the 13 great divine clans. All the great divine clans that Lin Fei's gaze swept across lowered their noble heads and did not dare to breathe loudly. The pressure was immense. Finally, it was the Light Temple's turn. "Your Excellency, you are very strong. The Light Temple will not interfere in this matter," the white-browed elder said. "As long as you let us leave, we can give up Wanshan City and give it to you." To make them make a choice in such a short period of time, it could be said that they had to swallow their anger. The 13 great divine clans were all shocked. It was really incredible and quite unexpected for such words to come out of the mouth of the Light Temple. To make the Light Temple lower its head was something that they did not even dare to think about. However, on second thought, they understood the intentions of the Light Temple elders. They were going to ask for reinforcements. Once they left, the Light Temple would definitely have more powerful experts in the future. No one had ever made the Light Temple suffer losses. Revenge was necessary. Lin Fei originally came to the Light Temple. The bigger the disturbance, the better. He could also gain prestige and give face to the 3 Light Temple elders. In his opinion, what was the use of that little bit of face? Who cared? Face? Does the Light Temple have a lot of face? I took Wanshan City, so it is mine. Now hand over your things and be obedient captives, and you can live. Lin Fei said. The 3 elders of the Temple of Light were furious. "Bastard, the Temple of Light won't let you off," the white-browed elder said with resentment in his eyes. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish." A shadow flashed by, and the white-browed elder turned into a bloody mist, dyeing the sky red. Lin Fei acted as if he had not moved at all. However, everyone had seen him move just now. It was just that his speed was too fast. By the time they caught sight of him, he had already returned to his original position. Those who were weaker were basically unable to tell. One punch to death. Domineering, very domineering. The 13 Protoss wiped off their sweat again. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it either. Terrifying, truly terrifying. The faces of the 2 elders of the Waimei godly temple and the people behind them instantly turned pale. "You," Lin Fei said with a smile, I don't want to say it again, unless you want to die. Of course, if you want to die, I'll just waste some energy at most. There's no difference. We'll do it. The elder of the light temple gritted his teeth. They couldn't withstand the power of that punch at all. At that moment, they really smelled the aura of death. Usually, they were very strong, and even if they encountered a powerful master, they wouldn't necessarily lose very badly. But today, they saw what an invincible expert was. One punch to kill an elder. This required extremely tyrannical strength, which could not be killed by ordinary strength. Without saying anything, they immediately chose to admit defeat and bow their heads. It was more important to save their lives. As for what would happen next, they could only take it one step at a time. The forces of the Light Temple of Wanshan City were all heartbroken at this moment. They originally thought that they could count on the Light Temple to take down that guy, and at the same time get back their losses, but the scene outside really shocked them. For a moment, they didn't have this idea anymore. That person was really a great demon king. The Light Temple's elder couldn't withstand the power of one punch. If they didn't know his strength, they would really think that he was going easy on them. My lord mighty, City Lord Wan Yin was even more of a lackey. Thick thighs, really thick thighs. The three Light Temple elders that came. Any one of them was stronger than City Lord Wan Yin, and they could deal with him with a flick of their fingers. But in front of Lord Lin, they were done with one punch. Domineering, really domineering. I'll leave them to you. Look after them first. I believe they won't do anything rash. Lin Fei said to City Lord Wan Yin. Everyone present took the initiative to offer their treasures. Even if they had 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to run. That method was really unimaginable. Even if they were experienced and knowledgeable, they still couldn't think of what it was. Even if they thought for a lifetime, they probably wouldn't be able to think of it. That was the system's auxiliary killing technique. It really killed people without a trace. Lin Fei wasn't interested in ordinary things, except for the power of faith. He had collected a large pile of treasures. Just the power of faith alone was 2 billion, and this was secondary. The important thing was that they had people in their hands, which meant that it was all power of faith. My lord, this is their identity and status in the 10,000 God continent. City Lord Wan Yin sent over a document. The document listed the status and influence of the 13 major god clans. It was very detailed, and one wouldn't know if one didn't look at it. Lin Fei was really satisfied with this City Lord Wan Yin. He was really good at handling matters. Well done. Lin Fei smiled. Take the document back and list out a ransom. You should be familiar with this, right? City Lord Wan Yin was really impressed. Capturing people and asking for a ransom, this was like flying into the sky. If it was someone else, City Lord Wan Yin wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 100 guts. He wouldn't even know how he died. But this time, he was full of confidence. My lord, don't worry. I will definitely make them pay a satisfactory ransom. City Lord Wan Yin patted his chest and guaranteed. Go! City Lord Wan Yin went to work happily. Master, actually, it's better for us to go to them directly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Hey Yuan said. There's no rush. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't say that this was to gain some prestige. Since he had nothing to do, why not do it? At the very least, Lin Fei could give it a try. 60 billion power of faith wasn't something to be trifled with. If that old monster jumped out, he would have to be prepared to be stabbed. It would definitely feel good. Lin Fei was really looking forward to this. The 10,000 God continent was quite mysterious. Perhaps this day wouldn't be too far away. Now, Lin Fei wanted to make a big fuss and let those people know about this. When the matter slowly developed, it would be easy. Chapter 33:30. What happened in the Myriad God Mountain range quickly spread. The 13 great god clans and the Light Temple were all defeated by a mysterious young man from Myriad Mountain City. What was most shocking was that the 13 captive elders of the Light Temple and the great god clans had all been ransomed, or they would be executed within a certain period of time. When the news came out, there was another uproar. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and it spread at an extremely fast speed. Anyone who heard the news did not know what to say for a moment. Ransom? His guts were boundlessly big. This was the myriad god continent, where experts were as common as the clouds. Who would dare to do such a thing? Even if they had a powerful background, they might not be any better. That guy's courting death. It could be said that everyone was thinking the same thing. Outside Myriad Mountain City, as the news spread, many experts came to join the fun. It was the first time they had seen such a major event. They wanted to know who was so audacious as to demand a ransom above the 10 great god clans in the Light Temple. In just half a month's time, it was bustling outside Myriad Mountain City. There were tens of thousands of people gathered here, and the majority of them were onlookers. No one could guarantee that there was no one among them who was planning to fish in troubled waters. Awesome, gaining hundreds of millions of reputation every day. In the city lord's residence, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, his expression relaxed, completely unaffected by the people outside. "My lord, someone has come to pay the ransom again." City Lord Wan Yin reported like a lackey. "That one?" Lin Fei asked. "The heavenly spirit god race." City Lord Wan Yin reported. "They're the most timid. They have already reported what happened that day. As long as they are smart, they will know how to choose." Lin Fei did not kill them, but spare their lives. In fact, because of this, only by spreading the news himself would it be the most reliable. Outsiders? Forget it. They would lack a sense of identity. Send out the news that if they do not pay the ransom within 10 days, they will all be killed. Lin Fei closed his eyes, meditating. The heavenly spirit god race has paid the ransom. They're coming out. The people of the heavenly spirit god race came out of the Myriad Mountain City, and without saying a word, they boarded the battleship and left immediately. They had lost all their face. Why didn't they take revenge? Why didn't they attack Wanshan City and force the other party to hand over the man? In fact, it was because they didn't dare. He didn't have the confidence. According to the information that was sent back, the young man's strength was tyrannical and unfathomable. He could defeat his opponent with a single punch, and, similarly, he could kill with a single punch. His methods were even more strange and mysterious. After learning the situation, the Heavenly Spirit God clan chose to pay the ransom. The Heavenly Spirit God race couldn't afford to offend a fellow whose background they couldn't see through. Didn't they see that he even dared to kill people from the Radiant Temple? That was a truly ruthless person. In a myriad gods continent, the Radiant Temple was one of the top 10 factions. After the Heavenly Spirit God race, the Celestial race came one after another to pay the ransom and leave. None of them dared to say anything, at least not now. "My lord, this is the ransom paid by the 13 major godly clans. It's a total of 30 billion power of faith. Now, only the Temple of Light is left." City Lord Wan Yin brought over the power of faith. 30 billion power of faith was divided among the 13 clans. It wasn't a lot, with each clan only having about 2 billion power of faith. It wasn't considered high, but it was still within an acceptable range. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Back then, he had left the matter to Wan Yin because he didn't want to do it himself. He didn't expect this fellow to be so capable. "Well done." Lin Fei smiled and casually took out a weapon of faith. "This is for you." There were good and bad faith weapons. What Lin Fei took out was naturally a good one. It made Wan Yin so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He couldn't help but feel grateful. "My lord, I believe that the Radiant Temple will definitely not be satisfied. They might send a true expert or even summon the power of the totem." Wan Yin voiced out his conjecture. "It's fine." Lin Fei smiled. "If the Radiant Temple dares to make a move, the ransom will be increased 5-fold. If they don't pay, we'll kill them. We'll make the Radiant Temple a laughingstock. If they don't redeem their own people, let's see who will be willing to risk their lives for them. Summon the power of the totem?" Lin Fei was disdainful. The current Lin Fei was truly rich and overbearing. Outside Myriad Mountain City, many people were watching the show. The 13 great god clans brought the ransom and brought the person away. Nobody was surprised. Everyone basically knew what happened in Myriad Mountain City. The battle that day had also been spread out. That person in Myriad Mountain City had an unfathomable strength. Some even suspected that he was an ultra expert who was half a step into the Cosmos God realm. It became normal for these god clans to pay the ransom. The main event is about to begin. Who says it isn't? The Radiant Temple will definitely not take this lying down. Who knows? There might be a formidable fellow coming this time. That's true. Why don't you see how influential the Radiant Temple is in the myriad god great continent? Everyone was looking forward to the Radiant Temple exploding. They also hoped that the person in Myriad Mountain City would teach the Radiant Temple a deep lesson. He's here, he's here. He's finally here. I wonder who will come. On the last day of the limited time, an enormous illusory figure appeared by the horizon. As soon as the phantom appeared, it stretched across the sky and was incomparably huge. When it got closer, everyone could see clearly that it was an angel, a great 12-winged angel. It was an illusory shadow, but it gave everyone a huge shock. His breathing quickened, and his pupils constricted. The divine Son of Light is here. The illusory 12-winged angel can only be summoned by the divine Son of Light from the Temple of Light. Don't think that the great 12-winged angel is just an illusion. That is an attack from a cosmos god. Wanshan City is going to be destroyed. No matter how strong that person is, how can he be a match for a great 12-winged angel? I bet that the person inside won't be able to withstand 10 moves. The phantom of the great 12-winged angel arrived quickly. The divine Son of Light stood on the shoulder of the great angel of 12 wings, like an emperor overlooking the world. I'll give you 10 breaths to come out. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact crashed into the sky above 10,000 Mountain City, startling the formation of 10,000 Mountain City. The formation kept changing shape and ripples flashed. The divine Son of Light is so fierce. It's not just a normal kind of mighty and domineering. I'm really worried for that person. In the myriad god great continent, the reputation of the divine Son of Light was not small. He belonged to the top of the younger generation and was in the same batch as the Son of Darkness and the Son of Myriad God. Actually, the divine Son of Light did not want to come. It was just a small matter. No matter how strong the other party was, he just had to summon the great angel totem over, and he could easily take down the other party. Chapter 33-31. The appearance of the 12-winged angel was enough to shock everyone, even if it was just a phantom. It was the divine Prince of Light. Everyone could tell that the Temple of Light took this matter very seriously. They had even arranged for the divine Prince of Light to come here. In theory, this matter should not have been handled by the divine Prince of Light. Of course, no one would have thought that the divine Prince of Light had actually come here to kill people and vent his anger. In the Boundless World Mountain, his anger had not been vented. The divine Prince of Light had been killed. Fortunately, no one knew about it. If this news were to spread in the great continent of 10,000 gods, it would be a joke. Fortunately, this news did not spread. The divine Prince of Light saw Wanshan City. It was not much different from what he had imagined. The phantom of the 12-winged angel landed thousands of miles away. The divine Prince of Light looked down at Wanshan City from high above. Any smart person would know what to do within 10 breaths. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh when he heard the voice in the City Lord's mansion of Wanshan City. Good heavens, what a coincidence to bump into him again. Lin Fei had a deep impression of this scheming divine Prince of Light. He had not expected to meet him again here. Divine Prince of Light, this is a big fat piece of meat. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. 10 breaths passed quickly. The divine Prince of Light did not attack immediately. He gave the other party 10 breaths to consider whether or not to surrender. In fact, he wanted to intimidate the other party, subduing the enemy without a fight. This would undoubtedly increase his influence. I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The divine Prince of Light had come to vent his anger, but it would be best if he could increase his influence. Unfortunately, the other party did not know how to cherish it. It seems that you don't take the Temple of Light seriously. The divine Prince of Light said loudly, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you if you hide in Wanshan City. It's a piece of cake to deal with you." The array of Wanshan City was quite powerful. At the same time, it was protected by angels. Anyone who wanted to break through the array of Wanshan City would need a lot of time and effort. It was not something that could be done easily. There was still no sound from Wanshan City. This made the Divine Prince of Light very unhappy. Li, the Divine Son of Light, shouted again. However, this time, the voice that he shouted was one that no one recognized. There was a mysterious tone to it. Whoosh! At the Divine Light Son's voice, the illusory angel that had been hiding in the array formation in Wanshan City was magically summoned. As soon as the angel was summoned, it knelt in the direction of the Divine Son of Light. Charge into the City Lord's mansion and capture him. The Divine Son of Light ordered. They had never taken a mere 10,000 Mountain City seriously. Even if they relied on the formation of the 10,000 Mountain City, the result would be the same. No one could offend it. Divine Prince of Light, good move. Summon the angel inside the formation. The person inside is going to have a headache. Look, the angel has charged into the City Lord's mansion. With the support of the powerful formation, that angel's battle prowess can be maintained at its peak. It's not something that those two can easily resist. Didn't they defeat City Lord Wan Yin because they controlled the formation last time? They won't be so lucky this time. The Divine Prince of Light's move shocked countless people. They all knew that the Divine Prince of Light was very powerful. They rarely saw him in action, but when he did, it was definitely a thunderous blow. He was famous for that. That day, they had learned something new. The Divine Prince of Light didn't need to do anything himself. He had attracted the attack of the angel in the formation, which was 100 times more powerful than if he were to attack himself. He was reaping the fruits of others' labor. The angel's shadow rushed into the City Lord's mansion. Everyone thought that a huge battle was about to break out. However, at that moment, a hand reached out. The hand looked ordinary, but it was filled with domineering power. The hand grabbed the neck of the angel's shadow. How is that possible? It's been caught. That's an existence whose strength is comparable to that of a peak ultimate god. It might even be stronger. The people outside were dumbfounded. They knew that the two people in Wanshan City were very powerful, but not everyone could be so powerful that they could catch the angel's shadow with one hand. He's indeed very powerful. The Divine Prince of Light was only testing them by using the angel's shadow to deal with them. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. No matter how powerful you are, how can you be stronger than a great 12-winged angel? The Divine Prince of Light sneered in his heart. It was a loud bang. The angel's shadow was caught by that hand and completely collapsed. A loud sound echoed. Divine Prince of Light, I didn't expect you to have the guts to come back after I killed you last time. I really admire you. A voice came from the City Lord's mansion. Immediately, a black figure walked out of the City Lord's mansion. The Divine Prince of Light's expression suddenly changed, and his face became ferocious. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. It's you. The Divine Prince of Light's eyes instantly turned scarlet. He wanted to kill someone. The guy who had killed his original body was actually here. That face, that voice. Who else could it be other than him? You remember me very well, loser. Lin Fei stood on the wall of Wanshan City and looked at the Divine Prince of Light with a smile. Are you very surprised? Very surprised. However, you seem to be very angry. Did you not go to see the goddess recently? That won't do. When you are angry, you will be very impulsive. As the saying goes, impulsiveness is the devil. Shut up. Boom. Boom. The Divine Prince of Light roared. That be Astra starred. How could he let the news out? I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. Those people were all dumbfounded when they heard that. This was big news. The Divine Prince of Light had been killed once. It was too shocking. It was so shocking that no one could believe it was true. A top genius had actually been killed. If the other party had not said it, no one would have known about it. They secretly observed the Divine Prince of Light's expression. It was completely true. You really are angry. Lin Fei checked the support system. Indeed, his prestige was increasing. Do you want me to help you calm down? The Divine Prince of Light was, after all, a popular figure. With the words loser and the fact that he had been killed once, It would be strange if his prestige did not increase. Go to hell. The great 12-winged angel made a move. He raised one hand and landed on the array with a loud bang. Whoosh, whoosh. Powerful forces instantly crushed over. The huge formation of Wanshan City rippled like waves under this palm strike. Wave after wave, the huge formation completely disappeared with a cracking sound. More than half of the entire Wanshan City was instantly turned into ruins. Chapter 33-32. The Divine Son of Light was determined to capture him. This time, he had summoned a great 12-winged angel. That angel had the combat power of a cosmos god. Even though it could not last for long, its combat power could not be ignored. He could suppress whoever he wanted. The Divine Prince of Light would not be able to take this lying down until that kid was dead. Die, he must die. The great 12-winged angel's palm had almost destroyed half of Myriad Mountain City. Under the Divine Son of Light's control, he arrived above the ruins, his body emitting a cold intent. Come out, come out. The Divine Son of Light did not think that the other party would die just like that. With the existence of this phantom, the Divine Son of Light believed that he would definitely be able to defeat the other party. In front of him, there was absolutely no chance for the other party to resist. You took advantage of me last time. This time, let's see who is more powerful with real swords and spears. The Divine Son of Light said, Don't let me down. A figure dashed out from the ruins. Who do you think you are to attack my lord? He Yuan's expressionless face was filled with disdain. His palm was like a saber, the saber light crisscrossing. He Yuan's palm strike wasn't very imposing, but his palm was like a saber, sharp and fierce. The saber light was as thin as paper, flashing past. The great 12-winged angel beneath the Divine Prince of Light spread its wings in front of him, blocking all the attacks. Rip! Saber light flashed, slicing apart the wings and sending the man flying. Humph! How dare you fight with my master with this level of strength? You really overestimate yourself. He Yuan said indifferently. No way. That's the Divine Son of Light. That man's subordinate sent the Divine Prince of Light flying. No matter how I look at it, it's like a dream. I can't see through it. I really can't see through it. Everyone's expression changed. The result was too unexpected. The mighty Divine Prince of Light couldn't even withstand a single palm strike from his opponent. The gap between them seemed to be too big. For that person to have such subordinates, didn't that mean that he was stronger, or that the other party had a greater background? Could it be someone from the Star River Prefecture? For a moment, everyone's breathing quickened. If it was true, then who would dare to offend this person? Even the Temple of Light would have to avoid the sharp edge and could only silently lick their wounds. Who could afford to offend a noble from the Star River Prefecture? No one dared to offend him. The Divine Son of Light rushed out of the ruins. The great 12-winged angel had blocked most of the force from that saber strike, but the remaining force had still dealt him a heavy blow. It was hard for him to accept such a result. Losing to that brat was pardonable, but now that he had lost to the other party's subordinate, what the hell was this? You're stronger than I thought. However, you can't defeat me. The Divine Son of Light wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted, Totem Fusion. The illusory figure of the great 12-winged angel landed on the Divine Son of Light. The two figures quickly overlapped, and a majestic aura soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The experts who were watching from afar. In front of this aura, all of them fell from the sky, their heads bleeding. Cosmos God, those two are in trouble this time. I can't believe the Divine Son of Light has mastered the Totem Fusion. That is the top secret art of the Temple of Light. Once he merges with the totem, his power will increase tremendously. Once a Cosmos God appears, who can fight against him? That person is quite powerful. He forced the Divine Son of Light out with a single move and used his trump card. Cosmos gods were legendary existences that could only be heard of but not seen. In a myriad god-great continent, very few cosmos gods would appear, even if they fused with totems. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. One could imagine how much determination was required for the Divine Son of Light to display it so quickly. After all, this secret technique had quite a significant side effect. You're very strong, truly very strong. It's a pity that you shouldn't have forced me to fuse with totems. The eyes of the divine son of light were cold. Now, I'll let you experience what despair is. After fusing, the body of the divine son of light became much bigger. The 12 wings behind him danced. Divine light fist. The 12 wings immediately turned into 12 hands. 12 fist shadows also appeared in front of He Yuan. After fusing, the divine son of light had stepped into a whole new level in terms of speed and strength. That was an unparalleled power that could look down on the world. In this region of the myriad God mountain range, the divine son of light was the undisputed #1 expert. The 12 fist shadows could easily smash anyone into pieces. This attack of the divine son of light was too superficial in the eyes of He Yuan. This was a fighting style that only those who had just stepped into the Cosmos God realm would use. It was also the most lacking in technique. Are Cosmos gods very strong? He Yuan indifferently said. He waved his hand, causing a barrier to appear in front of him. The 12 fist shadows landed on the barrier, causing it to slightly cave in. Nevertheless, it could not be broken. The first time the Cosmos God from the divine son of light acted, it was blocked by the other party just like that. The arrogant divine son of light felt unnatural. It was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on him. He felt cold from head to toe. Treasure. It must be a treasure. The divine son of light cheered himself up. As long as he could break this treasure, he would win. There was a time limit after fusing the totems. I've really underestimated you all. The divine son of light did not associate it with the strength of a cosmos god. All cosmos gods would belong to a cosmos god. At the same time, it was not easy to break through to the cosmos god realm. It was too difficult. Being the divine son of light, he did not dare guarantee that he could definitely become a cosmos god. The divine son of light acted once again. It was still the divine light fist from the light god temple. A flurry of attacks engulfed He Yuan. Those watching from afar felt their scalps turning numb. The strength of a cosmos god was too thick. It was as if he was attacking the root of the problem. Looking behind that person, it had already become a land of despair after being attacked by the strength of a cosmos god. The previous ruins had also turned into dust. If not for the destruction left behind in the surroundings, who would dare believe that this was the Myriad Mountain City? Why isn't it broken yet? The divine son of light had executed his fist technique a few times, yet he could not break through that thin layer of defensive barrier. It was as if he was punching on cotton every time. This feeling was not good. You are too weak. He Yuan shook his head. Divine light fist. He Yuan remained calm. The moment he acted, it was the exact same divine light fist. A lump of pure and holy light appeared. Everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The divine son of light flew backwards. As he flew, he spurted out blood. The fusion state of his totems had also lost its effect. A single fist had forced the divine son of light back to his original form. The divine son of light has been captured. It can't be. That's impossible. Look carefully. Who else could it be other than the divine son of light? Chapter 33:33. The light god son had been captured. All the big cities near the myriad God mountain range obediently shut their mouths. They did not dare to boast. They were originally counting on the light temple to display their might, but it seemed that the strength of the two was much more terrifying than they imagined. The light god son, who had fused with his totem, had been captured by the other party. Those who wanted to see Lin Fei suffer no longer had any expectations. Fortunately, they did not go to cheer. Otherwise, they would be in big trouble. They might even have to spend a lot of money. Who could endure that? The Light Temple is going to have a headache. What a strong enemy. Those who had witnessed this scene were now well behaved. Divine Son of Light, look at you. You come all the way here. What's the point? The Light God's son had woken up. His strength had disappeared without a trace. He had actually been sealed by someone. The Light God's son was startled. His entire face turned pale. Without his strength, he was nothing. I still underestimated you. The light god's son recovered. But you should not have captured me. Being the light god's son, my influence is not as simple as you think. Lin Fei sat in front of the light god's son. I know. It is simply the light temple sending a stronger opponent to capture me. Lin Fei laughed. But the strongest one is just a cosmos god. Who knows? He might even fuse with his totem. One of my subordinates can defeat you. You said that the experts in your temple are. He ignored him. The light god's son opened his mouth. He originally wanted to say that the light temple had many experts, and it was easy for them to deal with him. But thinking about himself, he had been defeated so thoroughly even after fusing with his totem. If you capture me, you will not have a good ending. The light god's son gritted his teeth and squeezed out a sentence. No. Lin Fei smiled as he shook his head. In my opinion, you are very valuable, very valuable. I believe that the Temple of Light will be very happy to take out a large amount of power of faith to redeem you. Do you know from the moment you appeared, you were a high-quality hostage in my eyes? Do you feel very honored? The light god's son felt that this was the most inconceivable thing he had ever heard. Hostage. What a novel title. And the light god's son had nothing to refute. I don't think that's a good title. The divine son of light tried his best to remain calm, but for some reason, he really wanted to kill this guy. The divine son of light was being used as a hostage. Even if he survived, he would become a big joke. Since you're awake, let's go. Lin Fei smiled as he took out a white warship from his interspatial ring. This battleship belonged to the divine prince of light. Now it had become Lin Fei's trophy. Where to? Of course it's to leave this place. Lin Fei said, the myriad god continent is so huge. I have to experience it and promote it. The divine prince of light did not want to leave with them. Once he left this place, he would become a huge joke. Everyone knew how shameful it was for one of the top geniuses of a younger generation to be kidnapped for ransom. After boarding the warship, Yi Xian stood on the battleship. He Yuan steered the battleship in a certain direction, leaving only the silhouette of the battleship behind. He's gone, he's finally gone. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, I can harm others, haha. The city lords of the big cities all felt relieved. It was great that Wanshan's city had been destroyed. Otherwise, who wouldn't be nervous about such a neighbor? They had all been blackmailed for billions of power of faith. It was great that he was gone. They hoped he would not come back. On the battleship, Lin Fei was enjoying the beautiful scenery. However, for the divine prince of light, everything had become a mess along the way. He had become a captive. He was a hostage. On both sides of the battleship hung the elders of the Temple of Light, which made the divine prince of light feel even more embarrassed. No, absolutely not. I represent the Temple of Light, and I'm the divine prince of light. Once I become a hostage, it will be a permanent stain on my reputation. The divine prince of light kept thinking. He had to deal with this. Your Excellency, if you plan to take me to the Temple of Light to ask for a ransom, I think there is one thing that I believe you will be interested in, and you will be very interested in it. The divine prince of light thought to himself, I'm unlucky, and so are you. When everyone becomes a hostage, my stain naturally won't be considered a stain, because everyone will be the same. Lin Fei laughed. You're not being honest. Are you plotting something again? Do you think it's possible? The divine prince of light shook his head. I just think that this matter is very suitable for you to hear. Could it be that you don't even have the guts? Tell me about it. Lin Fei was not worried that the divine prince of light would play any tricks. As for the masters of the Temple of Light coming for revenge, it was even more impossible. The divine prince of light was not that kind of stupid. Your Excellency, you are not a native of the great continent of myriad gods. In another month, a grand event will begin in the great continent of myriad gods. At that time, all the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods will gather together. Your Excellency, don't you think this is a great thing? The divine prince of light said. We call this grand event the Convention of Geniuses. Convention of Geniuses? Lin Fei understood. From the divine prince of light's words, Lin Fei knew what he was planning. He wanted Lin Fei to capture the hostages himself. Only the divine prince of light could come up with such an idea. However, it had to be said that this matter was really in line with Lin Fei. He needed a large amount of power of faith. If the geniuses were present, they would all be huge hostages. As for becoming public enemies, Lin Fei was even less worried. Lin Fei glanced at the Divine Prince of Light and smiled. The Divine Prince of Light felt a chill in his heart when Lin Fei glanced at him. He said without hesitation, "Actually, I'm quite useful. For example, I can help you filter out the most valuable hostages." These words resonated with Lin Fei's heart. Lin Fei did not know the geniuses of the great continent of myriad gods, nor did He Yuan, who was beside him. It would be best if the Divine Prince of Light led the way. He would be able to figure out who was a genius and what was valuable. Anyway, to Lin Fei, as long as they were valuable, it was fine. You're still useful. Then lead the way. Lin Fei smiled. If you do well, perhaps I can reduce your ransom. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now that things had come to this, the Divine Prince of Light could only take it one step at a time. Of course, he also hoped that this guy would become a public enemy. Whether or not he would pay the ransom was another matter. However, he still had to be honest for now. The Divine Prince of Light could not afford to offend this person. Chapter 33-34. Myriad God Continent. Recently, a piece of big news had broken out. The Divine Light Son of the Divine Light Temple had been captured alive by a mysterious expert who had emerged from the Myriad God Mountain Range. He had also demanded a ransom from the Divine Light Temple. At first, no one took the news seriously. Who was the Divine Light Son? He was the pride of the Divine Light Temple and not someone anyone could capture. But as the news came out from the big city of the Myriad God Mountain Range, everyone was collectively dumbfounded. A mysterious man subordinate had defeated the Divine Light Son, and he had even fused with the Divine Light Son's totem. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem very realistic. After that, the two mysterious men disappeared without a trace. The matter of the Divine Light Son being captured became confusing. The Divine Light Temple even released news that this matter was a rumor. The dignified Divine Light Son would not become a captive, and everything was malicious. As the face of the Divine Light Temple, no one was willing to accept such slander. Moreover, the Divine Light Temple had not received any news so far. For a moment, it was hard to tell the truth from the lies. Myriad God Continent. Somewhere in the sky, the black warship was advancing at a steady pace. "Master, we are reaching our destination." Ever since they left the ruined Myriad Mountain City, Yi Xiaolong had not come out of the cabin. Everything was under Black Yuan's control. As for the Divine Light Son, he had been well behaved from beginning to end. With his strength sealed, he would be smashed into a meat patty if he fell off the warship. This was the huge impact of a seal on his strength. The Divine Light Son had to behave pretty fast. Lin Fei came out of the cabin and came to the deck, enjoying the scenery of the Myriad God Continent. The Divine Light Son also came to the deck of the warship. In the sky, Lin Fei's warship was not the only one. Not far away, 7 or 8 other warships appeared, and the decks of each warship were filled with young people. They're all going to participate in the Convention of Geniuses. It can be considered an eye-opener. The Divine Light Son stood behind Lin Fei and said in a low voice. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It seems that this Convention of Geniuses is very interesting. The youths on those warships were all quite strong. If they were outside, they would all be considered experts. City Lord Wan Yin followed. "My lord, I heard that the Genius Convention is very interesting. Every time there's a Genius Convention, geniuses gather together. For this reason, they even created a 10,000 god genius list to record geniuses with a certain level of strength." Lin Fei's interest was piqued. "Radiant Divine Son, may I know your ranking on the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list?" Lin Fei asked curiously. The Divine Son of Light could have replied proudly, but when he thought about the person in front of him, he immediately lost his temper and said honestly, "I'm ranked 10th. Lin Fei blinked. "No way. You're only ranked 10th. You really disappoint me." The Radiant God, Son, cursed inwardly. The Myriad God Continent is so huge. I'm already very impressive to be ranked 10th, all right? The myriad God continent is very big. They are indeed stronger than me. Like God's son said, Lin Fei knew that he had come to the right place. That means that the top 9 geniuses will all come here. The radiant God's son nodded vigorously. Definitely. Anyone in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list can enter the 10,000 God Grand Hall and receive the blessings of the 10,000 gods. No one is willing to miss this opportunity. City Lord Wan Yan's little brother had always been paying attention to his lord. When he heard that his lord was interested, he immediately explained, "My lord, the 10,000 God Grand Hall is rumored to be left behind by the number 1 expert of this continent." City Lord Wan Yan explained. Later on, the 10,000 God Grand Hall was taken over by the factions of the myriad God continent. Later on, the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list was created to motivate the younger generation. Then I really have to go and take a look. Radiant Divine Son, you bastard. Weren't you captured? Why are you here? At this moment, a golden warship appeared in the sky. An unfriendly voice could be heard. The radiant Divine Son was obedient towards Lin Fei, but the others could not suppress him at all. Even though his strength was sealed, his ferocious aura did not change. "You're not happy that I'm not captured, are you?" The radiant Divine Son sneered. "You will never be qualified to be in the top 10 of the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list. You can only obediently eat dirt behind me." On the golden warship was a big fatty. He did not look old, but he looked like a Methriel Buddha. When he squinted his small eyes, they shone brightly. He did not look easy to get along with. That might not be the case. The big fatty said proudly, "This time, my name will definitely be on the 10,000 deities heaven's chosen list. You're just relying on your totem fusion." Hee. City Lord Wan Yin recognized the other party. "My lord, that person is the young master of the 3rd Chamber of Commerce in the myriad God continent, Feng Qian." The 3rd Chamber of Commerce? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. This was a good hostage. The radiant Divine Son rolled his eyes. He turned to Lin Fei and said, "My lord, that damn fatty is the young master of the Feng Chamber of Commerce in the myriad God continent. He is also the only young master. He is extremely wealthy." The radiant Divine Son had been captured as a captive. Naturally, he could not bear to see others doing well. He wanted to drag them all down with him. Lin Fei looked at the fatty Feng Qian. With a simple glance, he could tell that every treasure the fatty had was extremely valuable. It was not something that just anyone could have. "Fatty, is your family rich?" Lin Fei asked with a smile. Feng Qian's talent was average, but he had a large chamber of commerce backing him. He was rolling in money and had all sorts of treasures on him. His strength had skyrocketed. In a myriad God continent, there was a saying, it did not matter if you did not have strength as long as you had money. You could buy large amounts of treasures to increase your strength. Feng Qian was one of the representatives. The Feng Chamber of Commerce backing him was the 3rd Chamber of Commerce in the myriad God continent. He could have whatever he wanted. Master Feng's family is rolling in money. Are you tempted? Feng Qian said proudly. Don't think that you are awesome just because you are with the radiant Divine Son. Let me tell you a secret. Anyway, it will be announced soon. My family has prepared a one-time totem fusion for me. This time, my name will definitely be on the chosen list. Feng Qian was clearly flaunting his wealth. Lin Fei's eyes brightened. A totem fusion might be nothing in the eyes of a cosmos god, but in the eyes of a hierarch expert, it was a supreme treasure. Captured, Lin Fei chuckled. Coming to the myriad god continent, Lin Fei did so to accumulate his prestige. Since he had captured the radiant Divine Son, what could a young master from the 3rd Chamber of Commerce amount to? He would still capture him. After all, he was just a hostage. This was something that could not be changed. Feng Qian, who was on the golden warship, heard everything clearly. His face could not help but flash with astonishment. Capture me? Brat, do you know who I am? Feng Qian's face flashed with anger. Don't think that I won't dare to touch you, just because you are with the radiant Divine Son. Lin Fei chuckled. Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance anymore. Because Black Yuan had acted. His thick palms stretched out. It became so huge that it covered the sky. It enveloped the golden warship. With a clap of his fingers, ka-cha, the golden warship's defenses collapsed. The experts within the warship exploded one after another. The smell of blood filled the air. Fang Qian did not even have the time to resist. That hand grabbed his neck. With a lift, he was thrown in front of Lin Fei. How is it? Am I right? Who are you? Fang Qian's expression became flustered. The radiant divine sun chuckled. Let me tell you a piece of unfortunate news. You're the same as me. Both of us have become hostages. We are brothers in hardship. How is it? Are you happy? Chapter 33-35. We have reached the place. Myriad God City. It was the most unique place. Within the Myriad God Great Continent, there were several unique places. One was the Myriad God Mountain Range, where the flowers, grass, and trees could be formed from divine abilities. If one was careless, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Other than that, the Myriad God City was similarly a unique place. This huge city could be said to be the most ancient existence. From the moment the Myriad God Great Continent came into existence, the Myriad God City had existed. If it was just a huge city, it might not be worth much attention. But beneath this huge city was the entrance to the Myriad God Palace, and the significance of its existence was different. Currently, the Myriad God City was controlled by the 10 great superpowers. It was precisely because there were many superpowers in the Myriad God Great Continent that even they did not dare to claim that they had share of the resources. Hence, after some hesitation, they created a Myriad God Heaven's chosen list to shut everyone's mouths. The Myriad God City was huge. Outside the Myriad God City, there were many battleships docked. There were many young people entering the Myriad God City to participate in the Heaven's Chosen List contest. Even though only the top 10 could become famous in the Myriad God Great Continent, in reality, the bottom 10 were similarly qualified to enter the Myriad God Peak. Otherwise, how could the 10 spots shut everyone's mouths? There are quite a few experts protecting the Myriad God City. Standing on the battleship, Lin Fei swept his gaze across the place before activating the scanning system. What a fellow! It is indeed a place controlled by the 10 great superpowers. Even an expert would do such a thing. This should be the power of totems. There are actually 10 cosmos gods here, and deep underground, there's another existence stronger than 10 cosmos gods. After scanning through the entire place, Lin Fei felt startled inwardly. It was impossible for the 10 great superpowers to control such a place without some capabilities. In the Myriad God Great Continent, there were more than just these 10 superpowers that left behind Cosmos God corpses. As a trade association, they could obtain a one-time fusion totem, much less others. If the 10 great superpowers did not have any experts protecting the place, this unique place would have long been occupied by others. My current prestige has broken through to 6 trillion. With the 10 superpowers working together, and even if that existence underground appears, there is no need for me to fear anything. Lin Fei squinted. This is a truly good place. He Yuan stood beside Lin Fei. Master, are we going to arrest them now? Or? The divine son of light and Fang Qian were no longer angry, especially Fang Qian. After being taught a lesson for a while, he became well-behaved. The two of them glanced at each other, their thoughts almost the same. These two fellows are too crazy. They even dared to capture people in a place controlled by the top 10 forces. Why don't they take a look at themselves first? In Myriad God City, no one dared to be insolent. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "No hurry. Let's go in and have a look first. We'll take action when all the top 10 sovereigns are here. By the way, it should be the 9 sovereigns. I believe the divine son of light will be happy to point them out." Crazy. Absolute madness. The divine prince of light really hoped that this guy would suffer a huge setback in the city of 10,000 gods. Others might not know the true details of the city of Wanshin, but the divine son of light was well aware of it. Furthermore, he knew it very well. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this place was a dragon's lair and tiger's den. After paying 40,000 power of faith, Lin Fei and company entered Myriad God City. In Myriad God City, no matter who it was, they had to abide by the rules. When they entered Myriad God City, there were tall statues in the distance. They were abnormally eye-catching. The statues were lined up on both sides. There were 5 statues on each side, making a total of 10 statues. The 10 statues all looked different. Some were glaring angrily, some were chatting happily, some were expressionless, and some were filled with cold, killing intent. There were all kinds of expressions. Those are the top 10 leaders of Myriad God City. The Divine Prince of Light said. He looked especially pleased when he looked at one of the statues. Lin Fei had long noticed the statues, because these statues were different from the others. They had dense power of faith on them, and could release a terrifying attack. After so many years, no one dared to underestimate the power of the 10 statues. No one dared to underestimate these statues. Not bad statues. Lin Fei didn't care at all. The power of faith was so strong that it might be a huge threat to others, and could even cause them to perish. But to him, the 10 statues were nothing more than chunks of juicy meat. That's right. In Lin Fei's eyes, these statues were fat meat. Fat meat with oil dripping down his mouth. Lin Fei was extremely happy. The Divine Prince of Light had really introduced a good place to him. Therefore, Lin Fei specially went to where the statues were and quietly looked around. When he left, his smile was exceptionally bright. Divine Prince, you are really fine. The news outside is indeed a rumor. How could Lord Divine Prince be captured? I wonder who is so despicable as to spread such news. Just as Lin Fei left the statue, a surprised voice came from behind him. A black-robed man walked up to the Divine Prince of Light with a happy expression. The corner of the Divine Prince's eyes twitched and his face turned cold. This Divine Prince is fine. The man did not notice the change in the Divine Prince's expression and continued, Lord Divine Prince is right. How could those guys know how powerful Lord Divine Prince is? The Divine Prince really wanted to hack this guy into pieces. What blind guy. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. If he was strong, his strength would not have been sealed. Scram. The Divine Prince of Light's face was burning. Scram as far as you can. Don't disturb my good mood. The black-robed man did not understand for a moment. Lord Divine Prince was fine just a moment ago. Why did he ask him to scram in the next second? But, Lord Divine Prince, the Elder wants you to go back. Go back and tell them that this Divine Prince is busy. Don't bother me. The Divine Prince's voice was cold. Scram. Lord, this is my residence. At this time, the inns outside are all full. I can stay here, and no one will disturb me. The Divine Prince of Light said carefully. Lin Fei swaggered into the residence. The area was not very big, and the surrounding environment was quiet. It was a nice place to stay. This place is not bad. I like it. Lin Fei smiled. Get someone to ask if the 9 geniuses have arrived. By the way, Fatty, you can send a message to your father. 5 billion power of faith will let you go. 5 billion power of faith? The Chamber of Commerce that Feng Qian belonged to was very rich. However, 5 billion power of faith was also a huge number. 6 billion. Lin Fei smiled. I'll contact him right away. Right away. Feng Qian's expression changed, and he quickly agreed. He was afraid that if he said another word, it would become 7 billion. There is nothing better than being alive. Remember, it's 3 days. After 3 days, you'll get an additional 100 million power of faith every day, Lin Fei added with a smile. Chapter 33-36 Myriad God City. As the Myriad God Genius Tournament was about to begin, the inns in Myriad God City became overcrowded. Almost all the elites of the Myriad God Continent had come. This was especially so for the geniuses ranked in the top 30 of the 10,000 deities Heaven's chosen list. The arrival of every genius would cause a great commotion. These geniuses would improve every year, which meant that there would be changes in every Heaven's chosen convention. Perhaps a genius ranked in the top 30 last time could charge into the top 20 this time, or even the top 10. Such a situation was very normal. There would always be a few dark horses at the genius tournament. The tournament of geniuses momentarily suppressed everything that happened in the myriad god continent. Everyone's attention was focused on it. Not only was the younger generation looking forward to it, but the older generation was also paying attention. In the myriad god continent, almost everything had to be pushed aside. Is this the place? A group of people arrived in front of the radiant god's residence. One of them was burly like a large ball. This is the place. We've confirmed it. I don't understand why the radiant god would be involved in such a matter. A confidant beside him said softly. Thankfully, this place was not very conspicuous, so no one cared. If this matter really has something to do with the radiant god, I want him to give me an explanation. The person was Fong Qian's father, Fong Datong, a very ordinary name. The Fong family chamber of commerce is not so easily bullied. Hearing that his son had been kidnapped and demanded 5 billion power of faith, Fong Datong was infuriated. He had wanted to charge over with experts, but after learning that the location was the radiant god's residence, Fong Datong changed his mind and decided to come over to understand the situation. In the myriad god continent, the Radiant Temple had a great influence. As the third largest chamber of commerce in the continent, the Fong family chamber of commerce was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Radiant God, I want you to give me an explanation for this matter. Fong Datong was brought into the hall. He immediately saw his son, Fong Qian. Thankfully, he was not injured. At the same time, he looked at the Radiant God and asked in an unfriendly tone. Fong Datong did not need to give a younger generation any face. The Radiant God knew that. The person you're looking for is not me, the Radiant God said indifferently. Who else should I look for if not you? Fong Datong was relentless. At this moment, Fong Qian hurriedly said, Father, you are mistaken. This matter has nothing to do with the Radiant God. This has nothing to do with the Radiant God. Empathize with each other? How smart was Fong Datong? He immediately thought of something that happened recently. Could it be that it was true? If that was the case, then he was far too bold. I'm the one you were looking for. Lin Fei smiled as he walked out. He Yuan followed behind him expressionlessly. Fong Datong originally thought that it would be someone he knew, but it turned out to be a young man. He was so young that Fong Datong found it unbelievable. How dare you kidnap my son? Fong Datong's eyes were fixed on him. Lin Fei sat down unhurriedly. Who asked me to be short of money recently? Your son just happened to bump into me. This person's luck is bad, and all kinds of troubles come his way. What do you think? Fong Datong had a bad feeling. The fellow in front of him was not just an ordinary person's guts. He even dared to talk to him like this. As for fighting face to face, Fong Datong wasn't that kind of person. If someone dared to come see him, it meant that they weren't afraid of him. Fong Datong was very clear about this point. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm not afraid. I don't even care about the Radiance Temple, let alone you. Hand over the 5 billion power of faith. I'm very busy. Fong Datong wasn't confident here. Even the Radiance Godson was sitting obediently. It was obvious that this matter was more serious than he had imagined. This person wasn't someone easy to deal with. I'll give it to you. Fong Datong gritted his teeth. However, it's not that easy to take my money. Many people have said that, but none of them have come true. Lin Fei smiled. All right, if you want to take revenge on me personally, you must bring enough money. You're worth more than your son, don't you think so? Fong Datong had dealt with many people before. However, this was the first time Fong Datong had met such a person. He was like a stone in a latrine pit, extremely difficult to deal with. He handed over the 6 billion power of faith. Fong Datong took his son away, and the seal on his body was also released. After leaving the Radiance Godson's residence, Fong Datong brought his son back to the Chamber of Commerce branch. There was a Chamber of Commerce branch in Myriad God City. Father, I feel that it's best if you don't take revenge. You should even treat this matter as if it never happened. Branch within the study room. Fong Qian directly said. Why? Fong Datong knew of his son's character. After suffering such a huge loss, he would definitely take revenge. Yet now he was asked to give up. Sir Father should not know how I was captured. From the start to the end, that young man did not act at all. Instead, it was that subordinate at the back who acted. With just a single move, I was defeated. Fang Qian recalled that scene. Even now, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Terrifying. That was truly too frightening. One move, huh? Fang Datong turned silent. A subordinate defeated his son with a single move, and even under the protection of the battleship? Did that mean that the other party had the strength of a cosmos god? How could this be possible? Father, there's still something you don't know. Fang Qian said, you should not know that that person came to Myriad God City not to participate in the Heaven's Chosen Convention. Instead, he captured all the top 10 geniuses in one fell swoop, using them as meat hostages. That was why he obtained a huge amount of power of faith. Fang Datong felt his heart trembling. He must be crazy. This is the Myriad God City. Even he was shocked by the news. If this news was spread by others, Fang Datong would not care. But since it came from his son, it was different. That person was a madman who gave him the guts to create trouble in the Myriad God City. From ancient times until now, nobody dared to create trouble here. Just those 10 sculptures alone had the strength of a cosmos god. Who could stop them? Fang Datong finally understood why they could not take revenge. Daring to act against the top 10 geniuses was disregarding everyone and all superpowers. That was audacious. Their Fang Clan Merchant Guild was rich and overbearing. If they were to send themselves to their doorstep, they would suffer a huge blow to their foundation. But I can't swallow this anger. Fang Datong could not swallow the anger of losing 6 billion power of faith. Father, actually, this matter isn't a bad thing to us. You have to think about it. What would happen if that person succeeded? Fang Qian's eyes flashed. Succeeded? Why, Fang Datong stopped. His face revealed a look of horror. There is an unimaginable business opportunity in this. Fang Qian chuckled. Chapter 33-37. The first hostage had brought him 6 billion power of faith. Lin Fei was in a very good mood. There was indeed a reason why the Fang Chamber of Commerce could become the 3rd largest chamber of commerce. He was not worried that Fang Datong would seek revenge. As a qualified businessman, he would not be so stupid as to do such a thing. Arrange for people to keep an eye on the other 9 elites. Once they arrive, inform me immediately. Lin Fei said to the Radiant God. At this moment, the Radiant God did not dare to do anything. Fang Datong had taken the initiative to send over the power of faith. He did not even dare to say anything harsh after the incident. From this point, it was clear that this fellow had them in his grasp. Don't worry, Lord. I will arrange it immediately. The day before the convention of geniuses approached, the Radiant God had arranged for people to keep an eye on them, and the information was sent back one by one. In order to make Lin Fei's matter even bigger, the Radiant God specially took out a set of information. This information was all about the origins of the powerful elites of the Myriad God continent, including the factions behind them. The Radiant God was truly evil. Even though he was now a captive, it did not mean that he could not do something. Lin Fei did not care about the Radiant God's little scheme at all. With this information, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the young elites of the Myriad God continent. In his opinion, these people were all hostages. Just this trip to the Myriad God continent alone was enough for Lin Fei to gain a lot of prestige. This was truly a blessed land for him. Lord, the elites on the list are all here. The Radiant God came to report. The Convention of Geniuses will officially begin tomorrow. I heard that elites in the top 10, like you, do not need to go through the preliminaries and can directly enter the finals to accept the challenges of the people below? Lin Fei asked. The Radiant God nodded. Yes, the Convention of Geniuses is different from others. The top 30 are allowed to challenge the top 20 to challenge the top 10, and so on. As long as they win, they can continue to challenge and replace their previous positions. Therefore, the top 10 only need to wait for others to challenge them. Lin Fei really did not want to fight so quickly. He had his eyes on this myriad god city. On the day of the Convention of Geniuses, the sun was shining brightly and the weather was very good. Lin Fei, who was dressed in a black robe, stood next to the divine Son of Light. He did not stand out at all. To everyone else, he was just a follower. As a genius like the God Son, it was normal for him to have a few followers. For some reason, the radiant Son of God felt a tinge of excitement in his heart. This fellow was probably the only one who dared to cause trouble in Myriad God City. He was eager to see how this fellow would die. No one who acted presumptuously in Myriad God City had a good ending. The Divine Prince of Light was really looking forward to this moment. It was not a good thing to become a captive in the hands of others. They're all here. Lin Fei, the Divine Son of Light, and the others arrived at the city of 10,000 gods, which was where the 10 statues were. At this time, the center of the square had been cleared, and several large arenas had been built. There were spirit arrays around the arenas, and on the periphery of the square, there were youths of similar ages. In any Heaven's Chosen convention, most of the people who came were young people. The top 10 geniuses were their idols. There were also some who amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. It could be said that the Genius Convention was full of highlights. Divine Son, this way please. When the Divine Son of Light arrived at the square, someone immediately came to greet him. The Divine Son of Light was used to it, but it was different from the past. This time, there was a powerful expert with him, and he had come as a captive. This was not a good feeling, a very bad feeling. If he could, he would not have been very happy to come, but the other party was stronger than him. The strength that he was so proud of had been directly sealed by the other party. The Divine Son of Light snorted a few times. In the center of the square, there was a grandstand, and there were many young people standing there. Each of them had a powerful aura, as if they were looking down on the world. Brother Light, you're finally here. I thought you were captured. As soon as the Divine Son of Light arrived, an untimely voice followed. Lin Fei looked over and recognized the person. It was the Divine Dark Son of the Divine Darkness Temple. The Divine Dark Son was dressed in a black robe, and almost half of his face was covered by the black robe, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. His body was surrounded by a black mist. Brother Dark, you must be joking. Who do you think I am? I am the Divine Dark Son of Light. Who do you think can capture me? I don't know which bastard deliberately spread the news. Could it be the Divine Darkness Temple? The Divine Dark Son said fiercely. The Divine Dark Son and the Divine Light Son actually had similar status in their respective temples. The Divine Dark Son and the Divine Light Son, these two Divine Dark Sons, had always been fighting nonstop. Either one was on top of the other, or the other was on top of the other. Until now, everyone was about the same. That's a pity, the Divine Dark Son said. Ever since the news spread that the Divine Light Son had been captured, he was undoubtedly the happiest. It would be even better if he could kill him. He even wanted to pay a visit to the person who did it. Unfortunately, the Divine Light Son was still fine. When the Divine Dark Son and the Divine Light Son were fighting, the surrounding geniuses looked as if it was nothing out of the ordinary. Darkness, you're really something. How can you believe rumors? At this time, another elite cultivator tried to mediate the situation. Although the top 10 geniuses were all outstanding geniuses, they also knew how to form cliques and small groups. The internal conflicts were also very fierce. Another genius said, "It's rare that everyone is here. Why fight over such a small matter? Don't you think so?" The Divine Light Son was not in the mood to quarrel with them. I'll give face to everyone and let this matter go," the Divine Light Son snorted. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Fei recognized all the prodigies present. "Sir, that is the Divine Dark Son. He is ranked 9th, the Divine Light Son said. The Divine Son of Light said, "The two mediators are Divine Supremacy Tian Man and Divine Supremacy Lu Xing." The Divine Light Son introduced them one by one. At the same time, he looked at them one by one. Anyway, he did not plan to perform anything today. After all, whether the Convention of Geniuses could be successfully held was still unknown. The young geniuses on the high platform felt strange when the Divine Light Son glanced at them. This kind of behavior did not seem very good no matter how they looked at it. He was very different from the usual divine light son. They instinctively felt that the way he looked at them was like looking at goods. Goods? When this thought popped up, even they themselves felt that it was unbelievable. What was the divine light son doing today? Chapter 33-38. Son of Light, God, did not care what they were thinking. He introduced them one by one. That is the first-ranked son of myriad gods. Son of Light, God looked at the son of myriad gods. His tone became much lower. He is a quasi-cosmos god. The words quasi-cosmos god proved how strong the other party was. That was a position that Son of Light God could only dream of. He did not know how long it would take for him to reach that position. This step was too difficult. The son of myriad gods is also the only son of the myriad god city master. Son of Light, God added. That son of myriad gods had more than a dozen auras surrounding him. Every aura was tyrannical and terrifying, giving others an intense, suffocating feeling. Lin Fei had long noticed the other party. The aura on this person was different. With more than a dozen auras fused together, it was not something anyone could withstand. This son of myriad gods was quite famous. To Lin Fei, he was just famous. That means everyone is here. The edge of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. Son of Light, God felt an inexplicable chill. Everyone is here. Lin Fei chuckled. Then we can begin. Lin Fei was not interested in the Heaven's Favorites Convention. What he cared about was the backing behind these hostages. That was a huge amount of faith energy. As long as he could complete this deal, just thinking about it would make him excited. If not for such a good thing like the Heaven's Favorites Convention, Lin Fei would have wasted quite a lot of time in the myriad god great continent. His goal this time was to head to the Star River Prefecture. Who is that person? Why did he land on the arena? Unless it has begun. That doesn't seem right. That person looks unfamiliar. Suddenly, a figure landed on the arena at the center of the public square, causing quite a commotion. The majority of people on the arena were unfamiliar, but not far away. A young man's expression changed slightly. He revealed a look of disbelief. This person, isn't he that Lin Fei? The person who recognized Lin Fei was none other than Mo Wuhua. Being a genius from the Black God Temple, his ranking was slightly lacking. He was not qualified to enter the top 10 and could only wait outside. When Lin Fei got on the stage, Mo Wuhua immediately recognized him. His expression could not help changing. Brother Mo, do you know that person? A genius by the side asked curiously. I made a mistake. Mo Wuhua casually brushed it off, but his heart was not calm. However, he had seen Lin Fei's means. What exactly does he want to do? On the high platform, as Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, the top 10 geniuses all recognized him as the follower of the Divine Son of Light. Divine Son of Light, what are you doing? Tell your men to come down immediately. Look at this. That's not a place where your followers can mess around. The geniuses who didn't like the Divine Prince of Light were all making things difficult, especially the Divine Prince of Dark Light. He was in a hurry and looked like he would take action himself if the Divine Prince of Light didn't agree. The Son of God of Light laughed. Everyone has misunderstood. Actually, that person is not my follower. As for who he is, I think you will soon find out. Not a follower. The geniuses present were slightly dumbfounded. Looking at the person on the stage once again, their eyes were filled with doubt. Since he was not a follower, what exactly was he trying to do? Lin Fei stood on the stage. Hello, everyone. The weather today is not bad. I really like such days. Lin Fei laughed. To everyone, today might not be a good day. Now, I will announce that all the geniuses present here will become my hostage. I hope that you all can behave obediently and not force me to kill someone. The moment he said that, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Hostage? Only this fellow could say that. Ha, is that fellow stupid? Does he think he is a cosmos god? He even wants to kidnap us? Why don't he look at where he is? That's right. His brain must be a paste. Who wants to go and deal with that fellow with me? These words sounded ridiculous to everyone. Not mentioning the top 10 geniuses present, just the geniuses at the bottom would be a force that would frighten others if they worked together. Now that the other party dared to say such arrogant words, It meant that he did not place them in his eyes. Little brat, who gave you such courage? A figure arrived above the stage. With a savage grin, he slapped down with his palm, causing black fog to gush out. Venerable Poison has acted. That fellow will definitely not be able to hold on. The one who acted was Venerable Poison, who was ranked 230. His poison technique made others feel fearful. Hua! Lin Fei raised his hand and sent out a fist wind. The fist wind turned into a sword that cleaved apart Venerable Poison, who was above. With his strength, he is simply courting death. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back. Those who wish to die, feel free to come up. I don't mind sending you all to hell. Too arrogant. Let me do it. Count me in. Me too. How can you behave so atrociously in the genius convention? The death of Venerable Poison did not frighten the geniuses present. Many figures rushed out. They brought out their combat primordial spirits and started fighting. They did not care about the rules. Those who dared to ignore them were killed. They believed that nobody had any objections. Pung pung pung. Lin Fei stood unmoving. His fists were like swords that slashed down on their bodies. An attack formed from the fleshy body of a cosmos god contained the power of a cosmos god. If one did not experience it, one would never know how terrifying this fist was. 8 geniuses were killed once again. Their corpses fell to the ground. Every single one of them had their throats slit by a sword, destroying all the life energy in their bodies. Dead. All of them are dead. So strong, so strong. Where did that person come from? He killed a genius with a single punch. The 8 hierarch geniuses who acted were all extremely powerful. When the 8 of them worked together, they could even fight against 8 9-stars apex gods. But now they could not fight against a single punch from the other party. For a moment, none of the hierarch geniuses present dared to act recklessly. The other party did not reveal any information about his identity from the start to the end. The punch he used to kill was simple and ordinary, but it contained an extremely tyrannical and terrifying energy. Why? Is there no one else coming up? Lin Fei chuckled. If there's no one else, I'm prepared to capture all of you in one fell swoop. No matter how strong the geniuses here were, in front of Lin Fei, who had unleashed his strength, they were all trash that could be killed with a single punch. There was not much difference. Sir, there are so many of us here. What makes you think you can capture us? Be careful of your bragging. If you want to capture all of us, have you asked the 10 great geniuses? Have you asked the son of myriad gods? The surrounding geniuses reacted quickly. They could not do it, but it did not mean that the 10 great geniuses could not. If the 10 of them acted together, even that fellow could not resist. Chapter 33-39. The geniuses present were all very smart. Seeing that the other party was not ordinary, they did not have the guts to attack. As long as they were not fools, they could tell that this guy's strength was unfathomable. This guy is crazy. Mo Wuhua secretly wiped his sweat. Luckily, he did not say that he knew Lin Fei. The last time they parted, he didn't expect that they would meet again in such a situation. Mo Wuhua really admired Lin Fei for daring to disregard everyone. Did he not know that there were tens of thousands of geniuses gathered here and hundreds of thousands of young elites watching from the periphery? Moreover, this was Myriad God City, the most special place in the Myriad God continent. I'd better not say anything, lest I become a public enemy. Mo Wuhua thought. Divine Radiant Sun, tell me, what is going on? Divine Dark Sun's gaze was aggressive. This person was brought in by the Divine Radiant Sun. Divine Dark Sun had to make the Divine Radiant Sun uncomfortable no matter what. It would be even better if they could get together. At that time, even the Radiance Temple would not be able to say anything. The Divine Radiant Sun spread his hands and smiled bitterly. Everyone should have heard the news outside. In fact, I was also captured by the other party. He said I was a hostage. One word from him can decide my life or death. Do you think I would dare to disobey him? At this time, the Divine Radiance Sun cleverly chose to disassociate himself. Disassociate himself? Once this matter was blown up, it would not be good for a Divine Radiance Sun. Dark Sun, you are stronger than me. That person is only slightly stronger than me. Why don't you take action and suppress that guy? That way, you can set an example for the geniuses present. The divine radiant sun said modestly, "As long as you suppress that kid, I will be convinced by you." The divine radiance sun's self-revelation that he was a hostage had greatly provoked the 9 geniuses present. They had indeed heard the news outside, but after seeing the divine radiant sun, they did not take it seriously. Divine dark sun's punch against the divine radiant sun was like hitting cotton. It was completely useless. Brother Light, I'm not even a match for that person. I better forget it and not embarrass myself. Divine Darkchild shook his head and said with a serious expression, "What a joke. Divine Dark Sun was not that stupid. This guy is too bad, but I'm not stupid either." Divine Dark Sun thought, "Brother Light, is that person really that strong? You're the divine child." The other prodigies were all unnatural. Light God Sun was ranked 10th. His true strength was not any weaker than them. He could even fuse with totems and temporarily possess the strength of a cosmos god. Even with such strength, he had become a captive. If it were them, wouldn't it be the same? Brother Myriad God, you are the number 1 elite. How can you let that fellow strut around? That's right. As long as Brother Myriad God takes action, we will also take action and suppress him together. Everyone's gaze fell on the son of 10,000 gods. Of all the sky prides present, the strongest was none other than Wan Shun. In the 10,000 gods continent, the 2 words 10,000 gods represented a special meaning. To be able to use the word 10,000 gods was not something that just anyone could possess. It was a supreme honor. The son of all gods slowly opened his eyes. It was a pair of black and white eyes. The left eye was black and the right eye was white. One black and one white. It looked very strange. However, to the chosen present, as soon as the eyes opened, they felt as if their minds were being swept away, and their faces flickered. Brother Myriad God, you have become even stronger. That kid is courting death. Isn't he disrespecting Brother Myriad God? The chosen present began to flatter him. The strength of the son of all gods had always been unfathomable. No one knew the true strength of the son of all gods. Those who knew had all turned into corpses without exception, forever unable to speak. Lin Fei stood in the arena. 10 top sky prides. Are you going to take action? He looked at the 10 top sky prides. Don't be arrogant. If our number 1 elite makes a move, you will definitely be finished. You are the first to act impudently in 10,000 Gods City and disrupt the genius meet. You better surrender immediately. Once Brother Myriad God makes a move, you won't even have the right to resist. They had no confidence against a mysterious fellow. Things were different with the son of all gods around. This son of all gods had always been the number 1 elite and had never been defeated. His strength was unfathomable and extremely terrifying. The son of all gods stood up. Your physical strength is so strong. I wonder if you can withstand my body of all gods. Boom! The son of all gods made his move. In everyone's eyes, a figure instantly appeared on the arena. Hundreds and thousands of fist shadows blasted over. They were extremely domineering, and the void behind the arena was immediately penetrated. The number 1 elite is indeed the number 1 elite. What terrifying strength! I didn't even see how he made his move. It's too fast. This strength is terrifying. All that was left of the son of all gods was a shadow. No, it wasn't even a shadow. The geniuses present could barely see any traces of him. All that was left were fist shadows. The remaining 9 geniuses inhaled deeply as they sensed the ferocious force. They all realized that the son of all gods was much stronger than before. He was so strong that no one could exchange blows with him. How many people could withstand his bare-handed strength? I wonder if that guy is dead or not. I think he's definitely going to die. Who can withstand the attack of the son of all gods? This kind of battle rhythm was not something that just anyone could resist. At the same time, in a mansion in 10,000 God City, the scene on the square appeared before their eyes. The son of all gods has improved again. He doesn't need to bring out any treasures. Just his fleshy body alone can break through everything. It seems the step of cultivating the body of all gods was correct. Who doesn't agree? Perhaps not too long later, the son of all gods might become a true cosmos god, unifying the myriad god great continent and becoming the king of all gods. Many people were actually paying attention to the scene on the square. The moment the son of all gods acted, the matter would be resolved, because nobody could withstand the attack of the son of all gods, not even apex experts. This was publicly acknowledged by everyone. The body of all gods has truly broadened my horizons, but you are still lacking by an entire level if you want to suppress me with your strength. On the arena, Lin Fei remained standing with his hands behind his back. There was not a single injury on his body. Not far away in the sky, the son of all gods appeared. His expression was the same as before. You are indeed more formidable than I imagined. You are the first to withstand the attack of my body of all gods. The son of all gods said. Chapter 33:40. The fact that the son of myriad gods could not injure this mysterious person made all the geniuses present feel disbelief. That person was the number one genius from the myriad god great continent. His speed and strength previously had far surpassed their strength. With such strength, it should not be hard for him to take down that mysterious person. But now, everyone could not accept it. The son of myriad gods had the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. Unless that person is a cosmos god. How could that be? If it were so easy to become a cosmos god, our myriad god great continent would have produced a cosmos god expert. The son of myriad gods could not see through the strength of this person. He acted, yet the other party could evade and advance. His strength could not even get close to the other party before being blocked by the mysterious energy. That was something unfathomable. Very strong. He was not any weaker than himself. Quasi-cosmos god. This was the evaluation of the son of myriad gods. Sir, this is the myriad god city. Do you think you could take us down? The son of myriad gods did not act again. Of course. Lin Fei chuckled. My target is the top 50 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list because you all are more valuable. As for the others, forget it. Those who were ranked outside the top 50 all felt embarrassed. Was he abandoning them? Disgraceful. This was too disgraceful. The top 100 rankers on the Heaven's Chosen list were all top-notch experts. Sometimes, those ranked 50 might not be the opponent of those ranked 60. This Heaven's Chosen list had a certain degree of luck involved. I advise you not to act. The son of myriad gods said, You'll regret it if you act here. If not for his prestige, Lin Fei would not dare to be so unbridled here. Even if he had the fleshy body of a cosmos god, he could not gain any advantage here. The myriad god city was much stronger than he imagined. 15 sculptures with the strength of a cosmos god could beat a cosmos god to the point of vomiting blood. 1 against 15. The outcome had long been determined. Nobody could change it. The son of myriad gods felt relieved. Even though the other party was strong, this was the myriad god city. He did not wish to offend such a formidable expert. The moment they fought, the myriad god city would suffer heavy losses. Being the number one genius of the myriad god great continent, the son of myriad gods was not a foolish person. If the other party had been unable to stop him earlier, it would have been fine if he had died. However, the fact that the other party had managed to stop him so easily meant that he had no choice but to take him seriously. However, I've decided to give it a try. After all, I'm short on money, and all of you chosen come from rich families. Even if you don't have any money, the clans and sects behind you are rich. I'm sure they'll be more than happy to give you money. Lin Fei smiled. I'm going to start now. Absolute space. Lin Fei laughed out loud, and a jingguang shot out from between his brows. A giant space appeared and enveloped the entire square. Not good, we can't get out. A space has trapped us. Damn it. Damn it. We can't open the space. Who is that person? Does he carry a space with him? The absolute space was activated. He was isolated from the outside world. The 10 Heavens favorites were the first to react. Once the absolute space was activated, they would lose their connection with heaven and earth. That was the scariest thing. The son of myriad gods' expression changed. Are you really going to fight the myriad gods' city to the end? This space made the son of myriad gods attach importance to it. At the moment when the space appeared, he could not break through it. He was trapped by it. This was completely out of his expectations. He could not find any memories of this space or even the name of this move. The other party became even more mysterious. Lin Fei shook his head. You are mistaken. I'm only here to earn some money. As long as you all listen to me, and they're willing to pay the ransom, I can guarantee that you all will be absolutely safe. The son of myriad gods knew the other party would not listen to his words. Everyone, let's attack together. Even a quasi-cosmos god can't resist against us. The son of myriad gods was the first to act. He punched out and arrived before the other party. His powerful speed and quasi-cosmos god strength erupted once again. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed. He punched out with his cosmos god fleshy body strength. With a punk, the son of myriad gods suffered from an even more ferocious force. His entire body flew out like a meteor, clashing against the boundary of the absolute space. Too weak, Lin Fei moved. He was even faster and more domineering than the children of all gods, and he unleashed even greater power. 9 of the 10 great geniuses had just brought out their killing treasures when they felt their vision turning blurry. Their bodies suffered from a heavy punch, and they were forced back. Too fast. I can't hold on any longer. My armor, at the boundary of space. The remaining 9 geniuses had become brothers in hardship. Their entire bodies were almost falling apart, and they could not muster up any strength at all. There were many geniuses present. All sorts of treasures were blasted over. Ho! Their attacks were densely packed, causing space to turn into a black hole. Yet they could not cause space to collapse. As for that mysterious person, all their attacks were bounced off. With a loud roar, a terrifying sound wave swept over. Those geniuses who attacked screamed in pain before falling on the ground. This was an attack from a cosmos god. It would be weird if those present could resist against it. In the blink of an eye, a pile of people were lying on the ground. They were all geniuses from the myriad god great continent. At this moment, they were like dead dogs. Those who could remain standing did not number more than a few dozen. Nevertheless, they were tottering and could fall at any moment. Not bad, not bad. You can withstand a roar from me. Lin Fei chuckled. If you don't wish to fight, then sit by the side obediently and think about how much faith energy you are worth. Needless to say, those who could remain standing no longer had the mood to continue fighting. The gap between them and the other party was like a huge mountain. We admit defeat. They wobbled to the side. Since things had reached this stage, they could only rely on that son of myriad god and those experts outside. The son of myriad god flew up once again. You are indeed very powerful, but you shouldn't be so unbridled here, because this is the myriad god city. Summon the seniors. The son of myriad god suddenly became holy. He began chanting with a mystical voice. Ha ha! The son of myriad god has acted. The seniors here are about to act. Any one of the 10 seniors can exert the strength of a true cosmos god. That person can't resist against them. Under the absolute space, the 10 sculptures were enveloped within. This was the capital of the son of myriad god. Being the son of the city master of the myriad god city, the son of myriad god knew how to summon the energy of the heroic sculptures. There were 10 sculptures here, which was equivalent to 10 cosmos gods. This was also where the confidence of the son of myriad god came from. Even if the other party was stronger, the son of myriad god believed that he would not be his opponent. This was a huge deterrent force from the myriad god city. The 10 sculptures did not move at all. The son of myriad god could not help but reveal a strand of awkwardness. What is happening? These sculptures had accumulated a huge amount of faith energy that could support them in battle. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not summon them. But at this moment, the summoned sculptures did not move. What was going on? Chapter 33:41. Myriad God City. This unforeseen event infuriated the higher-ups of Myriad God City. A great convention of geniuses had been disrupted by someone. Who knows who that person is? Go and investigate. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were paying attention. They did not act. They would not act unless absolutely necessary. There were more than 10,000 children of God present in the public square, and the strength of a quasi-cosmos god was sufficient to suppress the other party. But as the scenes unfolded, they could no longer remain calm. The children of Myriad God whom they were proud of could not gain any advantage against the other party. Instead, it seemed as if the other party was at a disadvantage. As for the battle between the two, they could barely catch traces of movement, but they could not see clearly what happened. The higher-ups of Myriad God City were dumbfounded. This situation was not good. The children of Myriad God cultivated the Myriad God body, allowing their fleshy body to reach the strength of a cosmos god. For this, they had spent a lot of resources, and one could imagine how great of a blow it was. As the scenes unfolded, the situation developed in a different direction. That fellow has the strength of a quasi-cosmos god. He is even stronger than the children of Myriad God by a level. What the hell? Where did such an expert come from? The other party defeated the geniuses and suppressed them all the way. Only when the children of Myriad God summoned the hero sculpture did they let out a sigh of relief. Even if that person was stronger, he could not resist against a true cosmos god. That's great. He has begun summoning. As long as one is summoned, with the two of them working together, that person will definitely lose. The higher-ups of Myriad God City felt relieved, but the next scene left them at a loss. The cosmos god who should have appeared did not appear. The atmosphere of the scene became terrible. This shouldn't be. What happened? Within the absolute space, Lin Fei was grinning. Before he arrived, he had absorbed all the faith energy. This must be a joke. He did not act preemptively and wanted to wait for the other party to summon the cosmos god expert. He was not foolish enough to waste his prestige. Lin Fei naturally took the initiative to strike first. Thankfully, the Myriad God City did not pay too much attention to the matter. No one would dare to act recklessly under the watchful eyes of the Myriad God City. Yet he met someone like Lin Fei who managed to sneak him away without anyone knowing. Again, the children of Myriad God was startled. He was unwilling to continue summoning the cosmos god sculpture. No, still no, not again. After summoning for 10 times, the cosmos god he imagined did not appear at all. The strong mental state of the Myriad God's child was about to crumble. What? You have no chance? Lin Fei laughed. It seems that you can't do anything to me. Another Jingguang shot out from between Lin Fei's brows. Absolute suppression. It was also a powerful skill. There was a loud bang. The son of all gods trembled as a strange power appeared in the area, crushing down on him. The surrounding geniuses were all crushed to the ground, unable to move. In just a short moment, only the son of all gods was still bitterly holding on. His body continuously gave off cracking sounds, and in the end, the son of all gods was suppressed to the ground. I was actually suppressed by someone. A look of sorrow flashed in the eyes of the son of 10,000 gods. The number one genius had been suppressed without any ability to resist. This power seemed to be boundless. Lin Fei clapped his hands. Divine Son of Light, come here. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Prince of Light broke free from the absolute suppression. Go and find a top 50, no, the top 100. The Divine Prince of Light was in a sorry state. He originally thought that he could regain his freedom, but he had underestimated the strength of this person, especially when he could control space with one hand and suppress with the other. I will do it immediately. The previous time he lost to this person, the Divine Prince of Light was indignant. But this time, he was utterly defeated. He finally knew how terrifying the other party was. The Divine Prince of Light seriously executed Lin Fei's words. Very soon, the top 100 geniuses were all found. Get out! Hua hua hua! The geniuses within the absolute space were all teleported out, leaving behind only the top 100 geniuses. And at this moment, the higher-ups of the Myriad God City rushed over. Break open space. The first to act was the city lord of the myriad god city, defeating Army's city lord. His sword tore through the sky like a meteor, striking on the absolute space. But this sword did not cause any changes to the absolute space. It was just like before. With defeating Army's city lord being the first to act, the higher-ups released their absolute combat primordial spirits. One by one, their combat primordial spirits flew out. They took out their treasures and attacked the absolute space continuously. The myriad god city's foundation is really impressive. Every attack cost me tens of billions of reputation points. If the absolute space wanted to be impressive, it needed a large amount of reputation to support it. Lin Fei was now considered a wealthy man. He could still bear the expenditure for the time being. He was even more convinced that this transaction was correct. As long as he could earn a fortune here, he would not have to worry about the reputation he had accumulated for a long time. The myriad god city's upper echelons attacked the absolute space the entire time, but there was no change. There was not even a ripple. This made them feel uneasy. City Lord, we can't break it. What the hell is this thing? Even if we join forces, we won't be able to break it. An hour later, the space was as stable as Mount Tai, but the myriad god city's upper echelons were exhausted. This was the most aggrieved they had ever been. Everyone, don't waste your energy, Lin Fei said with a smile. This space of mine is famous for its powerful defense. You might not be able to break it, even if you attack for a month. I think it's better for us to sit down and have a chat. Defeating Army's city lord had seen all kinds of powerful array spaces, but he had never seen such a space. Furthermore, this person was very unfamiliar. He had a bad feeling. Everyone, you can stop now. Defeating Army's city lord knew that continuing was a waste of time. Sir, what are you trying to do? Defeating Army's city lord stared at the people inside and said, It's very simple. The top 100 geniuses must send me the power of faith within a limited time. I will redeem the geniuses. It's that simple, Lin Fei said with a smile. Defeating Army's city lord's voice was cold. Do you think that possible? Nothing's impossible, Lin Fei said with a smile. Now that all the geniuses are in my hands, I will immediately kill anyone who dares to attack. When the time comes, when people outside ask, I will say that you force me. I believe they will believe me. Shameless. The top 100 geniuses here involved 100 factions of the massive myriad god continent. Even defeating Army's city lord did not dare to act recklessly. The slightest mistake would definitely lead to great trouble. Now, you can go and announce this matter. Within a month, every genius must bring at least 5 billion power of faith. Wait a minute. Those ranked from 50 to 100 must bring 5 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 50 to 30 must bring 8 billion power of faith. Those ranked from 30 to 10 must bring 12 billion power of faith. Finally, those ranked in the top 10 must bring 20 billion power of faith. As for the son of myriad gods who is ranked first, he will bring around 50 billion power of faith. The upper echelons of myriad god city were in an uproar. Chapter 33:42. Uproar. The elites of the myriad god continent. All of them have been captured at the myriad god city elites meet and demanded power of faith from various factions. The moment the news spread, all the factions of the myriad god continent were shaken, especially the factions that the elites were from. They were all enraged. They wanted nothing more than to kill this arrogant fellow. Instantly, Myriad God City became the center of the storm. Myriad God City. This was a place that was only noticed during the Myriad God elites meet. As the news spread, in less than 3 days, people from various factions arrived. The Myriad God Square was packed with people. City Lord defeating armies had no choice but to arrange for martial law to prevent ordinary people from entering. City Lord defeating armies. This is not right. Our elites have been trapped. Your Myriad God City is too disappointing. Have you found out who that person is? To dare capture an elite ranked in the top 100 of the elite's role, he must be looking down on us. City Lord defeating armies was having a headache. That unknown fellow was truly mysterious. He had searched the entire Myriad God continent, but could not find any information on him. City Lord defeating armies could not help but suspect that the other party was from an outsider continent. Others might not know, but City Lord defeating armies was well aware. The passageways seemed to be fraught with danger, but that was only for ordinary people. However, if it was the fellow in the square, everything would be fine. If it was someone from an outsider continent, then it was someone from the Star River Prefecture. If it was the former, then everything would be fine. But if it was the latter, then everything would be troublesome. No matter how bold City Lord defeating armies was, he would not dare to offend a faction from the Star River Prefecture. Extorting a top 100 elite made City Lord defeating armies even more suspicious of the latter. He would become the public enemy of the Myriad God continent. Public enemy. City Lord defeating armies found it unbelievable. With the arrival of the various sect masters, City Lord defeating armies' face was gloomy. He had a belly full of pent-up anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. The space in the square was maintained. City Lord defeating armies did not dare to attack. If one of the elites died, he would be the unlucky one. The wrath of a top faction from the Myriad God continent was not something he could easily handle. In the square, 100 geniuses stood obediently in one area. The invisible pressure had long since disappeared. After being suppressed by Lin Fei, the prodigies had learned their lesson. This enemy's strength was unfathomable, and he was definitely not someone they could deal with. Even the son of 10,000 deities was obedient, so no matter how stubborn they would only be courting death. Aren't you afraid of becoming a public enemy? The son of 10,000 gods had been very calm. As an elite, the number one elite of the Myriad Gods continent, the son of myriad gods, it was normal for him to win and lose. As long as he didn't die, everything was fine. If you can't even get over this, then there's no need for you to walk the path of supremacy. That's because you don't have the intention to become a powerhouse. Lin Fei said lightly, "What's there to worry about becoming a public enemy? In my opinion, as long as you're strong enough, becoming a public enemy or not is just a matter of a word. I really admire your courage." The son of all gods felt that these words were very reasonable. However, I don't think you have the ability to do so. Even if you can obtain the power of faith, you won't be able to take it away. Lin Fei smiled. Then let's wait and see. Days passed one after another. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly all the major factions of the Myriad Gods continent had come to the Myriad God City. In a short period of time, the massive Myriad God City had gathered more than 100 million people. Among them were factions with more than 100 elites. The rest were just there to join the fun. After all, extorting 100 elites was almost unheard of in the Myriad Gods continent. Everyone could not help but come to see what was going on. In half a month's time, most of the major factions had arrived. After they arrived, they did not hand over the ransom. Instead, they secretly studied how to crack the array. If possible, they did not wish to hand over the ransom. It would be embarrassing. People would say that the celestial race was powerful and impressive, but in the end, they still had to kneel to a young man. Those words were too harsh on the ears. Everyone decided to wait for the factions to arrive before taking action. That guy looks so young. He's quite bold. I can guarantee that this kid will not have a good ending. And that includes the factions behind him. Suppressing an elite single-handedly. Just the thought of it is terrifying. I really don't know where this guy came from. So what if he's ferocious? No one thought highly of Lin Fei. To cause such an earth-shattering incident in the Myriad Gods continent, not only would the person die, even the factions behind him, as well as any faction that participated in it, would be in trouble. In the eyes of the outside factions, anyone who did not give face to the factions of the Myriad Gods continent had to have a faction backing him. This was a public slap in the face. It was a resounding slap in the face. They're here. They're here. They're here. The top 10 factions are finally here. In the sky, 10 warships of different colors appeared almost at the same time. A major character could be seen on every warship. Their gazes landed on Lin Fei, who was in the plaza. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 pairs of eyes landed on the square. 10 different attacks were unleashed instantly. This time, the top 10 factions attacked together, a rare sight. They wanted to teach this outsider a lesson, or even force out the hidden experts. To arrange for such experts to slap them in the face, there was definitely a protector behind them. Anyone would feel the pinch if they lost such a person. It was just a space. By attacking when the other party was unguarded, the chances of breaking the space were high. The moment the other party lost the elites, they could deal with the other party however they wanted. 10 different attacks were unleashed. Everyone felt a huge shock. Cosmos God attacks. What a fellow, a total of 10 Cosmos God attacks. They're even bringing out their special treasures. That space will definitely be broken. 10 Cosmos God palaces descended above the square. All sorts of primordial spirit secret realms formed by Cosmos God attacks were condensed into a single point and came crashing down. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. The top 10 factions controlled the region of Cosmos God attacks to a specific location. The experts present felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If this energy were to spread out slightly, many people would die. A booming sound reverberated across the entire Myriad God continent. Everyone was shivering under this aura. Everyone held their breaths as they looked towards that location in the square. Chapter 33:43. Wave after wave of energy exploded outwards. The Myriad God Square had turned into a sea of flames and mountains of blades. Nobody believed that there was any treasure that could withstand against 10 Cosmos God attacks. Every single attack was different, and their power was condensed into a single piece. One could imagine how frightening it would be. You all are really capable. Do you all not want the geniuses anymore? Just as everyone was waiting in anticipation, a laughter reverberated from the center of the square. He is fine. How could this be? That is an attack from a Cosmos God. It is an attack from 10 Cosmos Gods. Hearing this voice, everyone felt unnatural. On the square, the energy dissipated. The huge square remained undamaged. One could not tell that this place had just suffered from a powerful attack. The young man on the square was standing with his hands behind his back. He had a calm expression on his face that made others feel like beating him up. Shameless. Truly shameless. Do you really think you can eat me alive? Lin Fei thought, I have to add this reputation consumption to them. It is a total of 150 billion reputation points. That attack just now had instantly depleted Lin Fei's reputation by 150 billion. It could be considered a huge number. That time, when he killed a peak Cosmos God, he used up 800 billion reputation points. That was a horrifying consumption. But compared to this, the consumption was not huge at all. But this action made him feel uncomfortable. They were eating him alive. Nevertheless, the continuous increase in reputation made Lin Fei feel delighted. The experts on the 10 battleships above the Myriad God City felt unnatural, especially those 10 who acted. They were looking at each other and were about to curse out loud. Don't think that it was easy to bring out a Cosmos God to attack. To them, this was something that consumed a huge amount of reputation points. It was fine if they succeeded, but the moment they failed, the consumption would be huge. The strength of a Cosmos God was actually a deterrent to everyone in the Myriad God Great Continent. Those who dared to act against them had to consider whether they could defend against the attack of a Cosmos God. Even the strongest martial power could not break through that layer of spatial protection. This was a heavy blow to those present. Those who were filled with confidence had a bucket of cold water poured on them. Come down, Lin Fei roared out. He extended his hand and grabbed toward the sky. Boom! A massive force enveloped the 10 warships in the sky, and after swaying for a moment, the warships crashed down like meteors, causing 10 consecutive loud sounds to ring out. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The warships smashed down, killing many people on the spot. At the same time, ruins appeared. Your geniuses are all in my hands. It seems like you didn't take my words seriously at all. Just for what you did just now. I'll pay a ransom of 1 billion power of faith for each genius. Lin Fei announced loudly. Pajuan City Lord and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy is ridiculously strong. What kind of attack was that just now? Even I couldn't tell what it was. It was like a power that fell from the sky. This wasn't just Pajuan City Lord's reaction. In fact, it was the same thought shared by all the major powers. The geniuses in the square had thought that they would be able to leave, and their faces were filled with joy. But in the blink of an eye, their smiles froze. This was especially true of the 10 geniuses, who were filled with confidence in their sects and clans. How could that guy be so strong? This scene, even after 100,000 years, would not be forgotten. Everyone would remember this name. With the strength of a single person, he had stopped the 10 major powers. The warships that crashed down became tattered. The people who came out were all battered and exhausted. Even the experts who had attacked just now had a look of horror on their faces. Under that kind of power, they couldn't put up any resistance. Young man, the Temple of Light is willing to pay the ransom. The Temple of Light sent a grand elder this time. He looked like a very amiable old man, but if anyone took it seriously, they would definitely vomit blood in regret. We're also willing to pay. The ransom is here. After the 10 major powers came out of the warships, they said something that shocked everyone, as if they were cracking a big joke. Directly giving? Wasn't there going to be a big battle? This was different from what they had imagined. In fact, the 10 major powers were also deeply shocked at this time. From the information of the geniuses, they more or less knew how powerful this person was. They determined that he was from a foreign continent, and that he had collected so much power of faith, which was very puzzling. They had discussed it on the way. They were going to break in by force first, and if that didn't work, they would choose to pay the ransom. When the geniuses returned, they would no longer have to hold back, and they could go all out. Privately, they hoped to succeed in one go. If they really had to pay the ransom, it would be very embarrassing. How could Lin Fei not guess what they were thinking? He secretly felt proud. Prestige is a good thing. Without prestige, I really don't have that much confidence. That's right. Lin Fei smiled. Now come on by one. First, the 100th ranked genius. Come in and pay the ransom. Lin Fei waved at the divine son of light. You come in and call the others. The identities of the 100 geniuses were all sorted out. The divine son of light came over expressionlessly and began to call the names one by one. In that impenetrable space, a door the size of a person appeared. The experts of the 10 major powers were all moved, but in the end, they all shook their heads. So what if they rushed in? In the end, they would still suffer a great loss. What was a great gain? This was a great gain. For the geniuses ranked 50th to 100th, each ransom required 6 billion power of faith. Just this alone was a total of 300 billion power of faith for Lin Fei. God faith cards containing the power of faith appeared in Lin Fei's hands. Convert all of them. Lin Fei knew very well that the power of faith was not that easy to obtain. Once the geniuses were released, there would no longer be any fear of harming the innocent. He believed that the 10 major powers would go all out. It was certain that the prestige cost would be huge. It might even cost 1 trillion prestige. The myriad God continent didn't have a killer move? How could that be possible? If Lin Fei dared to extort these factions, he must have been prepared. This time, he had caused such a huge commotion. It was impossible for a continent with a deep heritage like the myriad God continent to not have something up their sleeves. Lin Fei was not worried about these people, but he was worried about those in the dark. Once they made their move, it would be a thunderous strike. That wave of attacks had to be resisted. Even Lin Fei wasn't sure how much prestige he would need to expend. Anyway, it wasn't a single amount. Fortunately, with the power of faith in his hands, he was in an invincible position. He wanted to go to the Star River Prefecture. He also wanted to become the Prefecture Lord. He didn't have enough prestige, nor did he have the confidence. It was necessary to fish for the myriad God continent. Those ranked 50th to 100th were quickly released, followed by those ranked 30th and 20th. Chapter 33-44. Myriad God Continent. The top experts of the top 10 factions had attacked, but they had not been able to break the mysterious space immediately. It was beyond everyone's expectations. That mysterious fellow had become even more mysterious. The expressions of the experts who went in to pay the ransom changed greatly after they entered the space. Not many of them could sit still. The suppressed geniuses came out of the space one by one. That mysterious person still had his credibility. Anyone who paid the ransom would definitely be released. For a moment, no one could guess how that fellow would be able to withstand the revenge of the top 10 factions, including the top factions, without the geniuses as hostages. That's right, revenge was inevitable. No one would not be tempted by hundreds of billions of power of faith. Even the top factions could not fork out such a huge sum. A few billion power of faith for a genius was an astronomical sum. If one wasn't a genius, they would not be willing to fork it out. The last one, that fellow is in for it. Even the number one genius, the son of myriad gods, has been released. In the sky outside Myriad God City, everyone's eyes were focused on the square. Activate the array formation. Defeating Army's City Lord instructed his subordinates. Do not let him leave Myriad God City. Without the pressure of holding back, defeating Army's City Lord would not let him leave Myriad God City. That was hundreds of billions of power of faith. Defeating Army's City Lord had every reason to believe that those old fogies in the dark were tempted. Lin Fei let the son of myriad gods out. I hope you don't get beaten to death. The son of myriad gods said before leaving. My life is tough. It won't be that easy for you to kill me. Lin Fei said with a smile. When the son of myriad gods left, he was filled with doubts. What gave him the guts to say such a thing? Myriad God City was completely surrounded. Experts gathered inside and outside. And while the Myriad God City looked the same, it was actually filled with array formations that interweaved together to form an inescapable net. The son of myriad gods left the square. The feeling of being free of restrictions was truly comfortable. That's right, it was a long-lost feeling. For this feeling, the faction behind him had paid more than 50 billion power of faith, equivalent to the total of the bottom 10 geniuses. Do you think that fellow is going to escape? Of course. If we don't run now, we won't have another chance. Now that everyone is nothing to fear, they will definitely go all out. Isn't he just relying on a treasure? After breaking through this spatial treasure, he won't have a tortoise shell anymore. He can deal with him however he wants. It's just a matter of a word. After the last child of 10,000 gods came out, the experts of the top 10 forces took out their treasures and began to attack. First, a noble figure soared into the sky. It was the angel of the Temple of Light, the phantom of the great 12-winged angel. It held a clean, holy book in its hands. As soon as the pages of the book were flipped open, a series of tyrannical attacks fell on the space. In the distance, a giant appeared. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, 6 weapons in each of its 6 hands. Every single weapon was different, displaying the attacks of the 6 weapons. The attacks were domineering and fierce, surging like dark clouds. In the sky, a rain of fire came crashing down. Each rain of fire was the size of an acre, and each strike seemed to cause the world to collapse. Then a massive black tornado landed in the space, tearing it apart with tremendous force. This space was actually formed by an expert, and its blade was constantly slicing through space. This time, it could be said that the experts of the 10 major forces had used all their strength. They had to break through it. That was everyone's thought. Too powerful. They're going to completely destroy this mysterious space. Yeah, right? I wonder how long they can last. It definitely won't last long. Under such attacks, how many people can withstand it? Even if it's a spatial treasure. Under such attacks, the people in the periphery were all shocked. It was very rare for the experts of the top 10 forces to attack together, but today, everyone had witnessed it. The scene was truly terrifying and domineering. The celestial experts of the top 10 forces secretly gasped. The difference was still too great. Under such means, no matter how strong a mysterious space was, it would still be limited. No matter who it was, they all believed it. And at this moment, the square space rapidly shrank without any warning, until it was only about 10 feet wide. Therefore, Myriad God City Square was in trouble. After a loud rumble, the square was reduced to ruins. Craters of all sizes were everywhere. City Lord Pujuan's face immediately darkened. My myriad god city. The absolute space that had shrunk the area could invisibly reduce the expenditure of reputation. I knew they would attack. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly. Convert all of them. The conversion of power of faith to reputation required a certain amount of time. Lin Fei was in no hurry. Nice to spend hundreds of millions of reputation in one go, as expected of the top 10 forces. The moment they make a move, their reputation is flowing away like water. Lin Fei finally experienced it. It really wouldn't do without reputation. Now that Lin Fei was rich, he didn't care about the expenditure at all. Instead, he looked at them with a smile. Use more strength, continue. Lin Fei looked at them with a smile. A throne appeared behind him, and Lin Fei sat boldly on it. He smiled at the experts who attacked him. The moment he said that, those people's expressions turned ugly. Continue attacking. We don't believe it. The experts on the scene continued to attack. Soon, the space that Lin Fei was in was shrouded by all sorts of attacks, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. It's already been 3 days. That's right. It's too ferocious. What kind of spatial treasure is that? I've never seen it before. In Myriad God City Square, it was almost smashed. Above the massive Myriad God City, everyone was making their move. Every single faction behind the 100 elites attacked the person in the square. For a full 3 days, that person was like an undefeatable god of war. Awesome, it's really awesome. The besieged Lin Fei felt exhilarated. My reputation can continue to increase if I take the hits. Compared to the reputation I expend, the loss isn't that great. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. In 3 days, the entire Myriad God continent knew of it. This naturally brought about great reputation gains. The moment the news spread that a person who could force the combined attacks of the 10 factions to remain unscathed for several days, even more people came to watch the show. He's invincible. What kind of spatial treasure is that? Wait, don't tell me he's using the power of faith to support the treasure. How is that possible? Many people began to suspect. The power of faith was very useful, but if there really was a powerful treasure, it was easy to imagine what the situation would be like. But such a treasure was too powerful. The power of faith was not that easy to use. You're all old and can't take it anymore. It's already been 3 days. Lin Fei stood up and chuckled. I'm not playing with you anymore. His influence spread throughout the Myriad God continent. Lin Fei was satisfied that he had achieved his goal. Before I leave, I still have a gift for all of you. Lin Fei soared into the sky and raised his hand. All the attacks in the sky were dispersed. Suppress. Lin Fei grabbed out with his hand, and a huge mountain appeared. When a huge mountain appeared, everyone drew a cold gasp. The mountains were connected to each other without end. There was a loud boom. Chapter 33:45. Ka. A seemingly endless mountain came crashing down. One mountain after another slammed into the Myriad God City, piercing through the array formations both inside and outside, destroying them like they were nothing more than dried twigs. Hurry up and retreat. Hurry up and leave. We can't hold on any longer. Cosmos God attack. The Myriad Mountains were like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, all the arrays constructed by the Myriad God City were destroyed in a tyrannical manner. Experts of all sizes felt an endless pressure pressing down on them. Pung. Just as they moved, the mountains came crashing down. They felt as if they were struck by someone and fell to the ground. Their usually arrogant faces had an intimate contact with the ground. This scene repeated continuously on everyone in the Myriad God City. No one would be able to withstand the suppression of this move. Impudent. After all, the experts in the Myriad God City suffered an unprecedented attack. As the experts from the 10 superpowers were being crushed on the ground, a sharp voice came from beneath the Myriad God City. A hand extended out from beneath the ground. This hand was not big, but it seemed pale and powerless, as if it had never seen sunlight all year round. Forefather has acted. That's great. Forefather is still alive. The first to rejoice was defeating Army City Master. His entire body was suppressed to the point that he could not move at all. The moment this hand appeared, everyone felt the pressure on them lighten. The other party extended his hand upwards, blocking the endless mountains that came crashing down. Wave after wave of suppressive force crashed onto the other party's palm. Furthermore, this palm was as firm as a mountain. No matter how much force was smashed down, it remained stable. Haha, he is finally willing to act. Lin Fei knew from the start that there was an ancient existence hidden deep below. If not for the system, others would not be able to perceive it. With a single palm, he blocked against the Myriad Mountains technique that came from the system. This move was called Myriad Mountains. As the name suggested, it was an attack from a myriad of mountains. Each layer was stronger than the previous, and even Cosmos gods could forget about resisting against the waves of impact. Myriad God Palace. Another hand appeared and opened its palm. A huge palace appeared in the palm. This palace grew larger and larger as it pressed down on Lin Fei. It's the Myriad God Palace. According to rumors, this is the place where Cosmos gods fell. Just who is that person? He forced the ancestor to use the Pantheon Palace to suppress him. Once the Pantheon Palace appears, no one can match it. The moment the Pantheon Temple appeared, a mighty pressure suffocated everyone on the spot. This was the rumored Holy Land. Aside from the designated time, it rarely appeared. But today they saw it again. Once the Pantheon Temple appeared, the pressure made it hard for everyone present to breathe. Fortunately, it wasn't targeted at them. If it was, who could withstand this kind of crushing pressure? Lin Fei, who was in the whirlpool, was attacked wave after wave. There was even a powerful suction force trying to suck him into the Pantheon Temple. Good timing. Lin Fei laughed heartily. He was not affected by the aura at all. He soared into the sky and charged towards the Pantheon Palace. In the eyes of others, this rush and inhalation seemed to be seeking death. The Pantheon Temple was a universal treasure. Its power was far more terrifying than one could imagine. There was a rumor in the Myriad Gods continent that once the Pantheon Temple appeared, no one could compete with it. This naturally described the power of the Pantheon Temple. In the eyes of everyone, the Pantheon Temple was incomparably sacred. It was an existence that could not be contended against. This fellow who suppressed them with a single move actually dared to take the initiative to face the Pantheon Temple. His guts were too big. This person was exceptionally crazy too. Unless he wanted to fight against this universal treasure, the Pantheon Temple. Open. Lin Fei followed the suction force and approached the Pantheon Temple. Raising his hand, he punched out. This punch looked ordinary, yet it formed a light that in the eyes of everyone. This light that wasn't big, but it was dazzling. Pooh! The light that in the eyes of everyone seemed to be filled with endless power. At that moment, it pierced through the Pantheon Temple, leaving behind a fist-sized hole. After this fist-sized hole appeared, it kept expanding. It was so fast that everyone looked at each other in dismay. He pierced through the Pantheon Temple. That is a universal treasure. Is that fellow a Cosmos God expert? This is impossible. How old is he? Cosmos God is a threshold. The experts from the 10 superpowers had a look of horror on their faces. Most of them felt disbelief. Cosmos God. This conjecture appeared in the minds of almost everyone. It is impossible for him to be a Cosmos God. None of the geniuses on the chosen ranking could believe this outcome. But after a hole was pierced through the Pantheon Temple, and it kept expanding, they finally understood why they lost. That fellow was too powerful. He was so powerful that they, as geniuses, were no longer on the same level as him. We've kicked a huge problem. If he is a Cosmos God expert, then we can only swallow our anger. That might not be the case. That fellow has taken a few 100 billion faith energy from us. That is a few 100 billion, not a few billion, but a few tens of billions. He is acting wantonly in the Myriad God Great Continent. If those people acted, even Cosmos gods might not be able to survive. Dumb? How could that be possible? A group of undying old fellows. Who knows when they might die? Why would they act at this moment? After all, This person isn't that easy to deal with. The Pantheon Temple was pierced through with a single punch. The voices underground became increasingly furious. You dare to destroy the Pantheon Temple. The Pantheon Temple disappeared. Lin Fei looked down from above. He chuckled. I'm truly sorry, but the quality of your Pantheon isn't too good. Who would have thought that I could pierce through it with a single punch? I'm truly sorry. I suggest you to change to a more formidable treasure the next time. At least, the quality must be up to standard. Don't be like this treasure, which isn't good at all. This old man will kill you. A cold light slashed in front of Lin Fei. A white-haired old man appeared. He was expressionless. In both his hands, there was a thin blade that was emitting a cold aura. Many blade lights came pouncing on him. Ding, ding, ding. A protective barrier automatically appeared in front of Lin Fei. I'm old, and it's normal for me to be hot-tempered. Lin Fei allowed the blade intent to cut on his body. If you want to vent, then do it. I have no objections. How is it? I'm not a bad person, right? The white-haired old man's blade technique was sharp and tyrannical. Every blade seemed to be able to split apart the protective barrier. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a lot of prestige, allowing him to make up for it at all times. The situation had changed. In the sky, the white-haired old man slashed repeatedly with his blade. His fearsome blade technique slashed at the other party's body, but he was unable to split apart the tough protective barrier. Everyone saw an even more shocking scene. It was inconceivable that the old ancestor was unable to split apart a protective barrier. Every slash made their hearts palpitate. If they were in his shoes, they wouldn't be able to block it at all. But that person managed to block it. The faint layer of protective barrier on his body blocked the white-haired old man's blade technique every single time. Chapter 33:46. In the sky above Myriad God City. All the experts of the Myriad God continent were staring at this place. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by the mysterious man. He had single-handedly withstood the attack of the Patriarch from Myriad God City and appeared unscathed. Anyone who saw him would jump in fright. The white-haired elder wielded his sabers with both hands, and each saber strike contained a special power. However, it was unable to penetrate the thin layer of defense. You are from the Star River Prefecture. The white-haired elder did not stop moving. His sabers continued to slash at the other party, one strike after another. Lin Fei smiled without saying a word. He just looked at the other party with a smile. Forget it, forget it. Take the power of faith if you want. I don't care anymore. The white-haired old man let out a long sigh. He shook his head and stopped attacking. His figure also slowly dissipated, disappearing without a trace in an instant. It's just a one-minute tiger. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling rather disappointed. The other party was indeed very strong. Any peak, godly, venerable expert would be helpless against him. Unfortunately, the white-haired elder could not last long because his lifespan was running out. Such a person would not attack again if he failed in the first wave. It was not worth it if he expended too much energy. It looks like there's nothing you can do. Then, I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for your gifts. I'm very satisfied. Lin Fei smiled, waved his hand, and swaggered off. He Yuan followed behind him. No one in Myriad God City dared to stop the other party. Even the Patriarch from Myriad God City did not have the ability to kill the other party. If it were them, it would be useless. They could only watch helplessly as the other party left. Many of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that person had gone on a killing spree, who would be able to stop him? Just the thought of it gave them a lingering fear. Everyone heard the ancestors' last words. That person was definitely from the Star River Prefecture. I was worrying too much. Lin Fei swaggered off, feeling slightly disappointed. It was truly surprising that those old fogies from the Myriad God continent did not take action. If possible, he really hoped that they would take action. Why not just extort a huge amount of power of faith from them? The more of these things, the better. These old fools are all like old foxes. Perhaps they're all like that white-haired old man who doesn't have much lifespan left. If they don't have to make a move, they'll try their best not to make a move. They probably saw my battle with that person, and with my tacit approval, they won't dare to make a move. Lin Fei kept analyzing. Soon, he came up with a conclusion. The faith energy I collected here is almost finished. My original reputation of 6 trillion has easily broken through to more than 100 trillion. Even if a peak cosmos god comes, I can kill him as I wish. In a mysterious space in the myriad god continent, there were 6 people sitting cross-legged. These 6 people were all very old, and they looked like they were doddering. Their eyes were also extremely turbid, and they were truly old and dim-sighted. They weren't far from death. I didn't expect this kid to be so strong. Fortunately, we didn't make a move. Even if we did, we probably wouldn't be able to break that thin layer of shield. Since when did the Star River Prefecture have such a powerful expert? There isn't any cosmos god aura on his body, yet every single one of his movements and the power he unleashes isn't any weaker than a cosmos god. He might even be stronger. The eyes of these 6 people weren't calm. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted by several 100 billion faith energy. If it was possible, they wanted to capture the other party. But even that person failed. Wouldn't it be the same if they went up? Are we just going to let him leave? One of the old men said. How could that be possible? The 5 old men turned to a short, white-robed old man. You are the best at scheming. Unless you are willing to swallow this grievance, the reputation of our myriad god continent has been utterly lost. We can't do anything to that brat, but we can disgust him. The white-robed old man laughed sinisterly. We should immediately release the news. A person who has a supreme treasure and several 100 billion faith energy, I believe many people will act upon hearing it. That fellow will have a headache. This is a good idea. It isn't that easy to obtain the faith energy of our myriad god continent. We can even contact those people. Lin Fei left the myriad god continent. During this period, not a single expert acted to obstruct him. He successfully found a passageway that led to the Sky Martial continent. Compared to his previous trip, Lin Fei had learned his lesson. He used absolute defense to protect himself and entered an uninhabited land. It took him half a year. Lin Fei took half a year to travel from the myriad god continent to the Sky Martial continent. I'm finally out. Lin Fei stood on the land of another continent. On an island surrounded by seawater, a humid sea breeze constantly blew. Standing on the island, Lin Fei could see a massive figure emerging from the depths of the sea. It blotted out the sky and was at least a few thousand feet long. It exuded a terrifying and dangerous aura. Is this the Sky Martial continent? This was different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Master, I sense an aura that makes me apprehensive in this region of the sea. It's a continent more dangerous than the myriad god continent, He Yuan said carefully. Lin Fei agreed with He Yuan's words. This region of the sea was indeed dangerous. If anyone were to recklessly barge into the Sky Martial continent, it would be extraordinarily difficult for them to leave this region of the sea. They might even stay here forever. In a short period of time, Lin Fei saw many sea beasts emerging from the surface of the sea. Let's leave this place first. This region of the sea was huge. One could not see the end of it. Not long after Lin Fei and He Yuan left the island, they encountered danger. The first time was from beneath the sea. Many black water arrows were shot out. Each water arrow was extremely powerful and had the power of a deity venerable. These water arrows were densely packed and covered half the sky. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. And this was just the beginning. Next, there were venom-spewing sea snakes that spread their venom and corroded their fleshly bodies. Finally, there were gigantic sea beasts that could control seawater. All of them were terrifying existences. It was a pity that they met Lin Fei and He Yuan this time. One had the body of a cosmos god, and the other was a cosmos god. But along the way, they were tossed around endlessly. The sea region was too big, and there were traces of sea beasts everywhere. Even though they could not cause any harm to them, dealing with them was an extremely troublesome matter. 3 years. Lin Fei and He Yuan were still on this vast sea region. Master, this sea region is too big. It has been 3 years, yet we have not seen a single continent. He Yuan complained. With a casual slap of his palm, the surface of the sea collapsed. More than 10 sea beasts were killed. He Yuan did not know how many similar sea beasts he had killed, but the number of sea beasts he killed could not even be counted as a single hair from 9 oxen in this sea region. Being a cosmos god, He Yuan could not help but have some thoughts about the Sky Martial Continent. Clearly, this sea region, and even this great continent, was completely different from what he imagined. A place more dangerous than the myriad god Great Continent. Lin Fei was actually interested in the Sky Martial Continent. He understood why the experts from the Sky Martial sect were most proud of their fleshly bodies. As for the Sky Martial Continent, Lin Fei did not understand much. But during these 3 years, Lin Fei had some vague conjectures. Perhaps the Sky Martial Continent was not like other great continents that were dominated by continents. Instead, this was a world dominated by the sea. If not for this explanation, it was impossible for them to not fly out of a great continent in 3 years. One had to know that Lin Fei was currently a cosmos god, and it was not difficult for him to cross a sea region. Even if the sea region was bigger, it would not take him that long. Our luck is not bad. We discovered a ship that seems different. Let's go down and ask around. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. A black ship appeared in front of them where the sky and earth intersected. It was unquestionably the most suitable to ask them about the situation in the Sky Martial Continent. Boss, there are people in front. Both the top and bottom of the ship were all brawny men with ferocious gazes. At the center of the deck, there was a bald man wearing a pirate hat. He was currently wiping a huge black blade. Our luck is not bad. We have finally seen people. Prepare yourselves and capture them. The bald man guffawed. We have been out for a few months, and there are fewer and fewer unaffiliated cultivators. We're going to starve. I hope that those 2 fellows will not disappoint us. Little ones, get ready. Load the cannons. Capture them, and we will have a good life. This group of people were the most commonly seen slave traders in the Sky Martial Continent. They were constantly capturing unaffiliated cultivators. As long as they did not pose a threat, they would act against them. Due to the recent incidents in the Sky Martial Continent, there were very few unaffiliated cultivators appearing on the sea. It had been a few months since they had any harvest. Now that they finally met 2, they would not let this opportunity slip by. Open fire. As they were about to reach them, the bald man gave the order to attack. A huge net was unfurled, covering the sky and earth. Another 2 rookies. They have fallen into our inescapable net. Don't think of escaping. That's right. It is too easy. This net was huge. Once it was unfurled, it locked on a Lin Fei and He Yuan. This part of the world was sealed. Master, it seems that we have become their targets. He Yuan said. Lin Fei shook his head. This is interesting. This net is also very interesting. It is actually 2-layered, and the entire space is covered by the net. It really makes it difficult for people to escape. This kind of treasure was really rare. Unfortunately, those fellows have chosen the wrong target. He Yuan sneered. That's right. He Yuan stretched out his hand and tore a huge hole in the net. You dare to attack us? You have some guts. He Yuan tore the net apart with his claw and arrived above the ship, releasing his powerful aura. All the experts on the ship collapsed to the ground, unable to move. The bald man rolled down from his seat and faced the sky, his vision turning black. Oh no, we have kicked an iron plate. They're too strong. We are doomed. Just the aura he released was enough to make them unable to move. In the Sky Martial Continent, he was an overlord. Master, it is done. Chapter 33:47. On the boundless sea, a black ship was sailing on the sea. At first glance, it didn't seem fast, but when you observed it closely, you would realize that the ship was moving very fast. Riding the wind, the owner of the ship had changed. Lin Fei had become the sole owner of the ship. That bald man had become the errand boy, and he was obediently standing below. Lin Fei had figured out the situation of the Sky Martial Continent. Just as he had guessed, the Sky Martial Continent was not dominated by the continent, but by the sea. In the Sky Martial Continent, the human race was not the true overlord. In the Sky Martial Continent, other than the human race, there was another powerful group, the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan occupied most of the sea's resources. Other than a few large islands, there was no other place in the Sky Martial continent for the human race to live. Fortunately, the Sea Clan was in turmoil, and they were not unified. The few large islands in the Sky Martial continent could be passed down, and they were not attacked by the Sea Clan. The human race had also reached an agreement with some of the Sea Clan. For example, this Yuhu was working under one of the Sea Kings, and he was working for them. In the sea, he was capturing lone humans. In this sea, there were a total of 13 Sea Kings, and they controlled the vast sea. Above the 13 Sea Kings, there was a sea god who was nominally in charge of the entire sea. Unfortunately, this sea god was not powerful enough, so the 13 Sea Kings were independent, and they listened to orders but did not listen to orders and formed 13 Sea Clan forces. Among them, there were those who were enemies of the human race, and those who were cooperating with the human race. So, the Sea Clan is going to attack the Sky Martial Island. Lin Fei said lazily. Yu did not have the prestige he had in the past. Even one of his subordinates was so powerful, not to mention this young man, who could kill him with a word. The 5 Sea Kings will attack the Sky Martial Island, and it should be soon. Yu said in a low voice, the Sky Martial sect on the Sky Martial Island is the strongest sect, and they are the strongest. After breaking through the Sky Martial Island, the remaining islands can be split up and attacked. Lin Fei looked at Yu. Can we make it in time? In the Heavenly Martial sect, he only remembered one person, Heaven Thundersplit. As a human, no matter what, they would not stand by and watch the invasion of the sea race. If they could help the Heavenly Martial sect and increase their prestige, Lin Fei would be a fool if he did not do it. There should be enough time. Yuhu's ship was still useful. There was the symbol of the Sea King on the ship, and the rest of the journey was smooth. The sea beasts seemed to have disappeared, and they did not appear again. Master, we did the right thing, He Yuan said. The densely packed sea beasts along the way are enough to give us a headache. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of trouble. Who would feel comfortable being attacked by sea beasts along the way? The sea tribe is quite interesting. Lin Fei saw a group of black figures in front of him. They were all sea beasts. They rode the wind and broke through the waves, advancing in a single direction, creating huge waves. These are the subordinates of the Sea King. They are going to attack Sky Martial Island. What we see now is only one of the Sea King's forces. Lin Fei smirked. Interesting. On a boundless sea, a huge island rose from the ground, and it was very eye-catching. Around this huge island, there were 4 other islands, each guarding one direction, surrounding and protecting this huge island. At this moment, this huge island was surrounded by a dense mass of sea beasts. They surrounded the island in 3 circles, and not even a drop of water could pass through. This island was the largest island in the Sky Martial continent, Sky Martial Island. At the same time, the Sky Martial sect was also on this island. Those traitors, without our Sky Martial Island, they will be the first to die. At the center of the island was a tall mountain that reached the clouds. On the mountain, there were rows upon rows of palaces with no end in sight. This was the location of the Sky Martial sect. At this moment, in one of the palaces of the Sky Martial sect, the upper echelons of the Sky Martial sect had gathered, and they were discussing the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings. Ever since the establishment of the Sky Martial Island, it had been attacked by the Sea Kings multiple times. Every time, the island had survived. However, this time, the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings was different. The pressure on the Sky Martial sect was immense. It was not a simple matter for the 5 Sea Kings to work together. If it were just humans, it would be different if the Sea Kings worked together. They could control a large number of sea beasts to attack, and this consumption was something they could not withstand. When the news of the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings came out, the Sky Martial sect immediately contacted the other large islands to prepare for a joint attack. Unfortunately, bad news came one after another. Those large islands chose to give up. Everyone knew that under the joint attack of the 5 Sea Kings, none of the large islands could reach the island. For the sake of attacking the Sky Marshall Island, the 5 Sea Kings brought their strongest killing move, the number 1 warring sea beasts in the sea region. Every warring sea beast was born at the cosmos god level. The only difference was that the warring sea beasts had low intelligence. They did not even have the intelligence of a child, and they were muddle-headed. Precisely because of their low intelligence and muddle-headedness, the warring sea beasts had always been controlled by humans, and they were treated as the number 1 offensive weapon. The fall of the islands in the Sky Marshall continent was basically done by the warring sea beasts. Once they sent out 5 warring sea beasts, any island could not withstand the attack. This was also the main reason why those large islands rejected the attack. Who could resist the warring sea beasts? In the meeting hall, everyone was silent. Island Master, let's fight it out with them. If the 5 Sea Kings want to attack our island, they will have to pay a huge price. We would rather die than submit. Island Master, don't the 5 Sea Kings want us to hand over that item? I think we should just hand it over. That's right, that's right. Since the great continents are going to merge, we can't keep that item. Very soon, different voices could be heard. Some felt that they should fight it out with the Sea Kings. Others felt that they should hand over that item. For a moment, the meeting hall was filled with intense arguments. It was no different from a market. Hong, hong, hong. They are attacking. Their attack is too fierce. The 5 Sea Kings soon launched their first attack. And outside the Sky Marshall Island, 5 colossal creatures floated up like islands. Attack! Break the Sky Marshall Island for me. The number 1 superpower of the human race will become a thing of the past from now on. On top of the 5 colossal creatures, there was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes standing. Behind each of them was a large group of people. They were the 5 Sea Kings of the sea. At this moment, the 5 Sea Kings were all smiling. Large batches of sea beasts were attacking the islands one after another, and the huge island was almost covered by a black energy. Anyone who saw this scene would feel their heart palpitate. The Sea Clan had always been the strongest race in the Sky Marshall continent. Chapter 3348. Tianwu Continent, Tianwu Island. It had been half a month since the 5 Sea Kings attacked Tianwu Island. As the largest island in the Tianwu continent, Tianwu Island's defense was quite terrifying. It was covered with arrays that blocked the attacks of the Sea Clan time and time again. However, this kind of resistance was not enough to stop them. The Sea Clan attacked without any regard for energy consumption, advancing bit by bit. Today, the last guarded island was breached. Now, there was only one big island left. Tianwu's sect leader, if you don't want to see the entire island slaughtered, immediately give up resisting, open the array, and surrender. A Sea King's voice echoed in the sky above Tianwu Island. On the sea that led to Tianwu Island, Lin Fei followed the crowd and saw the power of the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was more terrifying than he had imagined. They had a huge number of reinforcements. From the beginning until now, Lin Fei could not remember how many waves of reinforcements he had received. It was definitely an astronomical number. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this. Lord, I just received news that Tianwu Island has been breached, and all the higher-ups have been killed. You who came to report. Recently, you who would report everything that happened on Tianwu Island as soon as possible. This lord was not someone to be offended. So fast. Lin Fei frowned slightly. I remember that it has only been half a month since the start of the attack. Is the strength of Tianwu Island that weak? According to you who, the overall strength of Tianwu Island was very strong. It had been attacked by the Sea Kings more than once or twice. This time, it collapsed in half a month. This was too fast. It is said that there is a spy in Tianwu Island. At the critical moment, the array was opened, and the sea beasts of war rushed in. Yu explained. Now, he is chasing after the fish that escaped the net. Lin Fei originally wanted to go to Tianwu Island to broaden his horizons and meet Tianlei Lai. However, since the island had been breached, he naturally had no interest in going. I'm not going to Tianwu Island anymore. Lin Fei believed that Yu would not dare to lie to him. Tianwu Island had been breached, and the number 1 island had been eliminated. The news spread quickly. The entire Martial Heaven continent was in an uproar, especially those islands. Even though they had known this would happen, hearing it for themselves made them feel uncomfortable. That was the #1 island of a human race. Now it had completely disappeared. Chase! That young master can't escape. On the sea, a black mass of sea race warriors rode on sea beasts and held weapons in their hands, riding the wind and breaking the waves as they chased after a warship in front of them. Young master, they're following us too closely. We can't shake them off. This was not a big warship. It was very inconspicuous in the sea. Tian Lai looked at his pursuers and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for them, Heavenly Martial Island wouldn't have fallen so quickly. As long as I leave this place alive, I will make them pay in blood. This young master was the young master of the Heavenly Martial sect. Tian Lai frowned. Their pursuers had never stopped chasing after them. Ever since Xiao Chan had escaped from Heavenly Martial Island, Heavenly Thunder Split had suffered countless attacks. Every time he managed to shake off the Sea Race warriors, they would catch up very quickly. Young master, not good. They also have Sea Tribe warriors. A group of shark warriors appeared on the sea in front of them. Changed direction immediately. Tian Lai didn't want to be entangled with them. There were too many Sea Tribe warriors. If he killed one wave, another wave would come immediately. Not good. There are Sea Tribe warriors here too. They're catching up. Not good. We're surrounded. Sea Tribe warriors appeared from all directions. They were riding on sea beasts and surrounded this small area of the sea. Young master of Heavenly Martial sect, don't run anymore. This time, you won't be able to escape. A huge shark appeared in front of them. A shark rider was sitting on it. Come with us obediently. It will only be good for you. On the deck of the warship, Tian Lai held a long saber. You want that thing? Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I will not hand it over. Tian Lai clenched his teeth. Kill them. There are no cowards in the Heavenly Martial sect. Tian Lai was the first to attack. With a slash of his long saber, a huge wave soared to the sky and killed more than 10 Sea Tribe warriors. Capture the young master of Heavenly Martial sect alive. Leave no one alive. Kill. On the sea. For a moment, Lin Fei didn't know where to go. Now that Heavenly Martial Island was gone, there was nothing left for him to do. However, Lin Fei was unwilling to leave Heavenly Martial Island just like that. Therefore, he ordered you who to steer the ship. Lord, there seems to be a battle ahead. You who came to report. Lin Fei raised his eyelids. He wasn't a nosy person. Maybe it was another internal fight between Sea Tribe warriors. Change direction. Lin Fei lazily closed his eyes again. A bunch of trash. Chase after them. Above the sea, a figure flew in the air. On the sea behind him, a group of Sea Tribe warriors chased after him. At the same time, water arrows were constantly shot up from the sea, forming an obstacle. That person waved his saber to cut off the water arrows. However, there were too many water arrows, and some of them still landed on the surface. Young master of Heavenly Martial sect, you can't escape. The Shark Knight sneered and followed behind. Let's see how long you can last. In the sea, it would always be their world. A mere human would never be able to escape from their palms. Capturing him was only a matter of time. If it wasn't for capturing him alive, the Shark Knight would have killed him long ago. How could he let him escape? Am I really going to die here? Tian Lai's body was covered with wounds. Blood dyed his armor red. He didn't have time to heal his injuries. Ever since he broke out of the encirclement, Tian Lai's injuries had never healed. Just now, when he broke out of the encirclement, he was heavily injured again. He didn't know how long he could last. If this was a flat continent, Tian Lai was confident that he could get rid of them. However, this was the sea, the world of Sea Tribe warriors. Although the world was big, there was no place for him. As for the human race, he didn't even need to think about it. This time, they could betray the Heavenly Martial sect. The other islands would do the same. They wouldn't be so kind to him and might even capture him. Tian Lai was in despair. He couldn't see any hope. There was no other outcome other than death. Come down. Monstrous waves soared into the sky. A huge shadow appeared. At the same time, dozens of tentacles stretched out. Tian Lai was distracted for a moment and was entangled by the tentacles. Not good, it's the octopus warrior. Those tentacles entangled Tian Lai tightly. He felt a sharp pain as the poison invaded his body. He dropped his weapon and couldn't use his power anymore. I didn't expect them to arrange for the octopus warrior. It's the most troublesome existence. The Shark Knight smiled and walked over. Young master of Heavenly Martial Sect, you won't have the chance to escape this time. I spent a lot of effort to capture you. Fortunately, everything is under control. Take him away. To the Shark Knight, capturing Tian Lai was a great achievement. Sorry, you won't have the chance to take him away. Chapter 3349. This voice sounds familiar. Tian Lai did not know why, but he found the voice familiar. He could not recall whose voice it belonged to. Instinctively, he felt that he knew this person. Who is it? The Shark Knight's eyes turned cold as he started to search. Sir, there is a ship coming from that direction. Some subordinates noticed the ship coming from afar. Kill it. Immediately, a group of marine species warriors rushed toward the ship. After being poisoned, Tian Lai became weak and could not see clearly. He could barely see a person standing on the ship with his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a hero. Those marine species warriors who rushed forward exploded into a pile of mud before they could even get close. Blood dyed the sea red. Again, the Shark Knight's face turned ugly. Someone dared to kill his subordinates at this time. It was too arrogant. He had the Sea King behind him. In the sea, who dared to disrespect the Sea King? The second group of marine species warriors could not stop the person either and followed the footsteps of the first group. The ship approached unhurriedly. Who are you? Two groups of subordinates were killed. More importantly, the other party did not move from beginning to end. To be able to kill the marine species warriors, he must be very powerful. After all, the marine species warriors were famous for their thick skin and flesh. It was difficult to kill a marine species warrior. To be able to kill a dozen marine species warriors so easily, he must be powerful. The Shark Knight had to suppress his anger and figure out the person's background first. I want him, Lin Fei said with a smile. The Shark Knight saw a young man and did not have any impression of him. However, the other party was too arrogant to ask for someone. He was working for the Sea King. He is wanted by the Sea King. No one could take him away. The Shark Knight said coldly, "You better tell us who you are. It will not be good if you are accidentally injured." Sorry, I want this person, Lin Fei said with a smile. No one can refuse me. Presumptuous. The Shark Knight's face darkened. There is nothing presumptuous about it. Little Black, show them what you're made of. Lin Fei shook his head. If someone did not listen, then they should be prepared to die. Black Yuan's eyes were cold. He walked out from behind and raised his palm. The palm covered the sky. The expressions of the Shark Knight and the others changed drastically. Run. A huge palm print slammed down ruthlessly. The huge sea region was slammed down by the palm. The seawater flowed backward, forming a huge palm print. The Shark Rider and the other oceanic race warriors were instantly annihilated. Not a single one of them survived. Old friend, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lin Fei turned around and looked at Thunder Split, who had been captured and brought to the ship. It's you. Even in his dreams, Lei Lai would never have imagined that Lin Fei, whom he had only met once, would come to his rescue. What? Can't I? Lin Fei was not surprised by Tian Lei's expression at all. It wasn't easy for me to come to the Sky Martial Continent. I have to thank you for the path. Heaven's Thunder Split sighed. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei would come to help him. Compared to the last time they had met, this Lin Fei had become even more mysterious. A subordinate had easily killed the Shark Knight and the other sea race warriors. Just how strong was he? I'm just too surprised. Heaven's Thunder Split stretched his body. Thank you for helping me at this time. It's a pity that I can't invite you to the Heavenly Martial Sect as a guest. Thinking of the Heavenly Martial Sect, Heaven's Thunder Split's eyes reddened. Actually, Lin Fei had a good impression of Heaven's Thunder Split. At the very least, he was not a scheming person. Since you treat me as a friend, you don't have to thank me. Lin Fei smiled and said, your injuries are not light. Let's talk somewhere else. Heavenly Marshall Island. This #1 island was currently under the joint attack of the 5 Ocean Kings. The human experts on the Heavenly Marshall Island, other than those who had been killed, were all captured. The 5 Ocean Kings gathered together and were preparing to divide the spoils of war. As the #1 island and the #1 human sect, the Heavenly Marshall Sect's foundation was naturally not weak. The 5 Ocean Kings had joined forces for the treasures and the large population. However, the most precious treasure had been taken away. The Heavenly Marshall Young Master had been taken away. Although the 5 Ocean Kings were quite annoyed, they were not very worried. In the sea, the Heavenly Marshall Young Master would not be able to escape. It was only a matter of time before they caught him. Their only worry was that it would take too long. If the other Ocean Kings knew about this, it was hard to guarantee that they would not interfere. Ocean Kings, the situation is not good. The Heavenly Marshall Young Master has been rescued. A piece of bad news came. Among the Sea Clan members that Hei Yuan had killed, there was a type of Sea Clan members that did not have high combat power. However, they had a specialty, which was their ability to record everything that happened on the scene. Even if they were dead, they could travel back in time to see what had happened. Who did it? In the main hall of the Heavenly Marshall Sect, the 5 Ocean Kings sat in a row. Hearing this news, the 5 Ocean Kings' faces turned ugly. I don't know for now. I only know that it was a young human. The person replied. He took out the recording and played it for the Ocean Kings to see. The scenes on the sea kept replaying. It's him. At this time, the taller Ocean King in the middle stood up. He was the Ocean King of Qinghai. He frowned slightly. Brother Qinghai, do you know why this kid looks so unfamiliar? The person who asked was an amiable-looking middle-aged man. He was the good-tempered Ocean King Tianfu. Among the Ocean Kings, Ocean King Tianfu was a good person. However, if one took it seriously, they would definitely be mistaken. Beneath his amiable face, there was a scheming spirit that made people afraid. The other 3 Ocean Kings also felt that the person in front of them was unfamiliar. The Ocean King of Qinghai stood up and stared at the figure. Actually, you are not unfamiliar. You just never thought about it. Do you remember a few years ago about the Myriad God continent? The Ocean King Tianfu's eyes lit up. I know who this person is. It is said that he plundered hundreds of billions of power of faith from the Myriad God continent. He even has a cosmic treasure on him. It's him. It really seems like him. Our luck is not bad. We actually met him here. Doesn't this mean that we are in luck? The 5 Ocean Kings were very tempted by the hundreds of billions of power of faith. That was a good thing. Apart from that, there was also that cosmic treasure. It was rumored that the person had used that cosmic treasure to block the attack of the Myriad God Continent's experts. In the end, he had brought a large amount of power of faith into the Sky Marshall continent. As soon as this was mentioned, they immediately recalled. When this news came a few years ago, they had scoffed at it. How could such a thing happen? They had secretly sent people to look for him, but there had been no news. After a long time, they had forgotten about it. But now that it had appeared again, it was hard for them not to recall it. Chapter 3350. On the sea, the ship was sailing. Tian Lei Lai's injuries recovered quickly. As the young master of the Sky Marshall sect, he always had some healing medicine with him. Previously, he did not have time to use them because the Sea Clan warriors were chasing him too closely. But now that he had time, the situation was different. Tian Lei Lai walked to the deck and looked at Lin Fei, who was fishing for fun. Your injuries are recovering well. Lin Fei did not turn around and continued fishing leisurely. Thanks to you, I have time to recover. The injuries left by the Sea Clan warriors are nothing. Tian Lei Lai walked to Lin Fei's side. Do you have any plans? Lin Fei looked at the sea and asked. Tian Lei Lai's face flashed a trace of hesitation before his expression became firm. Brother Lin, you know why they're chasing me, even to the point of capturing me alive. Lin Fei was not interested in this at all. They want to take away the Sky Marshall Sect's inheritance treasure from me. Tian Lei Lai said in a low voice. The 5 Ocean Kings joined hands because of this treasure. Lin Fei could not help but be curious. The Ocean Kings of the Sky Martial Continent are all very powerful. They can have any treasure they want. How could your Sky Martial sect have something that belongs to them? Tian Lei Lai smiled bitterly. At first, I was also curious. Later on, I found out about this treasure and understood why they wanted to take action. If I had not met Brother Lin, I think this treasure would have definitely fallen into their hands. Lin Fei was not interested in treasures now. Of course, he still attached great importance to those powerful treasures. The power emitted by those treasures was not easy to deal with. If he was not careful, he would fail miserably. Brother Lin, please look. Tian Lei Lai took out a black box. The box was not big, only the size of a fist. It looked very ordinary. No one would pay attention to it if it was thrown aside. When the box opened, a crystal appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. A universe crystal chip. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He did not expect it to be this thing. It was really unexpected. Yes, a universe crystal chip. Tian Lei Lai nodded. This universe crystal chip was inadvertently obtained by one of the gate masters. I don't know how, but the news leaked out and attracted the 5 Sea Kings. It's just a universe chip. I don't think there's a need for them to do that. Lin Fei asked. Right now, he had 2 universe chips on him. In terms of usefulness, it wasn't much. Lin Fei couldn't figure out why the 5 Sea Kings would be so interested in snatching the universe crystal chip. It was useless even if they took it. The universe crystal chip is useless to them, but it is very useful to some people. Tian Lei Lai said, for example, the son of the Star River Mansion's Mansion Master. CK, it's still related to this even after all this talk. Lin Fei was really impressed. They want to rely on the Star River Mansion. Rumor has it that that person has quite a few universe crystal chips. If they can give them one at this time, it will be no less than sending charcoal in the snowy weather. It'll be a great help to control the Sky Martial Continent in the future. Tian Lei Lai said in a low voice, you should now understand why they are chasing me. Lin Fei's goal was to collect 10 universe crystal chips. Now that he had 2, he wasn't afraid of the location of the universe crystal chip. He was only afraid that no one would know. What he cared about now was information. Without information, everything would be useless. Lin Fei understood this better than anyone else. Tian Lei Lai took out the universe crystal chip. Lin Fei seemed to understand what the other party wanted to do. Brother Lin, I haven't known you for a long time, but I know that you should be a good person. Tian Lei Lai took a deep breath. I am willing to give a universe crystal chip to Brother Lin. I only hope that Brother Lin can help me take revenge. Thump. Tian Lei Lai knelt on one knee. He passed the box in his hand to Lin Fei. His eyes were especially firm. In the past few days, Tian Lei Lai had thought a lot. In the end, he finally made up his mind. He knew that this was his only chance. Although he hadn't known Lin Fei for a long time, Tian Lei Lai knew that the other party was a very mysterious guy. Last time, in the Forbidden Soul area, he had suppressed many experts. This time, he had killed a strong expert like the Shark Knight with just one of his subordinates. Tian Lei Lai decided to take a risk. You trust me that much? Although Lin Fei had guessed it, when he heard it for himself, he was still slightly shocked. Especially when he took out the universe crystal chip. Don't you know the importance of this universe crystal chip? Even if it's just one, if you give it to those forces, they will be willing to give you a lot of benefits. Tian Lei Lai shook his head. Brother Lin, I understand what you said clearly. If the Heavenly Martial Sect was still here, they might care about my identity as a young master. But now I am nothing. If I rashly take those things to them, I will be eaten alive. If I hand them over to you, it will be completely different. I am willing to take this gamble. If not for Lin Fei's appearance, Tian Lei Lai didn't know where he could go in the future. In the Sky Martial Continent, there was really no place for him to live. Since that was the case, Tian Lei Lai was willing to take a risk. Moreover, if the universe crystal chip was in his hands, there would only be disadvantages. In the sea, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Tian Lei Lai. Although he was very interested in the universe crystal chip, he wouldn't snatch it. If he wanted something, he would snatch it himself. I'm sure, Tian Lai said firmly. I only hope that Brother Lin can help me. I believe that my eyes won't make a mistake. Looking at Tian Lai, Lin Fei said, if you don't say it, I will leave the Sky Martial continent and go to the Wasteland continent. Since you have asked, I will help you. Thank you. The ship turned around and headed for the Sky Martial Island. When Yu, who was driving the ship, heard that they were going to the Sky Martial Island, he was scared out of his wits. Not daring to say anything, he gritted his teeth and steered the ship towards the Sky Martial Island. A few days later, on the sea towards the Sky Martial Island, the figures of the Sea Clan's warriors started to appear. They really put in a lot of effort to catch you. On the deck of the ship, Lin Fei smiled. Tian Lai also felt that the number of the Sea Clan's warriors seemed to exceed his expectations. This didn't seem normal. Something doesn't seem right. Tian Lai frowned. Something doesn't seem right? Lin Fei couldn't see it. At this time, a group of Sea Clan's warriors approached the ship. One of the dozen Sea Clan's warriors suddenly saw a figure on the deck and immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. I found him! I found him! The mission of these Sea Clan's warriors wasn't to find the Sky Martial young master, but to find a young man. This was an order from the Sea King himself. Whoever found a young man's traces would be rewarded handsomely. This made many Sea Clan's warriors excited. Send out the signal immediately. The Sea Clan's warrior immediately ordered. Dong! 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 In the sky above the sea, 3 loud noises resounded loudly in the sky. I found something. Hurry over. The nearby Sea Clan's warriors rushed over immediately. People on the ship, listen up. You have been surrounded. Give up resisting and surrender.